Talking to the New York Gaming Commission head steward, Braulio Baez, a junior, stated that with the high winds that are forecasted to come in later, that if they reach above 40 miles per hour, that is a cancellation of racing. So just trying to get all these races in before those winds come in.
It's coming. It's going to get that much more significant, that much more severe, the wind here in South Ozone Park, New York.
Yeah, and we've always had
territory.
Yeah, we've always had to deal with that at Aqueduct too, particularly, the wind coming off of Jamaica Bay, and sometimes it gets a little worse than others. At least now, years ago, they didn't have specific protocols for a cutoff. Now they have a cutoff, 40 miles per hour. Everybody knows what it is.
Do you remember, does one day, one experience come to mind of like the worst wind you've ever ridden in, the heaviest wind?
Yeah, actually, I was a 10-pound apprentice, and it was right here at Aqueduct, and it was sloppy and raining, and I was on a filly named Co-Princess for Steve Demaro, and I thought it was a good idea to duck to the inside and almost got blown over the fence.
I was going to say, and you probably enjoyed aside from that part of it, probably enjoyed every moment of it.
Oh, well, certainly. When you first start riding, you're just so happy to be out there. But actually, we did cancel after that race, too.
So we'll monitor as we go through the Sunday program. Damon Runion later this afternoon, and we have a post-parade for the second race here. We start with the favorite in Texas Basin, back in New York after 3 races in Maryland for George Weaver.
Yeah, adds blinkers, drops in class, and he came with a bold run to break his maiden at Belmont Park in October. Can he duplicate that?
Kentucky Cool, Dylan Davis won 3 races yesterday.
Yeah, and started off today with a win, riding aggressive, saving ground, something that Dylan really has to concentrate on. I think he gets the right kind of trip with Kentucky Cool.
Riders regret Manny Franco 3 wins yesterday.
A horse that has speed, certainly to start 2 back against Maiden 25s was very strong.
Meet Me in Cali in Grade 1 cigar, mile-winning jockey Kendrick Carmouche.
And he should have good position. This horse is quick enough to establish forward position, but doesn't have to be a part of the pace.
Number 5, Respect for All, 2 races, claimed twice.
Yeah, very popular at the claim box. This horse, though, turning back from a mile. Going to be interesting to see how that works out.
Pablo Morales aboard, and then Mr. Fantasy representing dangerous outside speed.
Yeah, good speed. Trevor McCarthy has shown that he belongs in the New York Colony by being aggressive this winter. Expect him to be a part of the pace.
Field for the second from the Big A post time. We've just about reached post time. Quality group of 3-year-old sprinters. Maybe you're watching from home, want to play the races, don't have past performances. Equibase has you covered. Follow all along. Get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs on all the races on today's show. Another look at Mr. Fantasy. Trevor McCarthy having a solid meet, 5th in the standings. Mig, let's go back to his last start. 3 weeks ago, right here, Mr. Fantasy broke like a rocket. Never looked back.
Yeah, broke very sharp first time, broke even sharper second time. Was really riding the crest of an inside track here, a track that was just so kind to inside speed. So even though I thought this was a strong effort, might be a little bit dressed up because the track was almost like a conveyor belt. You got on that inside path, you got on the lead, and you were very, very tough to run down. But this is a horse that improved from first start to second start, and he should be able to take another step forward in his third start.
Mr. Fantasy, owned by the Mr. Amori stable, trained by Kelly Breen. They'll also be represented by It's Gravy and the Damon Runion later this afternoon. Do you expect him to clear from the outside?
As sharply as he breaks and as aggressive as Trevor McCarthy is, I think that's what he'll attempt to do, and I think he could be quick enough to do it.
Trevor McCarthy, Mr. Fantasy at 7-2, looking for back-to-back wins. As for Texas Basin now, 6-5. What do you think Eric Cancel tries to do from the rail here, Mig?
Well, I think he's got to let this horse find his stride. And the fact that Eric was aboard for that big win at Belmont back in October where he rallied from out of the clouds and rallied through traffic. And he's by a horse, Successful Appeal, who is a very tough individual and passes that on to his offspring where they take the kickback. They don't mind being in tight.
Maggie going with Mr. Fantasy, Richie with Kentucky Cool, and we send it upstairs to John Embrial with the call, race 2, live, Aqueduct.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Riders Regret away well, but now passed by Meet Me in Cali. And on the outside, it is Mr. Fantasy. Mr. Fantasy and Meet Me in Cali in an early duel here. The front two have 2.5 lengths on Riders Regret in third, another 2.5 to Respect for All in fourth. Then it's Kentucky Cool and Texas Basin trails the field in sixth. Down on the inside, it is Meet Me in Cali, who now leads by a half length. Mr. Fantasy second by a head. Riders Regret up on the outside through a quarter in 23 seconds. A break of 4. Back to Respect for All. At the back of the pack, Kentucky Cool and Texas Basin. Mr. Fantasy is dropped back. On the inside, it's Meet Me in Cali, and on the outside, it's Riders Regret. And now those two are heads apart for the lead as the field comes into the stretch. Meet Me in Cali closest to the rail. Riders Regret on the outside. It's Riders Regret and Meet Me in Cali with Respect for All running in third. And on the outside, Texas Basin is putting in a late run, but now there's just a 16th to the finish. Riders Regret on the outside. Meet Me in Cali. Texas Basin continues to gain, and here is Texas Basin to come from well off the pace to win it. Texas Basin, the odds-on favorite at 4-5.
The ambush, Texas Basin. Odds-on favorite delivers in the second at Aqueduct and a perfectly timed ride by Eric Cancel.
Yeah, Texas Basin was badly outrun early. He was in Howard Beach and everybody else was in South Ozone Park, and he came rallying down the center of the track, and a horse that shows he's got that kick, a really good closing sprinter. I always like those kind of horses of feet. They're exciting. They get out-footed, but they really kick it into gear. And it was a pretty sharp pace on these horses. It was very contested. They were fighting the whole way. The 4-horse Meet Me in Cali, he did away with Mr. Fantasy. Then he had to take the challenge from Riders Regret, who was 3 wide throughout. And then here comes the patient Eric Cancel on Texas Basin.
Would he get there, Maggie? And in the end, Texas Basin wins rather comfortably.
Yeah, you could really visually see the acceleration that Texas Basin put in the last 70 yards. So that was very impressive. And look, the track has been playing kindly to horses on the inside with that early speed. So you can't blame Kendrick Carmouche, especially with taking the goggle off that horse, and horses will break more alertly when they can see everything. With Meet Me in Cali going to the early lead, and really Riders Regret ran a great race in defeat, I think, just beaten by a better horse today in Texas Basin, who's been facing some tougher company out of town.
Yeah, Meet Me in Cali in that speed duel. Riders Regret sat the perfect trip, hit the front, but then Texas Basin lengthened his stride. And for trainer George Weaver, the victory and the big meet continues for Eric Cancel, second in the rider standings.
And it's been fun to watch the progression of Eric Cancel. His confidence level has gotten stronger and stronger, and any athlete needs confidence. They got to go out there knowing they can win.
Trusting those instincts. It's all working now for Cancel. And for Randy Hill, Blackbridge Stables, winning owners, Texas Basin in the second at Aqueduct, 1-3-4-2. Results when we come back, plus the opener at Oaklawn in about 10 minutes. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie.
McKenzie Preservationist, Vino Rosso and Yoshida. McKenzie's in front. McKenzie, they've done it. McKenzie has it by 2.
It's McKenzie in a dominant performance. Pure class in the Malibu.
It only takes 20 cents to take down an Empire. The Empire 6 is the 20-cent minimum bet with a 100% net pool payout every day at Aqueduct. The sequence is the last 6 races on the card with a 20% takeout each day at Aqueduct. Win big with 20 cents on the Empire 6. For details on the Empire 6, visit nyra.com/Empire6.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, record setter, and undefeated in sprint competition. Now his runners are winning from coast to coast.
And Hernandez Jr. Run Classic out to the maiden ranks at second asking, won by 4.
She's a happy girl, a 7-1 winner. She won by 2.5. Happy Champ is 3-5, and he's long gone. Happy Champ, the son of Run Happy.
Eclipse champion sprinter Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
How exciting was Rebel Day? The 5 stakes races yesterday at Oaklawn. We'll recap throughout the afternoon their Sunday program. About to get underway. Horses are on the track. $30,000 Maiden Claimer, mile and a 16th, 3-year-olds and older. Track is fast. And a post parade. We start with Mr. Peterkin for the coach, legendary Hall of Fame trainer D. Wayne Lukas.
Good inside draw. Horse has plenty of foundation. Major contender.
Smack Attack, homebred for Toby Keith's Dreamwalkin' Farm.
Horse coming out of a sprint, has speed, should be forwardly placed.
And number 3, Toil and Trouble, claimed by Norm McKnight following his debut.
And that was for 10,000, moves up to 30 and stretches out here.
There he is, David Cohen aboard. Rode Keep Me in Mind in yesterday's Rebel. Off the board, disappointing finish. Scratch number 4, Ponty Poker. Stud Puppy number 5, there he is, second of 2 for Donnie Von Hemel.
Also stretching out. A horse that's had issues, problems getting out of the starting gates, been a bit slow in the stride. I wonder if stretching out will help him break with the field.
Something to watch from the start. Here's a Catholic Gilt, John Court, his 4th rider in as many races.
Yeah, horse has some good races on synthetic surface. His dirt races, to me, leave a little bit to be desired, but he does drop a bit in class.
Epic Adventure, the last one was brutal. Did everything but win in that effort.
Yeah, and he got to set a very controlled pace and got run down, and he's obviously a contender from the outside under Joe Talamo.
Megamax, Overlay, first start in 6 months, 4-year-old debut.
Yeah, and he's also dropping in class a bit, and a horse that has shown speed sprinting.
Field for the opener, Oaklawn, $30,000 Maiden Claimers, mile and a 16th, post time 6 minutes, back to the Big A. Texas Basin last. The odds-on favorite turning for home. Watch how much ground he makes up with Eric Hensel here.
This horse has a really strong quarter-of-a-mile run. He still has about 6 lengths to make up here. You can kind of see Eric's not riding him with a great deal of urgency. He has confidence that he's got horse underneath him. The horse is leveling off, starting to stride out, and he's going to roll right on by the last 70 yards, and that's a great feeling when you're a rider to come from last and time that run and hit the front.
Do you have like an all-time favorite late-running, deep-closing sprinter?
Oh, there's been so many over the years. I think Turco Man was maybe as dramatic a late-running sprinter, and a horse that could go long as well.
A runner-up in the 1986 Breeders' Cup Classic, Turco Man. You see the results. Texas Basin 380, 1-3-4. Final time of the race, 1:14-1. For me, it's Lead de Justice. The gray for Janine Sahadi, winner of the 1996 Breeders' Cup Sprint. I think part of that was just Tom Durkin's call in that Breeders' Cup Sprint. A gray blur in the stretch, Lead de Justice.
And like a broken field runner, an incredible ride delivered by Corey Nakatani that day. Just a thing of beauty. And the fact that he was that color, that bright gray that you could pick up easily. Dancing Spree with Angel Cordero in the sprint as well.
That's right, 89 beating Safely Kept at Gulfstream Park in Breeders' Cup 5, I believe that was. No Breeders' Cup sprinters in this field, just $30,000 Maiden Claimers. You're looking at Epic Adventure, Street Sense Colt, just like yesterday's Rebel winner Concert Tour. We mentioned his last start, February 25th, right here, Epic Adventure. Joe Talamo had led throughout, looking strong on the lead, and Mr. Peterkin getting involved late.
Yeah, and actually, as slow as the pace was, and the track admittedly was on the slower side, I actually like Mr. Peterkin's effort out of this race better than I do Epic Adventure. Epic Adventure got to set that slow pace and basically looked like he had the race won. He was holding off the 5 every step of the way, and then just late he kind of bottomed out slightly, and the 5 was relentless. But Mr. Peterkin was wide. He gets an inside draw today. He should work out the right kind of trip.
You took my next question, in that for Epic Adventure, such an easy lead, such a soft pace. Like, if he couldn't hold on that day, like, why would today be any difference, I guess, would be the hesitation.
Well, and I see more pace signed on here.
Yes.
You've got horses coming out of sprints. There's even a good possibility that the 7 Epic Adventure does not make the lead in this spot because there are other speeds.
Epic Adventure. We'll see how the pace unfolds. Joe Talamo back aboard. Epic Adventure. How about number 1, Mr. Peterkin, who you just touched on for Dwayne Lukas, the Ghost Sapper Colt here, looking to graduate and get his first career win in lifetime start number 9.
I think he's going to get the right kind of setup, Lafitte, and I love inside posts and two-turn races. Rider doesn't have to, jockey for position to get to the inside to save ground. He's there. Just allow your horse to break and go forward, and he should be sitting the pocket trip in a race that appears anyway to have ample speed.
We'll discuss the start of a two-turn race at Oaklawn yesterday a little later in the show, and the Rebel and how the pace unfolded, I think, a little differently than most thought, where Caddo River, the favorite, anticipated pace setter, and there's Concert Tour for Bob Baffert breaking like a rocket and just beating him to the clubhouse turn.
Well, sometimes just taking the track away from your main rivals is just such a huge advantage. And sometimes you take another rider off guard when they're not expecting it.
Like stunned.
Yeah, like, whoa, he got the drop on me. And basically, Joel Rosario got the drop on Florent Giroux. Florent Giroux earlier in the day in the Azeri got the drop on Joel. Joel was on Latruska,
She Dares
and
the Devil.
the Devil, yeah.
We'll recap it all. The 5 stakes races from Oaklawn yesterday. You're looking at Smack Attack, the favorite now, Richie, at 2-1. Surprising?
Well, he's got some good races going longer. He has 2 preps under his belt here at Oaklawn Park. Both races were good. From a buyer speed figure standpoint, it certainly makes a lot of sense. But is he going to be involved with that pace? He is coming out of a very quickly run sprint, a fast pace that day where he was involved.
Kenny Tohill should have him in a perfect spot, though, in a stalking trip saving ground.
You would think so, because he has stalked going longer as well. I'll be honest, I'm definitely gravitating to the 1, Mr. Peterkin. I just think he had a tough wide trip last time, made an extended run into contention. Most horses have a short run, basically a quarter of a mile. The better the horses, the longer the run. Obviously, Maiden 30s, they're not going to have that long run. This horse tried to produce a very long, sustained run last time. I think with a more judicious ride and saving ground, he should be, to me, more effective.
The biggest difference for you as a rider, as we have just about reached post time, they'll load in a moment with Smack Attack, the favorite, at 2-1, whether it's in a warm-up, whether it's just the general approach, riding a cheaper horse. These are, again, $30,000 maiden claimers. Anything different that you would do as opposed to riding a really good allowance horse, a really good young 2-year-old, a really good stakes horse?
Well, especially young 2-year-olds, you're always looking to teach them. It's a work in progress. You want them to win, obviously, if you can, but you want them to move forward off of those races, improve. You want to teach them something. Good horses aren't easily discouraged. Cheaper or lower level horses are easily discouraged. So you want to give them as smooth a trip as possible.
Smooth trip. We'll see who gets that smooth trip and a maiden win in this first race at Oaklawn Park with Smack Attack, the favorite here at 2-1. Richie going with Mr. Peterkin for the coach Dwayne Lukas at 5-2 with Ramon Vasquez. An Epic Adventure with Joe Talamo. Couldn't sustain the lead after that soft pace in his last start. We'll see how the pace unfolds. Epic Adventure breaking from post position at number 7. All set for the opener on the Sunday program from Oaklawn. Vic Stauffer standing by.
Epic Adventure is ready. Last to load is Megamax. They're at the post. They're off. Smack Attack tugs Kenny Tohill right to the front from Catholic Guilt in second. Epic Adventure comes away running in third, and now Kenny Tohill tugs Smack Attack back, and he'll sit at the rail in fourth. So Catholic Guilt will clear off and take the lead into the clubhouse turn from Mega Max and Epic Adventure. Smack Attack is next. He's passed by Toil and Trouble and Stud Puppy, and at the rail is Mr. Peterkin. Catholic Guilt is the leader to the backstretch, and he leads by 2.5 lengths from Mega Max and Epic Adventure. Then it's another 3 lengths back to Toil and Trouble, to the outside Stud Puppy, and at the rail his stablemate Smack Attack. Mr. Peterkin is last. There's 8 lengths from first to last, and they run up the backstretch, and the leader is Catholic Guilt. Catholic Guilt into the far turn with a 3-length lead over Epic Adventure in second. Mega Max races in third, and Catholic Guilt is getting away going into the far turn. He is now 5 lengths in front. Toil in Trouble and Stud Puppy are next, then Mr. Peterkin. Here's Mr. Peterkin beginning to pass horses, and the trailer is Smack Attack, and the leader is Catholic Guilt. Catholic Guilt to the quarter pole, a 5-length advantage over Epic Adventure. Here's a danger. It's Mr. Peterkin who runs up on the outside, and now he's about to take third and maybe even into second. Catholic Guilt has the lead. Top of the stretch, Catholic Guilt is the leader by 5 lengths. Mr. Peterkin has run up outside of Epic Adventure and Mega Max, but it's still Catholic Guilt to the final 16th of a mile, and he is trying to do it just like his brother did yesterday. How about that? Catholic Guilt has run them off their feet. Mega Max going to get second. Catholic Guilt in front. Catholic Guilt won by 9 lengths.
Just like his brother, huh? 9 lengths. Easy, easy win, and Richie and I are looking at each other like, how? How do we miss this?
How do we not pick, with our upbringing, Catholic Guilt on a Sunday to boot?
On a Sunday at 6-1.
I know the nuns at St. Edmunds and Marine Park are very unhappy with me at the moment.
I'm saying during Lent. In Lent. Catholic Guilt, and in control throughout, made the lead, settled down for John Court, and blitzed this field, ran them off their feet.
He ran them off their feet. And John Court, one of his strengths as a rider is allowing horses to free roll, get in a rhythm and continue. And Catholic Guilt certainly did that. And everybody was just chasing along. No response.
Bred by Gary and Mary West, winning owners, winning breeders of yesterday's Rebel with Concert Tour. Much more on the Rebel later on in the show. We'll have those results. Back to Aqueduct. Again, just 25 minutes in between races with the weather and the wind expected to get worse as the afternoon goes on, so we are already about 8 minutes to post for race number 3. Waylon Josie odds on here at 4-5, Richie.
Well, she's been in very good form for trainer Steve Jerkins, son of the late, great Alan Jerkins. Been running consistently well, just missing but getting a lot of checks. And she does get some pace to run at, and we saw a horse come from left field in the second race, Texas Basin. So it's not as though you can't win from off the pace.
You can't win. We saw that in the opener, Maggie. But if She's a Super Freak is going to be a factor on this afternoon, She's a Super Freak. She's typically going to do it on the front end where she's most comfortable.
And she looks like the lone speed horse in this race, Lafitte, so she should be awfully comfortable out there. Now, we are having the riders up here in the paddock, so I'll just touch on her because the sun is shining. It's actually beautiful out here. Again, overdressed at the moment, but she's a Super Freak. If anything, she looks best here, and I just can't trust Waylon Josie. I would love for her to win for Steve Jerkins, as she is his only horse, but she's a Super Freak, best turned out here in the paddock. She remained calm when saddled. Sometimes she does get a little bit revved up, but they took her outside with the pony, and she, honestly, I like her the most, just given the dynamics of this race, and she backs it up physically.
The race shape, Maggie likes what she sees. She's a Super Freak. We'll see her again in the post parade. There's Cheatham Hill drawn inside at 9-1.
Yeah, and a horse that's been kind of getting those outside chasing trips, maybe gets to save ground, helps her today.
Still My Heart, winless in 8 starts at Aqueduct.
Yeah, showed good speed last time, going 7 furlongs. Don't like that record at Aqueduct, though.
Waylon Josie, Maggie said too short of a price, doesn't trust her. She's done. She's 0 for 15 here. 0 for 15 here at Aqueduct.
No, another horse that just hasn't been as effective, but is in good form. So you have to respect it. But I agree with Maggie. I think it's way too short a price.
Steve Jerkins, only runner, as Maggie mentioned. Sky Kitten. She's been spinning her wheels of late.
Yeah, and no reason for me to believe that that's going to change today. I didn't really like her energy level going off either in the warm-up.
She's a Super Freak, threat to steal. How far can she take this field?
I think this is a very generous price for her, and the fact that it gets the check mark from Maggie on appearance in the paddock, a lot to like.
Saratoga Beauty, Eric Cancel looking for back-to-back wins.
Yeah, and this horse should sit a good trip, should be stalking just from the outside, not slow, should be in contention.
That's the field for the third race here at Aqueduct. Good allowance sprint for New York bred fillies and mares, 6.5 furlongs, even money on Waylon Josie. There, is that Waylon Josie? That's her there. Does the drought end today? Richie 0 for 15 here at the Big A. This was her latest miss, February 20th in the mud. Waylon Josie in behind runners, while Longshot on that day, she's a Super Freak, battles up front.
Yeah, and she was involved every step of the way, and you can see she's got to wait and come out over heels there, Waylon Josie, but she got to save all the ground. And to me, that's a good trip. When you can save ground and come out in the stretch, you know, even if you have to wait for room, you're saving horse. You're waiting, and you're not using horse. So, again, she's been in good form. I just the price to me is what turns me off. 6-5 on a mare that isn't that much better than anybody else in here, really. Particularly, she's a super freak who's going to be in front of her.
Maybe the added half furlong works in Waylon Josie's favor. We'll see, Maggie. But if the price is that low on Waylon Josie, offering value elsewhere, perhaps Cheatham Hill drawn inside, pictured at 8-1.
Well, I know that one of our co-hosts, Andy Serling, does like Cheatham Hill today. Drawn on the inside, always a good place to be. Therefore, you can save ground, obviously. Now, she doesn't appear to be the easiest type to ride. She does have that extension blinker covering her outside eye. She runs with a burr, so it's a thing on the bit. So when the rider pulls the rein to prevent a horse from going out, they'll feel that kind of abrasive thing on their cheek, and they won't want to lean out or feel that pressure from that rein. So she got a little hot as well in the paddock. Not saying that is out of character or something I'm concerned about, but she also does pick up Benji Hernandez, who has been known to be fairly aggressive, and I think he gets her in the game, given how sharp she is. And I just think that, I know this is actually a little bit of a cutback for her, but there isn't that much speed, as we were saying, other than she's a super freak. And I think she lays fairly close here and might sit an ideal type of trip. As we'll move on to the outside, another one that could be sitting the right kind of trip is number 6, Saratoga Beauty. I know she's won on a fast track. She is 2 for 2 on a wet track. She does have that kind of quintessential wet track appearance for a horse. She's very lightly framed, very narrow type of build to her. So she is one that I think prefers it more than other horses like it. 2, she, on the conditions of things, she is stepping up that non-3 for 25 in for the allowance today for the New York breds, but it's a very weak allowance. So I think it's a comparable type of step through the conditions for her, for Ralph D'Alessandro, who is looking for back-to-back wins with this filly.
The only filly or mare, Maggie, coming in off a win, Saratoga Beauty, as the wind continues to pick up here in South Ozone Park, Richie.
Yeah, it does. And again, if it's in their face down the backstretch or, at their back down the backstretch, it's not a concern. It's when it's gusting from side to side or you're getting, big gusts from, instead of a steady 15, 20-mile-an-hour wind, all of a sudden it's 30, 35, 40. And Maggie reporting earlier, the Gaming Commission steward, Braulio Baez, are talking about at 40 miles an hour, that is the cutoff.
Motorsports, NASCAR, auto racing, you hear a lot about the strategy of drafting in behind other drivers. Does any of that go on out there?
Oh, absolutely. If there's a stiff headwind down the backstretch, you're looking to hide behind somebody. Let them do the hard work. Let them break the wind.
Interesting. Filing into the gate for this third race on the Sunday program at the Big A, Waylon Josie, 8-5. You're looking at Sky Kitten. On the outside, Saratoga Beauty. Jockey Eric Cancel looking for back-to-back wins. Waylon Josie, despite the fact she is 0 for 15 at Aqueduct, the 8-5 favorite at post time for the third at Aqueduct. John Embrial with the call.
In the gate. And they're off. Saratoga Beauty and Sky Kitten go out for the lead. She's a super freak, now moves up in between horses, and Steal My Heart gains down at the rail. Steal My Heart. Sky Kitten in the red blinkers, and She's a Super Freak. 3 of them are heads apart, and now they're joined by Waylon Josie down towards the rail. Saratoga Beauty's on the extreme outside, and Cheatham Hill. Tightly packed group here as they race up the backstretch through a quarter in 24 and 1. Steal My Heart, 3/4 of a length. Sky Kitten is next in second. She's a Super Freak is in third. And Waylon Josie down at the rail runs in fourth. Then it's Saratoga Beauty and Cheatham Hill. Midway around the far turn, Steal My Heart gets away now to lead by 2. Waylon Josie, She's a Super Freak. They are right together as Sky Kitten drops out of it. Passed on the inside by Cheatham Hill and on the outside by Saratoga Beauty. The half went in 48 and 3, a quarter of a mile to the finish. And it is Steal My Heart with the lead. Here comes Waylon Josie now up on the outside to challenge. Steal My Heart and Waylon Josie. She's a Super Freak is in third. An eighth of a mile to the finish. And it is Waylon Josie to take over the lead from Steal My Heart. And Waylon Josie is opening up here in the final 100 yards. Waylon Josie, the winner here by 3. Steal My Heart was second. Very close for third between Cheatham Hill and She's a Super Freak.
For Steven Jerkins, Waylon Josie, finally that first win at Aqueduct in her 16th start here.
He just worked out an absolutely beautiful trip under apprentice Louis Cardenas. Was sitting right in behind horses. We're talking about that win. Well, he had cover and always had horse. Always looked like a winner when he found room. And she's been in good form. Just a matter of time, I guess, till she did break through. But you know, think about the New York bred program. This is only her third win, and she's now well over $150,000 in earnings. So it pays to have a New York bred for sure. And Steve Jerkins done a really good job with this filly. Had a little bit of surprising change in tactics on the 5. She's a Super Freak. They chose to try to rate her today. Don't think that benefited her chances. Like to see her back flaunting her speed again next time.
Maggie, not the race shape, different than we anticipated.
Yeah, and props to Tammy Aplander on the 2. Steal My Heart, who was aggressive from the onslaught. Don't really know what was going on with the 5. She's a Super Freak, kind of breaking outwardly just slightly. Maybe, I don't know, just never comfortable and not really aggressively ridden. But good for Steve Jerkins and Waylon Josie to finally break through after having those 2 consecutive runner-up finishes. Found the right field today, got the job done. Louis Cardenas. His apprenticeship will be ending soon, but he has made the most of it for sure, riding here in New York, which is never an easy colony to have your bug.
Deep colony, the first image that comes to mind, Cardenas winning that first race at Saratoga last summer. For Waylon Josie, the winner's share of that good $72,000 purse, and for Steve Jerkins, his only horse scores in the 3rd at Aqueduct. When we come back, thought the Rebel would be competitive, one of the deepest Derby preps to date, right? Not so much. Concert Tour with the greatest of ease and an 8th Rebel win for Bob Baffert.
For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord.
Plans to prosper you and not to harm you.
Plans to give you hope and a future.
It's our hope that we'll soon be together again.
Because together, life is good.
Life is good. Really, really, really good.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Five, four, three, two, one.
What's going on, man?
The pirate. What's up?
What's going on? This is America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Babies, foals at Claiborne. The future. Can't get enough of those images. Too cool. Here at Aqueduct, how about Waylon Josie from off the pace for Steve Jerkins, that first win here at the Big A in 16 tries.
Yeah, from just off the pace, though. Got that lovely position right in behind horses. Got some cover, a little break from the wind. Came out in the stretch and drew off emphatically the last 16th of a mile. Nice to see Steve Jerkins at the winner's circle. You know, we saw Jimmy Jerkins win the Gotham.
For the first time.
Yeah. And, you know, harkened back to when his dad won it with Devil Is Due in a dead heat with Laura. It was like one of those exciting bang-bang finishes, and I'm always happy when I see any of the Jerkins family have success.
Jet Black and Devil Is Due, and Lure, an eventual two-time Breeders' Cup Mile winner for Claiborne. Shug McGahee, Waylon Josie, maybe not as good as those, but a win here, and a 3-2-1 official order of finish. Louis Cardenas, the winning pilot. Meanwhile at Oaklawn, Concert Tour's brother doing his best concert tour impersonation. Catholic Guilt.
He felt like he had something to live up to after yesterday. He said, I can't be upstaged by my younger brother. I gotta get busy here. And this horse just ran them off their feet, allowed to run early by John Court, who's so good on those freewheeling types, and horse just kept finding.
John Court's won a couple of stakes races at the meet. Catholic Guilt, Concert Tour's brother, half-brother. 1540 Catholic Guilt on a Sunday, Richie. It'll be a while before we forget that one. 48 days until the 147th Kentucky Derby. And this is what we've learned the last few weeks. We've seen separation, going back to essential quality in the Southwest. Greatest honor in the Fountain of Youth. Life is good in the San Felipe, and Life is Good stablemate. Yesterday afternoon, Concert Tour in the Rebel. Let's pick up the action right from the start. Caddo River drawn inside. Concert Tour towards the outside. Concert Tour is just quicker to Caddo River to that first turn here, Richie.
Yeah, Caddo River broke okay, not as sharp as normal, even took a little bit of a step inside, but you saw Joel Rosario. He came out allowing his horse to bounce along. And this is a horse coming out of two sharp-paced sprint races at Santa Anita, and he basically just outran Caddo River to the turn. Now you see how comfortable Concert Tour gets. Look at his ears up.
Caddo River is not as comfortable.
No, he's rank. He wants to chase him. He has a horse, a target. A lot of horses, when they clear off, they make the front, they'll settle down, they'll idle, and that's what you saw there. But look at the consummate ease in which Concert Tour draws away. Joel Rosario, hands and heels, tap on the shoulder, and basically this looked like a paid workout. I thought this was a huge step forward for a horse that won 2 races sprinting, showed good speed in both those starts. But one common denominator that all good horses have, Lafitte, is they possess speed. This horse was winning sprinting just because he's talented. I think he found what he really wants to do, and that's run further.
Very similar to Nadal, last year's Rebel winner. So much to unpack. Story of Gary and Mary West, owners of Maximum Security, disqualified in the 19 Derby. Not to mention the fact the West bred Life is Good and sold him. Leading contender, also trained by Bob Baffert. You can't make this stuff up. As for Bob Baffert, 8th win in the Rebel here. And this is what, an 8th win in the Rebel. American Pharaoh, eventually going on to win the Triple Crown. We'll see about Concert 2 moving forward.
I like what I saw. I like how easily he won. He answered a lot of questions. And the fact that he's a horse with a good size, but could be that shifty and turn it on and off, where he can bounce out of the gate, establish the lead, then idle, and then kick on again under basically very little urging. I like this horse a lot.
So at this stage, with, again, just under 7 weeks, Life is Good for Bob Baffert, Concert Tour, who would you prefer?
Personally, and it might not be the most popular opinion, I like Concert Tour better. I think he's more professional. He's straight and true. I think that we saw a very brilliant horse in Life is Good, supremely talented. That bearing out, to me, is problematic. I don't think you can just explain it away that he's looking in the infield. If you watch the head-on after the finish line last time, there's no tote board there anymore. He ran to the outside fence after the finish. So, listen, if anybody can get it straightened out, it's Bob Baffert. There's no doubt about that. But at this moment, I like the way this horse did it, and I liked his professionalism.
We assume that Life is Good. We'll see him in the Santa Anita Derby, Concert Tour in the Arkansas Derby. And then this has been the road to the Kentucky Derby through Hot Springs. What we've seen thus far, Caddo River, terrific in the Smarty Jones, disappointing yesterday, Essential Quality, Southwest winner, Bluegrass Bound, Concert Tour, mesmerizing in the Rebel. Arkansas Derby 27 days from today. And the in terms of the points, again, the cutoff around 25, 26, 27 historically for the last horse to qualify for the Kentucky Derby. Next week, the 100-point races start with the Louisiana Derby. You see the updated standings. Winner of the major preps over the last 3 weeks, occupying the top slots. Mandaloun at number 3 runs on Saturday in the Louisiana Derby. Again, the first of the 100-point races. Mile and 3/16 Louisiana Derby.
Yeah, a little bit of a departure. Last year they started that mile and 3/16. Used to be that in North America, the furthest prep to the Kentucky Derby was a mile and an 1/8. Now we're getting closer to that mile and a quarter distance. And I think right now, looking at this crop as a whole, I think we're seeing a very strong group of 3-year-olds. I like what I'm seeing. I think there's 10 or 12 that are very, very good horses. And it's going to be about who is developing and changing through this period of time and gets there the right way.
In case you hadn't heard, one more win in the Derby, and Bob Baffert becomes the all-time leading Kentucky Derby trainer with 7. This race didn't offer any Derby points, but it offered a lot of intrigue. The second at Santa Anita yesterday, Triple Crown winner, American Pharaoh's brother, triple tap, who else? Bob Baffert, Richie.
Talk about bench strength. It's like the old Yankees murderers row, just one just really talented horse after another. And this horse got an interesting stride, very elongated kind of horse, sticks his head out straight, reaches, covers a lot of ground, and does it very easily. That was essentially a paid public workout. Yeah.
At one point, he was asked about maybe the Santa Anita Derby, and Bob Baffert said, like, hold up. We're going to take our time, patience with Triple Tap moving forward. Again, he does have Life is Good with the Santa Anita Derby, and again, expect to see concert tour for the Arkansas Derby. Back to Oaklawn Park and race number 2, the $6,250 claiming event, field of 8. Straight remark at even money. See him in the post parade. We start with Flashy Meister drawn inside and outsider, currently at 23-1.
Yeah, a horse that just really hasn't shown very much, dropping slightly in class, but I think it's kind of negligible.
3-time winner off the board in 2 tries at Oaklawn. Flashy Meister, long shots side by side. Number 2 is Deacon, first or second in 8 of 14 lifetime.
Yeah, I mean, the last 2 races leave a lot to be desired, but one was in the mud, one was at Hawthorne. Horse is 0 for 1 at Oaklawn, though.
Straight remark, 7-year-old gelding, favored even money.
Stretched out to a mile last time. Has speed. I like when horses turn back with that kind of effort. Puts a lot of foundation in them.
Vaquero Flies, Oregon bred, owned and trained by D. Wayne Lukas.
Well, we saw John Court put one on the lead last time and let him roll along. We know Wayne's not opposed to letting one run.
Riverboat Gambler at 5-2 contender.
Definitely a contender. Form slid a little bit, but go back to last November. That race is good enough to drown these.
And not owned by Washington football team head coach Ron Rivera. Number 6, Baba Duke, pictured 20-1.
Yeah, it would be a surprise to me. Just got outrun by state-bred Arkansas breds.
Number 7, Gray. Ludon's Gray, a 10-year-old gelding, lifetime start number 65.
Yeah, a lot of starts, 9 wins, 10 seconds. Kind of a deep closer if it gets hot on the front end.
Splash for Gold, Martin Garcia, contender to the outside.
Yeah, drops in class. All the races at the lower levels have been good. Horse should get a decent trip from the outside.
That's the field. Not a flashy crew, but a competitive race. $6,250 claiming sprinters in the second at Oaklawn. Another look at Vaquero Flies, Richie, owned and trained by D. Wayne Lukas. All right, so he doesn't look great on paper. He's a long shot, but the real story here is a trainer, living legend. D. Wayne Lukas is still one of the very first to the track every morning, revolutionized the sport. Hall of Famer, living legend.
He absolutely revolutionized the sport. And 85 years old, still rides that pony out every morning. Always got the most beautiful ponies. This is a man that's won.
Concert tour, by the way. That was Hosier that you saw. There's concert tour.
Oh, so he was
overlooking
deputizing
the horses for Bob Baffert.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Because at one time they were heated rivals.
Absolutely.
And now
it was Lukas who denied Baffert his first would-be Derby win in '96. Grindstone defeating Cavanier
caught
by
Cavanier
a flare nostril.
Right on the money under a brilliant ride from Jerry Bailey. He made every single move right. But look at these stats. I mean, the 4-time Eclipse Award winner, 14 Triple Crown races, 20 Breeders' Cup, individual Breeders' Cup wins, and his contribution to the sport changed how the approach was done. Flying horses in, having different divisions. And you think about his living legacy, all of the fantastic trainers that he has turned out. Todd Pletcher surefire Hall of Famer, first-time ballot this
the
year.
Coaching tree, the training, it's unreal.
Yeah, and I think, if anything, that speaks volumes to his lasting legacy in this game, even more than what he did with the horses. Look at the people he's turned out.
You see those colors in D. Wayne Lukas, the owner, and Landalus is the first one that comes to mind. And for Wayne Lukas, yeah, that's what you can't quantify, the fact that he changed the game, revolutionizing the industry of training thoroughbreds. With a long shot here in the upcoming second race at Oaklawn, back at Aqueduct. Again, just joining us. Windy, getting windier, only 25 minutes in between races. And we're getting set for this fourth race. Maggie, we're hometown, getting hit hard, 6-5, the current favorite. What are you seeing in Paddock?
Well, I'm seeing a horse that honestly pretty much looks the same as when I saw him back in Saratoga in August, in early August, when he competed in his second start around 2 turns going the 9 furlongs. And honestly, Lafitte, there's some question marks because he was sold at the Keeneland breeding stock sale in the fall for only $65,000. That's on the lighter side. That's on the cheaper side for this horse. And 7 furlongs is a fine place to come back, coming back off of that 6-month layoff. But I do think he is a horse that thrives at the longer distances. He's just has that very elongated frame, that big lumbering walk, and he looks fit enough. Did he look more fit in that other start? Yeah. I'm a little bit leery of him at a short price, and honestly, I don't mind Chad's other horse. I know it's a Chad Brown horse, and if he was any good, he would have broken his maiden by now. But risk profile gets kind of a rest after that disappointing effort and after his 4th consecutive third-place finish. Comes back, freshens up, has been training here in New York over at Belmont, gets the blinkers on, just a short cup, and you couldn't ask a horse to look any better than what he does, considering he's been here during the winter months. And I just thought the 7/8 is probably his sweet spot. He's a son of Into Mischief. They love that 7/8 to 1-turn mile. He's very fit, well-defined overall. I thought he, as an alternative at a better price, made a bit of sense here. We'll see if he can finally break through.
Lots to like, yeah, especially the price and the human connections.
Yeah, absolutely. And, when we're looking at these races, we're always looking for value, too. If the favorites won every race, what would the challenge be?
Risk profile at 6-1, hometown. The favorite here with good maiden race, 7 furlong extended sprint. A purse of $80,000 in the 4th at Aqueduct. Back to Oaklawn for race number 2. You see the field here for this $6,250 claiming sprint, 4-year-olds and older. 4-5. Wow. Odds on here, straight remark, Richie?
I have a hard time taking very short prices in lower level races. I just don't think the form can be as reliable.
For straight remark, the 7-time winner. What about the pay? Well, you're looking at number 5, Riverboat Gambler. But for a straight remark, who's going to be most effective when he makes the lead? How does the race shape stack up on paper anyhow for straight remark?
Well, he's got some other speed to deal with, I think. I don't think he's just going to – it's a layup that he makes the lead easily. You've got other horses that are coming out of sprints. I mean, I don't think like a horse like Babadook is a contender, but this horse has got some speed. Riverboat Gambler has speed. When Riverboat Gambler is good, he has really good speed.
Mm-hmm. Some trouble getting out of the gate in his last start. Riverboat Gambler, looking at Flashy Meister, 38-1. Field of 8, $6,250 claimers in the second race at Oaklawn Park, 3/4 of a mile sprint on the day after the Rebel we just recapped with Concert Tour. Concert Tour's brother, Catholic Guilt, won the opener at Oaklawn Park, and still a lot more to recap yesterday. The return of Whitmore, denied by CZ Rocket in the Hot Springs as he bid for a 5th Hot Springs, and She Dares the Devil, the Kentucky Oaks winner, coming back for her 4-year-old debut as well.
Yeah, tremendous day of racing coast to coast, and I love when we get to see these horses return after championship seasons or after successful seasons. It's good for the game. We're fans at the heart of it. We're fans of the game. So getting to watch top-class horses return at 4, 5 years old, Whitmore, 8, 9 years old, we're very fortunate.
Exciting stuff at Oaklawn yesterday. The Sunday program rolls on. Filing into the gate for this second race. Straight remark, the favorite at post time, Vic Stauffer, standing by.
2 more now. But Carol Flies and Splash for Gold. They're at the post. They're off. Loudon's Gray and Straight Remark break best. Straight Remark to the front. Riverboat Gambler, Babadook, and Deacon are next, then Splash for Gold and Flashy Meister. And the trailer is Vaquero Flies, and the uncontested Jackrabbit leader is Straight Remark. Look at him race away at the half-mile pole. It's a 5-length advantage from Riverboat Gambler and Babadook. Loudon's Gray is 3 deep in fourth and about 4 from the front, and now Straight Remark leads by less than 2 lengths as they've slowed it down going into the far turn. Deacon is next, then 3 back to Vaquero Flies and Flashy Meister. Splash for Gold is the trailer, and Straight Remark only leads now by a half length, and here comes both Babadook and Loudon's Gray. Loudon's Gray has taken over the lead, and Straight Remark has backed out. Loudon's Gray is the new leader from Babadook in second. Straight Remark is at the rail, now back in third and 2 from the front. Riverboat Gambler and Loudon's Gray comes to the final furlong with the lead, but Riverboat Gambler is after him, and so is Vaquero Flies in the center, and Riverboat Gambler storms to the lead. Riverboat Gambler now 2 in front. Vaquero Flies might get into second. Riverboat Gambler in front. Riverboat Gambler won by 2.5. Vaquero Flies was second. Flashy Meister third. Close for fourth.
Riverboat Gambler, look at the 10-year-old there, hit the front, but in the end, ambushed by Riverboat Gambler. And how about Lukas's long shot, Vaquero Flies completing the exacta?
Vaquero Flies, he flew home. He was well back early, but really came finishing with a flourish. But Riverboat Gambler, I thought he was very logical. Yeah, he's a horse that shows up and tries getting a slight drop in class. And the favorite, Straight Remark, boy, he jumped
everything his own way.
gate.
Like, what went wrong there?
He popped and stopped. He just showed a lot of speed and had nothing by the 3/8 pole.
Riverboat Gambler, winning owner, winning trainer Aiden Green, Elvin Gonzalez. Riverboat Gambler at Oaklawn here in South Ozone Park. It is gorgeous, but it is windy and getting windier. Maggie, what are you seeing as we get closer to post time for the fourth?
Well, it doesn't feel that bad out here, to be honest, Lafitte. Yeah, there's some little bit of wind, but the sun is very intense right now, so it feels quite warm. So even though it is breezy, it doesn't feel that bad as they are loading, getting close to loading to the into the gate. Number 1, Clemenza, taking a ton of money second off a layoff. I thought he had no excuse in his last start. He was right there sitting off the early pace setter, and then, for my estimation, just stopped. Maybe he needed the race, but for me, he looks the same physically. It's not as if I thought he looked heavy in his last start. He looks exactly the same. I do think less ground is better as he does cut back from the 1-turn mile to the 7/8. It's just a furlong. But he's taking a lot more money than I expected him to, Lafitte.
Clemenza, Richie?
Well, I like Clemenza. I actually think I'm going to pick up some cannolis on the way home. You don't know the Godfather reference? Leave the gun, take the cannoli.
Take the cannoli.
Yeah, Clemenza, come on.
He was always smarter of the two, Clemenza. Always smarter than Tessio. Leave the gun, take the cannoli. Beautiful day here in South Ozone Park. Again, monitoring the wind and 25 minutes in between races instead of 30. We'll see about Clemenza post time for the fourth. Live from Aqueduct, John Imbrial standing by.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Mandatory from the extreme outside. Now moving up at the rail is Clemenza. And gaining ground is Happy Medium. Clemenza and Happy Medium right together. And the favorite Hometown sits just off them in third. And then it is Risk Profile in between horses, Mandatory on his outside, and Kid Cash is down at the rail. And the 6 of them move up the backstretch. First-time starter, Happy Medium's on the outside, and Clemenza is down at the rail. And Happy Medium now pokes a neck in front of Clemenza, the quarter win in 23-1. Hometown is in third, just a length and a half from the front. Then Risk Profile, Mandatory, and Kid Cash is the trailer as they go around the far turn. Happy Medium is the leader by a length. Hometown is now taken second. Clemenza drops back at the rail. Passed on the outside by a Mandatory in those white blinkers. Then Risk Profile and the Trailer Kid Cash. Happy Medium. Hometown in between horses. Mandatory on the outside. The three of them arrive at the top of the stretch together. The half was running 47-1. It is Hometown all out in between horses. Happy Medium at the rail and Mandatory at the 8th pole. It is Hometown who has come away with the lead now. Hometown in front, then Happy Medium, Mandatory. They're coming down for the finish, and it will be Hometown to move out of the maiden ranks today. Hometown the winner. Mandatory did get second. Happy Medium was third.
For Chad Brown, Hometown, Mike Dubb, Nice Guy Stable, in the 4th here at Aqueduct.
Yeah, I like that. Michael Dubb, Nice Guy Stables. It's kind of synonymous. And Hometown, well, that would be Mechanicville for Chad Brown.
Chad Brown.
Sat a good trip for outside the speeds. Stalked Happy Medium after Clemenza threw in the towel. And Happy Medium was very good. Son of Run Happy, a little late change in lead. You're going to see him here, the feet kind of lingering on his left lead. When he finally get over and panned out, looked like he wanted to fight on. And Mandatory, son of American Pharaoh, turning back in distance. Ran well to be second, but no doubt about it, the favorite was good.
In the end, Maggie, just too much Hometown, graduating in his 3rd career start.
Yeah, I mean, that $65,000 looks good here. They get a decent purse of $80,000. Their winner shares 60% of that as he wins by about 3 lengths in the end. And just to echo the sentiment that Mig gave about the 3rd place finisher, Happy Medium, it's not easy to debut at 7 furlongs because you have like the top 2 finishers, horses turning back, and horses with experience that have bottoms into them. So he ran very gamely, a very promising debut for Michelle Nevin, whose horses often need start. So he's one that you're not going to get 22-1 on, I would think, next time, but certainly worth a look in his next start.
Something to build on for Happy Medium. 4, 7, 5, 6 in the 4th at Aqueduct. Second win in the afternoon, Eric Hensel.
Yeah, and Eric, again, riding with a lot of confidence. Interesting, too, Happy Medium, 3-year-old, taking on older early in the season. I think that really bodes well for him going forward.
Solid effort, Happy Medium. Hometown on this occasion, though. Able to break through the Constitution Colt. First career win, graduates in the 4th at Aqueduct. Results when we come back. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
I don't know how you go wrong with a horse like this.
Collected travelling by far the better. Accelerate only plodding home, but Collected giving his rivals an absolute drubbing in the Precisionist.
Arrogate now is plugging away on the outside, but Collected won the Pacific Classic.
I've got 8 Collected foals, absolutely thrilled with every one of them.
Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races. Live coverage on a Sunday afternoon from Aqueduct and Oaklawn in the day after the Rebel. And we just saw race number 2 at Oaklawn Park. Solid closing effort on the outside. That race was run like a relay race here, Meg.
It really was. It seemed like everybody, someone would fall away, someone else would take up the running. But a well-timed ride by the winner.
Loudon's Gray, the 10-year-old, strikes the front here. For a few strides, it looks like it's his day. Eventually, remembers he's 10. Riverboat Gambler, though, on the outside, just finding his best stride and going to swoop on by for a comfortable win.
Well, and Riverboat Gambler kind of got that inside-out trip. You want to save ground on the turns and then slide out where, you know, Loudon's Gray was kind of wide throughout the turn, made a big, bold move, and then flattened out. Again, most horses only have a true quarter of a mile run in them. You want to use it judiciously.
Picaro flies for Lukas, 17-1. Flashy Meister, 54-1, triggering that $200 plus 50-cent trifecta. Riverboat Gambler in the second race at Oaklawn Park. Aqueduct, we just saw hometown the favorite here. 3 straight favorites at Aqueduct. This one for Chad Brown, Eric Cancel. Cancel, 2 wins on the afternoon. In between horses, finds more and wins for the first time, that maiden breaker in his 3rd career start.
Hey, hometown was always in solid position, good position throughout, and gets it done. Just a horse that kept finding for owner Michael Dubb, Nice Guy Stable, Chad Brown. We talk about Eric Cancel, that was his 2nd win. Well, Louis Cardenas won the 3rd race. That means their agent, PJ Campo, had a natural pick 3 there. Yeah.
Having a solid afternoon, and as Maggie mentioned, look out for a Happy Medium. The debuting Run Happy gelding at 22-1. Hometown odds on at 4-5. Chalky thus far here at Aqueduct. When we return, we'll continue to recap some of the highlights from yesterday at Oaklawn. The Distaff division is deep. She Dares the Devil, tough as nails in Raz Azari, and the 4-year-old debut of last year's 3-year-old filly champ. Swiss Skydiver travels again, wins again.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. This year, he added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, a winner and Grade 1 placed at 2, multiple graded stakes victor at 3, and Grade 1 winner again at 4. This son of War front has proven his class at every level. A classic winner with a stallion's pedigree. War of Will, standing in 2021 at Claiborne Farm.
Irish Hill and Dutchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes-winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, who took the Sir-Barton Stakes at Pimlico in his first start at 3.
King for a Day, who'll rule supreme in the Sir-Barton.
And the only horse to outrun 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Maximum Security has been defeated. King for a Day by a length.
Sire Maker Extraordinaire Uncle Mo's King for a Day. Visit IHDVStallions.com to book your mare today. Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. It's always brought to you in part by America's Best Racing for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. So much to recap yesterday from the Rebel and the Rebel undercard, not just the march towards the Arkansas Derby and the 3-year-olds, also a look at this deep Distaff division, starting with the Azari, and She Dares the Devil, last year's Kentucky Oaks winner. We go to the start of the race here, and things unfolding differently than we thought, Mig. This is at the top of the stretch. Instead, She Dares the Devil in front of Latruska bearing down on the outside.
Yeah, Latruska ran very game in defeat, and she didn't make the lead, which I think is her most comfortable position. Didn't corner well coming off the turn, but She Dares the Devil showed this in the Kentucky Oaks when she beat Swiss Skydiver. She will fight you every inch for it. You don't want to give her too much rope because she's not easy to reel in, and you could see her digging in. And a race that we were told that she wasn't fully cranked up for, so she could have a step forward in her.
Brad Cox already has the two-time champion, two-time Breeders' Cup Distaff winner, Mono My Girl, headed to the Grade 1 Apple Blossom at Oaklawn, so She Dares the Devil. Being pointed to the Grade 1 La Troyenne, Richie, Churchill Downs, Kentucky Derby weekend. These are good problems for a trainer to have.
Terrific problems. Great to have options. And obviously, she has such an affinity for Churchill Downs, winning the Kentucky Oaks, beating the 3-year-old champion filly Swiss Skydiver. And that day, Swiss Skydiver got to her, and she just couldn't get by her. But I think Swiss Skydiver has shown she has the ability to make it a very long, sustained run. Stamina is her strength. And as we'll see, Robbie Alvarado kind of knows how to ride her that way.
Speaking of which, in this deep Distaff division, Swiss Skydiver, the champion 3-year-old filly, making her 4-year-old debut yesterday out west at Santa Anita in the Grade 1 Beholder Mile. Swiss Skydiver doing what she does, traveling and taking her A-game with her.
Yeah, and just, broke alertly, got her position going forward in the turn, sat the pocket. She's tough, she's gritty. That's what we're seeing for these daughters of Daredevil. She Dares the Devil, Swiss Skydiver, both by Daredevil. But you can just see the confidence that Robbie Alvarado has in her. And he doesn't get to ride the upper echelon of horses on a consistent base anymore, but he knows what he's sitting on here. He's a guy that's ridden champions. And you can see she hits the front pretty easily. He's going to shake her up a little bit, make sure she stays to task, but this was a nice comeback that obviously she's returned in fine fettle.
Yeah, Swiss Skydiver, a filly who did what Rachel Alexandra did, right? And beat the boys in the Preakness last year, and in the process, defeated eventual Horse of the Year, Breeders' Cup Classic winner, Authentic, and she is as durable as she is talented. A true throwback.
It is a throwback. To travel the way she did, take her show on the road, and be able to show up with an A-game every time, take on the boys, just hickory. And to me, it's fun to watch a horse campaign that ambitiously.
Box office matchup next for Swiss Skydiver, either a head-to-head matchup with Mono My Girl in the Apple Blossom, or takes on She Dares the Devil in the La Troyenne. Must see either way.
Yeah, either way, it's like if you're a boxing fan, you'll pay the pay-per-view to see it. Well, you don't have to pay pay-per-view to see it, but you want to check out these matchups. It's always fun to watch the best take on each other.
The very best, and this is what we're talking about. You see some of the names in this Distaff division. Just cross your fingers, hope everyone stays happy and healthy, and we get to see as much of these fillies and mares as possible, Meg.
Oh, absolutely. And, just the fact that we got Mono My Girl back as a 6-year-old, it's good for the game.
Yeah, you make it a point to emphasize how much young horses change from 2 to 3. How much change is there from 3 to 4?
Oh, there's another huge step forward. Horses don't fully mature until they're 5, so you won't see as much change in Mono My Girl. The thing you start looking for, and we didn't see that in her 6-year-old debut, was when they decide, well, kind of had enough. Every athlete gets to a point where they say, well, I'm not as enthusiastic as I once was. Well, we saw a lot of enthusiasm from Mono My Girl. But 3 to 4, you're going to see another big step. And believe it or not, as imposing as Swiss Skydiver was as a 3-year-old, she looked bigger and stronger than me in that, at least on video.
That's scary. And as you mentioned, pretty good afternoon for a Lane's End stallion. Daredevil, sire of Swiss Skydiver, and She Dares the Devil, both victorious in their 4-year-old debuts yesterday afternoon. Coverage of live racing continues here at Aqueduct, race number 5. Horses are in the paddock. We're about 9 minutes out here. 5th race at Aqueduct. Good allowance race, 1 1/8, 3-year-olds and older. Take out number 5, American Rule. Yankee Division 3. It's wide open here, Richie.
Yeah, it really is wide open. I think that both of Todd Pletcher's horses drawn 1 and 2 are major contenders, but there are other ways you can go here. Yankee Division coming off a huge victory last time, wire to wire, going a 1-turn mile here at Aqueduct, and Rudy Rodriguez, your leading trainer at the current stand.
Don't realize how much of a difference 5 minutes makes. Accelerating post time. One after the next, after the next, after the next.
We like the action. It's good.
Quick. We've seen a lot of chalk this far. And if you have a favorite here at 3 to 1, whoever you like, you're getting your price. Yankee Division, big overlay thus far with 8 minutes to go, 9 to 5 in the morning line. There he is by 2-time Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, Midnight Loot.
Yeah, and again, he really kind of found his best form last time. He was coming out of some New York bred stake, the Alex Robb, where he was behind Bankit and Mr. Buff. I mean, those are two very accomplished New York breds who have earned a lot of money. And Yankee Division, he could potentially get loose here again. I mean, I think he's going to have to deal with the 2 Bold Agenda as far as speed goes.
Maggie, Bold Agenda, 8-5 on the morning line, currently 3-1. What are you noticing from him in the paddock?
That he looks like a horse that is coming up from South Florida. He's got that nice copper penny, very shiny, healthy coat, and just great flesh to him overall. Now, he is bred to be one that can handle the 2-turn mile and an eighth, and if there's any trainer that can do it, it is Todd Pletcher at the top of the list, at least as far as this circuit is concerned. Physically, I have to say, though, he's not the most convincing, but he should be able to get it. Though he is light on foundation. You know, he's a 4-year-old that didn't make his first start until the beginning of this year. I like him, but I can see where you would be able to take a shot with somebody else, and maybe it's Todd's other horse in here that did absolutely no running for his first start off the bench and for the barn in number 1, Aja Weed. He was done at the 3/8 pole. Luis Saez was asking him for a response, and he was getting absolutely nothing. He is a massive horse. So racing into fitness, I think, is what needs to happen with him. And 2, he looks like a horse that should love the 2-turn 9 furlongs that he gets here today. Still wish, honestly, he looked a little bit more defined. Very healthy, which I appreciate, but still, he just could look a little bit more tucked up, even having that somewhat non-effort back at Gulfstream in January. Moving on to number 4, Yankee Division. I think last time he finally got the ride that he's been needing. This was a horse that earlier on, going back to 2019, 2020, was fast. And he didn't break that alertly, but Jorge Vargas knew that there was a gold rail. He rushed him up, and it paid off going the 1-turn mile. I would hope that they do the same thing with him again. He looks great here physically, but I think that's the answer to this horse, and that they finally got back to it in his last start. So I think Yankee Division, if he can get that kind of easy, I don't want to say easy because he still has trouble getting out of the gate, Lafitte, but if he can get that lead and he gets comfortable out there, he's a horse that finds that rhythm and finds that rhythm suitable to get him to the winner's circle.
So comfortable in his last start, Maggie, and even though he didn't break that sharp because of the race shape, it opened up a big cushion and was able to run that field off their feet. Yankee Division, we'll go back to that start, February 13th right here at Aqueduct, Richie. Yeah, even though he didn't have to work that hard early, he was still able to build this much of a lead, and then turning for home, had plenty left for the stretch.
Yeah, and particularly, again, on a track that the majority of this winter, Lafitte, has played kind to speed, kind to inside runners. And Jorge Vargas, who usually rides in the Mid-Atlantic, Laurel Circuit, has spent the winter here in New York. He's been acutely aware of that. He's been aggressive, so I would assume he's going to be aggressive again.
What do you think about the race shape on paper?
Well, I think a lot has to do with what the 2 Bold Agenda does. He's coming out of a very sharp-paced 1-turn race at Gulfstream, and that should translate to pretty good speed going 2 turns here at Aqueduct.
Not to mention the presence of Kendrick Carmouche, pedal to the metal perhaps.
Absolutely. I mean, you have some speed on the outside like Lost in Rome, but he's more of a 2-turn long speed, where Bold Agenda's shown a bit more sprinter-type speed.
See how it all unfolds in a post-parade for this good allowance race. There is Ajaweed for Shadwell, a Grade 1 winner at 2 on the Derby Trail last year for Shadwell.
Yeah, a horse that showed a lot of promise, came back with a poor effort, but can rebound, and his name, Ajaweed, generosity or act of kindness in Arabic.
Correction, he was 4th in that Grade 1 Breeders' Futurity as a 2-year-old. Bold Agenda, there he is.
Yeah, it was very impressive. Like, again, attended a fast pace going a mile, gets Kendrick. You know he's aggressive, good gate rider.
Number 3, Magic Michael, currently 9-2.
Got some good races. Has been in very good form. Might have to step up a little to handle some of these, though.
Based at Parks outside Philadelphia. Number 4, Yankee Division, 9-5 morning line favorite, now 5-2.
Coming off a big effort, you see Jorge Vargas leave the pony, going to get that good aggressive warm-up. That usually is a tip to me that they want to be forward.
Scratch number 5, Long Shot American Rule. Number 6, and Mystic Knight, Peter Brandt, 3 Chimneys. Lightly raced 4-year-old gelding.
Yeah, by Into Mischief, one of the hottest sires on the planet. This horse improved with each start. It's going to have to continue to improve, though.
And on the outside, Lost in Rome, Eric Cancel takes over. Two-time winner here at Aqueduct. Cancel looking for a third win this afternoon.
Yeah, a horse that has long speed could be a part of the pace here if things don't get too heated on the front end, but he's going to have to work out a trip. You don't want to be caught in that wide chasing mode.
Lost in Rome. That's the field for this fifth race at Aqueduct. Good allowance race, $82,000 purse. Mile and an eighth on this fast track. Another look at Bold Agenda and Kendrick Carmouche, perhaps the key to the race in terms of race shape and how aggressive Kendrick Carmouche will be with Bold Agenda. Go back to his maiden breaker. Second career start here, Richie. That was at Gulfstream Park. Bold Agenda in front, turning for home.
Yeah, and he was chasing, 3-4 wide throughout. Was very hard ridden through the last eighth of a mile under Irad Ortiz Jr. Looks like he wants to drift a little bit. You could see Irad went to correct him, even though he was going to a left-handed stick. Maybe to see that horse inside of him and kind of look like he put his head out and went did more. This is a big ask for him, though, because he's facing horses that have quite a bit more foundation. Yankee Division is a 5-time winner. This horse has only run twice. Yankee Division's run 15 times. I always talk about horses with that foundation. They knew Mike Tyson was going to be champion when he was 16. He still had a bunch of fights to build up to tougher and tougher company.
And, Tyson won a good percentage of his races statistically because of Todd Pletcher. In this situation, Bold Agenda, Pletcher very good with these horses coming off of the maiden wins and looking to go back-to-back here. Bold Agenda at 3-1. You're seeing at Oaklawn, where we're 5 minutes out till race number 3 in this fifth race at Aqueduct coming up at about a minute. Again, the schedule a little bit off because of anticipated wins here in South Ozone Park. Only 25 minutes in between races instead of the usual 30 here, Meg.
Trying to make sure we get this card in case the weather does get, a little bit hairier with the wind. And, for myself, too, I need to get over that bridge.
We'll be taking a beat here and joined by new viewers in just a moment. Coverage continuing on America's Day at the races. Looking ahead to that Damon Runion, Meg, later on this afternoon. Good addition with 3-year-old New York bred, 7 furlongs, a feature today.
Yeah, good group of New York breds and kind of a starting off point for several of those horses.
That's the feature coming up at Aqueduct. This fifth race here where we've just about reached post time. Yankee Division, the favorite 2-1. You're looking at the leading rider, Kendrick Carmouche at Bold Agenda. Take a deep breath. Pause for a moment and welcome in our new viewers. Welcoming in our new viewers on America's Day at the Races. Live look at Aqueduct on this Sunday program alongside champion jockey Richie Migliori. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. This Sunday program here with the Damon Runion. Richie, that's the feature this afternoon. 3-year-old New York breds a little bit later on. The schedule's off a little bit. Anticipated high winds here in South Ozone Park, so shorter time in between races make to get this Sunday card in the books.
Yeah, we were informed earlier. Maggie Wolfendale spoke with the Gaming Commission steward, Braulio Baeza. When the winds get over 40 miles an hour, it's an automatic cutoff. They have to cancel the races for safety reasons. We have high winds forecasted, and just trying to make sure we get this card in before it gets too bad.
Not too bad right now. Not too bad right now.
Doesn't appear bad at all right now.
Easy for us to say. We're indoors. Maggie out in the elements. Fifth race here as they have reached post time. Good allowance race. Maggie Wolfendale, New York Racing Association analyst, is outdoors. She is trackside. Maggie, let's start with Mystic Knight here with Manny Franco, a contender.
Yeah, Lafitte, he is a contender. He is taking money, as you would expect, coming from the ever-powerful Chad Brown barn. But I kind of have my reservations a little bit about the 2 Pletcher horses, who certainly can win here, as well as Yankee Division. And I feel as though that their best chances are when they're forwardly placed. And I just feel like things could set up ideally for Mystic Knight here, who will be trying this 2 turns for the first time after graduating, going a mile off a little bit of a layoff back here on January 30th. And sometimes he's into mischiefs. They look like they want no part of getting anything beyond a mile, but he does. He's got that Bernardini on the bottom side. He's very long bodied, kind of big lumbering horse, and he just feels like he might be, excuse me, one that's kind of takes a while to unwind that stride. And I think this type of race with this projected setup might complement his style.
Maybe built for that longer distance here, Mystic Knight.
No doubt. You can never throw Chad Brown and or into mischief.
Or Todd Pletcher. You like Aja Weed?
I do. This horse showed so much promise at 2. Obviously had some issues. I'll forgive the one race back and hope he improves.
Good allowance race. John Embrial with the call. Race 5 live. Aqueduct.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Yankee Division hustled out of there. Bold Agenda now to challenge on the inside. So it's Bold Agenda and Yankee Division. And from the extreme outside, Lost in Rome as the field goes into the clubhouse turn. And it will be Yankee Division to lead here by a length. Lost in Rome has moved up on the outside into second. And Bold Agenda is now back running in third. Then Mystic Knight in fourth. Down at the rail, Aja Weed. And the trailer is Magic Michael in sixth. The field heads for the backstretch. The quarter went in 24 seconds. Yankee Division leads 3/4 of a length. Lost in Rome on the outside is second by 4 lengths. And Bold Agenda is in third, is a gap of 2 to Mystic Knight in fourth, and another 2 to the 2 trailers, Aja Weed and Magic Michael, midway up the backstretch. And the leader is Yankee Division in front by a length. The half went in 48 and 4. Yankee Division clear now by 2. Lost in Rome is second by 5. And then Bold Agenda in third, followed by Mystic Knight, farther back Aja Weed and Magic Michael. They are really spread out as they go into the far turn. And the leader is Yankee Division in front now by 3. Lost in Rome runs in second. Bold Agenda down towards the rail in third. And on the outside is Mystic Knight. It is Yankee Division, who has been in front right from the start, leads with 1/4 mile to the finish. Yankee Division in front here by 4 lengths. Mystic Knight has now moved into second, then Lost in Rome, Bold Agenda, and Aja Weed. As they come for the furlong marker, it's Yankee Division, Mystic Knight on the outside. Yankee Division, here's Mystic Knight now. Mystic Knight to take over the lead, and Mystic Knight is the winner. Yankee Division was second, a huge break. Back to Aja Weed in third.
Exciting finish. Yankee Division in front. Mystic Knight runs him down in a beautifully timed ride from Manny Franco, who had 3 wins yesterday here at Aqueduct.
Yeah, terrific ride by Manny Franco. And Yankee Division before aggressively handled, tried to use the same tacks that were successful last time. That was going a mile and an eighth. Mystic Knight improves in his 4th start. Good call by Maggie
thought
Wolfendale.
he might be built for the added distance. He's lumbering, finally found that momentum, and at 3-1 takes down this 5th race at Aqueduct. Results forthcoming, and not a lot of time to mess around. This 3rd race at Oaklawn, we've reached post time. $30,000 maiden claimers. These are 3-year-olds sprinting 3/4 mile. Richie, Mega Charlie, number 4 at 3-2. There he is. Quick look.
Yeah, he was claimed first time out from the Steve Asmussen barn. Trainer that takes over, Cipriano Contreras, has a good win percentage, but that's a tough barn to improve off of, isn't
Not
it?
easy. Not easy off the Hall of Famer. Asmussen had a big day yesterday at Oaklawn Park. These $30,000 maiden claimers filing into the gate. Vic Stauffer standing by with the call. 3rd race, Oaklawn, Mega Charlie, the favorite at post time.
No Classiva. Presto Bench. Mega Charlie. Awesome Launch. Last load, C to Success. They're at the post. They're off. Awkward start for Presto Bench. Fast start for Sea to Success and At the Rail Firecrackers Stand. Talk to Each Other is in that mix as well, and so is Khaki Jack. These four are quickest. Then comes No Class Eva, followed by Galilee and Mega Charlie. Then comes Awesome Launch, and at the back of the pack is Presto Bench. It's Firecracker Stand quickest into the far turn from first-time starter Sea to Success, who's alongside. Now these two sprint 2.5 or 3, maybe even 4 lengths clear from Talk to Each Other. Then comes Khaki Jack. Galilee is moving up between horses, going to need some room. Meanwhile, Mega Charlie is circling up 4 wide, and those two are on the move. Top of the stretch, and Sea to Success has taken over the front. Sea to Success, a length in front of Firecracker Stand in second. Then to the outside in Mega Charlie, Galilee and Khaki Jack. Sea to Success, final furlong, and he's got a 4-length lead. Galilee just got together with Khaki Jack, and he's coming on. But Sea to Success, the 16th out, has a 3.5 or 4-length lead. Galilee is second. Awesome Launch is third. Sea to Success in front. Sea to Success won by 4. Galilee was second. Awesome Launch third. Khaki Jack finished.
Just too much. Sea to Success, first-time starter for John Sadler. Easy winner in the third race at Oaklawn.
Yeah, very well meant first-time starter, but very well prepared by John Sadler. Just had a little bit of a slow start at this Oaklawn stand.
2 wins in the last 3 days, starting to heat up.
Yeah, but you can't keep a good trainer down. They're going to always find a way to come around and get it done, and this horse was very well meant. Broke sharply, put himself in the race. Some traffic up at the top of the stretch for the minor awards. The 6, Khaki Jack, really got buffeted about badly in between horses. Oh, and I guess it was the 4, Mega Charlie, too. There was a lot of contact back there.
And at the start, Presto Bench, who looked live coming in, broke awkwardly and never had a chance. Sea to Success in the third at Oaklawn. Of course, yesterday, the Rebel, and on the undercard, the Hot Springs. Whitmore bidding for a 5th straight. CZ Rocket having none of it. Turns the tables after that second-place finish in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. The recap when we come back.
Caraconti, a leading sire amongst his crop by percentage of stakes horses. Caraconti is off to a strong start at stud. Top runners include graded stakes winners Kenzai Warrior and Sol Volante. Plus, 2-year-old stakes winner Spanish Love Affair and dual surface dynamo Princess Grace.
To Princess Grace.
A rising star with graded stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Caraconti, standing at Gainesway.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races. 6 days till spring. 2 weeks left in the winter meet here at Aqueduct, where we just saw the 5th race and Mystic Knight. Maggie thought he might be dangerous, going longer, 2 turns for the first time, and there he is just finding his rhythm. Richie, while the leader here, Yankee Division, tries to sneak away.
Yeah, Yankee Division, again, very aggressively handled to establish the lead and just got a little bit weak, but really got to like what you see from Mystic Knight, who just
slugging
continues
away
to improve, getting better. And when Maggie tells you something about a horse from a physical perspective, you have to pay attention. She does such a great job and keeps such extensive notes on these horses and sees the incremental improvements and advancements in their physicality. And she liked this horse, and if you followed Maggie's opinion, you were rewarded.
At 3-1, lumbering along for Peter Brandt, 3 Chimneys, trainer Chad Brown. Mystic Knight, Manny Franco, 3 wins yesterday, a victory here. Yankee Division just tired late. Ajaweed completing the trifecta.
Yeah, really slow early, kind of, kept grinding away to get third, but very well beaten. Race was all about the first 2 finishers.
6-4-1, Aqueduct, Oaklawn, where we have an inquiry. Not involving the winner. The winner was just too good. For trainer John Sadler, Christian Chores aboard. The first-time starter here, Richie, seed of success at 5-1. Look what he does in his debut.
Yeah, just very well meant, very professional, showed good speed from the outset, and drew away readily. Good run from the one Galilee, who was involved with that bumping incident with the, I think it was a 6. Khaki Jack was trying to split horses, and the horse inside of him came out and kind of created all the problem. But he really got jammed up badly, the 6 Khaki Jack.
There's a lot of traffic and congestion behind the leader.
And the bumping, when it throws horses off balance, it actually looks scary for a second, because sometimes horses will bump, but if they don't get off balance, it's not that big a deal. This one was pretty scary looking.
9-1-8-4 for the time being. We'll keep you posted in inquiry. They're looking at the 2nd, 3rd, 4th place finishers at Oaklawn. Yesterday, we saw some of the best sprinters in the game. The return of a champion in Whitmore, winner of the Breeders' Cup Sprint, champion, sprinter of last year, 8-year-old debut, CZ Rocket, who was 2nd in that Breeders' Cup Sprint. After the break, they both take well off the pace here, Richie.
Yeah, I mean, they both broke alertly, 2 old pros. And it was interesting to watch CZ Rocket Florentro. He shadowed, basically followed every move that Ricardo Santana made on Whitmore. And unlike the Breeders' Cup, where Whitmore was making that last run, this time it was CZ Rocket who shadowed him, came out and gunned him down on the wire. Good effort from both of these horses. And, before the race, Ron Marquette talked about that they had missed some training because of that inclement weather. In Hot Springs, the snow and everything. And I was thinking, well, it might not be that big a deal. Older horse, got a lot of foundation. But maybe that's what showed up the last 16th of a mile.
Yeah, CZ Rocket, he Whitmore'd Whitmore, picking him off late. $40,000 claim. $40,000 claim. Runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Sprint last year, avenges that defeat to Whitmore, denying him a 5th win in the Hot Springs. And trainer, co-owner of Whitmore, Ron Marquette, said this is how rivalries start, which we don't get to see enough of in thoroughbred racing.
The rivalries just make it so much fun, and we can go back to Affirmed and Aladar being one of the greatest rivalries of, certainly
in sports.
In sports, I mean, just incredible. But I think Ron Marquette would be very happy to take the Breeders' Cup and lose the Hot Springs, and he has plenty of time to avenge that defeat. But CZ Rocket showed a great deal of ability when he debuted in Saratoga a very long time ago and kind of lost his way. Always showed he had ability, finally back on the beam.
And cannot wait to see the rematch in the Count Fleet, Oaklawn's most prestigious race for sprinters. That coming up next month in the Racing Festival of the South, highlighted by the Arkansas Derby. Much more from Oaklawn Park. Meanwhile, we get a decision from Oaklawn 9-1-8. It is official at Oaklawn 9-1-8. Here at Aqueduct, meantime, starter allowance event next, Richie. The 6th race, 10 minutes out here. Updated odds with Brilliant Brooks, the favorite at 8-5. Franco looking to go back-to-back.
Yeah, for white-hot trainer Rob Atras, everything he puts on the track has been performing.
4 wins yesterday.
Yeah, 4 wins yesterday at the stake. And a guy whose horses run to their looks. They're well turned out, and they perform to their looks.
Do you have a strong opinion in this one?
I don't. I'm waiting for Maggie's Paddock selection.
Easy as anything else. Or you could just ask this guy. Jonathan Kinchin, 2015 National Handicapping Championship Tour winner, joins us from Austin. Jonathan, did you make enough yesterday to get yourself a new TV?
No, I needed TV because I had to sell my TV because I did so bad yesterday. So the opposite, actually, Lafitte. Thanks for rubbing it in. I'm going to try, though, here, right? I'm going to try here. It's always alive in the pick 6. I always got the pick 4 rocking here. This is a tough race because I think the two outside horses are both horses that you want off of the racetracks we've seen the last few weeks. The racetrack has been more favoring towards inside positioned horses, and these horses have both been on the outside. So both of them are the type of horses you'd want to bet back. Essentially, those performances, whatever you look at, whether it's speed figures or visual or however you look, they're better than they looked because of where these horses were when they were earned. So both of them I'm using in multi-race bets. If I had to pick one, I would pick the 6, Mr. Bobby. He's a more attractive price. He's also named after one of our producers, Bobby. But the other thing is Trevor McCarthy has also been very aware that getting to the inside is worth something in the last few weeks. So I'm going to err on the side of Trevor making the right decision here. I think the 2, Much Trouble, another one who's kind of interesting as well. Mike Maker has a little bit of tactical speed drawn towards the inside, an attractive price as well. I have some stronger opinions later in the day, but if I'm playing multi-race bets, frankly, I need all 3 of these horses, 2, 6, and 7, but I'll take the 6 in honor of Bobby as my top pick.
Some love for Bobby Cladd, our producer, from JK.
And deservedly so.
Mr. Bobby, that kind of race. Sure, Brilliant Brooks at 9-5, but you can see 4 or 5 of these winding up in the winner's circle.
Yeah, you can make a strong case for several of these. You know, one thing that stands out to me, Brilliant Brooks, 2 starts back, beat Money in the Bank. Money in the Bank just won again the other day, so he's coming out of races that shows the form has stood up. Tough race though.
Maggie, Richie needs you to tell him who to wager on in this 6th race.
Mick does it very well for himself. He doesn't need me, per se. As we will take a look at number 7 in here. On the outside is Brilliant Brooks. And, yeah, he was a bit against the racetrack. But as we look at the track today and the races that we've seen, yes, of course, saving ground is essential. It's simple geometry when it's a racetrack where the rail isn't bad. But I don't think it's a speedway. I think you can win from off the pace. You can win from different positions, at least through the races that we've watched here at the Big A. And Brilliant Brooks, he looks fantastic. He has, though, and if anything, he's actually put on some conditioning and weight, which you like to see with horses now that he is 3rd off of that layoff. That's what you want to see. So he makes a lot of sense as the favorite. I will not try to talk anybody off of him. As we'll move towards the inside, as I eat my hair, as the wind is picking up a bit here. Bags are flying into the paddock as number 1, Tonka Flower. Huge price right now as he comes in from out of town for Jamie Ness, who, albeit, has not had the same success here in New York as he has had in the Mid-Atlantic. But Tonka Flower was aggressively handled last time out, and Dylan Davis does have that rail position. He's a horse with speed, and I think he should implore it here. I know there's other speed from Step to the Bank, but it's a big, good-looking horse, and at that price, I'd be willing to use him protectively. He's really well turned out here. I like the race that he came out of for the fact that, yes, it was a little bit of a merry-go-round race, but he was very game in fending off all challengers. I mean, Munaki, who, although is a New York bred, is a decent horse. So I think he's interesting at a bit of a price. As number 2, Much Trouble. I don't know how he got to the lead. Man, he was so intent on getting this horse to the lead, where he looked about the 4th likeliest horse in that last race to be on the engine. I don't know if they do the same thing here. It nearly worked out for him, and Financial Stability came back and ran well here a few days ago, earning a 79 buyer with his victory, who he was helped by the track a bit, I think. But I've always liked Much Trouble. He's always one that I'm going to like here in the paddock, but I think his form is possibly going the right way again. I mean, he had that big break from July 2019 to December, so nearly a year and a half away from the races. It just feels like he's climbing back up the ladder, Lafitte.
Climbing back up, Maggie. And let's go back to that last race for Much Trouble. Kendrick Carmouche riding. Here he is. This is Manny Franco when he was able to make the lead here, Richie.
Yeah, like Maggie talked about, he was intent on the lead and had to ride him aggressively to make it. And again, adjusting to the racetrack, a racetrack that was playing kind to inside position and speed. So, you know, a lot of guys were being aggressive, changing up tactics, and this horse just kind of bottomed out a little bit late and got run down by somebody who has actually been in good form for Jimmy Bond.
And the key, perhaps also a slight cutback in distance. That was 6.5 furlongs. This race, 3/4 of a mile, 6 furlongs.
Yeah, and you know, you're talking about 110 yards less, but he's got, I think, a little more speed to deal with, particularly with the horse directly inside him that Maggie talked about that she likes the way he looks in the paddock, Tonka Flower.
How do you think that works out? 'Cause it's Tonka Flower, it's much trouble, it's step to the bank.
Well, I think that especially the way Dylan Davis has been aggressive and holding inside position over the past few days, I think Tonka Flower's not going to concede. And if they're going to beat him to the lead, they're going to have to use hard.
Tonka Flower, that is a great shot. Riders up here. Windy day, but a beautiful day in South Ozone Park. Great to have you with us on America's Day at the races. And the 6th race at Aqueduct started late. Pick 4. Still have the Damon Runion. Excited about that one, Richie, with those good New York bred 3-year-olds.
Really good race and nice quality of New York breds that are running in there. And like Maggie talked about geometry, I was terrible at math until I got to the racetrack.
Told there would be no math?
No, but then I learned the 8th pole, quarter pole, fractions. 25% to your agent, so I learned division.
That's a lot.
Yes.
That one I still don't get. Tonka Flower, 7-1. Here's much trouble in the 3 Diamonds colors.
A horse that showed good speed last time, but can also stalk, doesn't have to go to the lead.
Kendrick Carmouche leading rider, 5-2 here, then step to the bank. Should impact the pace.
Definitely a player in how this race will be run. Don't think he is a win candidate, but he is quick.
Lightly raced 6-year-old. Step to the bank. Everybody went one way, he went the other. You were talking about Mike Tyson earlier. Knockout punch, a scratch. Cause of action pictured 7-1.
Cause of action. If things get heated on the front end, I think this horse is interesting stepping up in class.
Mr. Bobby for our producer, Bobby Klatt.
Well, if this horse is half as talented as our producer, Bobby Klatt, then it's slam dunk.
Jonathan Kinshin goes with Mr. Bobby, and on the outside, Brilliant Brooks. Maggie indicating how good he looked, 9-5, the current favorite.
Yeah, from a barn, Rob Atras, they've just been doing terrific work. And like I said, when his horses look good, they tend to run well.
Yeah, with Atras, the 4 wins yesterday. Franco, 3, another victory today, Manny Franco. Brilliant Brooks. So if all those other horses on the inside, including Tonka Flower, who you're looking at, they're mixing it up, Brilliant Brooks figures to be in a perfect catbird seat.
He really does, and the track seems to be much more fair, honest today. There doesn't seem to be a pronounced bias. Horses are being able to close, and they're coming down the middle of the track. We've seen a few win like that. It's just too much to like. I think at the outside post, he gets in the race the right way. He's not slow. Brilliant Brooks looks very tough.
Brilliant Brooks. Check back in with Maggie.
And I think the wins are coming in now. A lot of the outriders jumping off their ponies to pick up plastic bags that are flying across the racetrack. And if you know horses, white plastic bags can be like the devil. They're very scary at times. So all the outriders doing a great job of picking up those miscellaneous things blowing across the racetrack at the moment. And it is a tailwind here in the stretch, so a headwind as the horses travel down the backside. But Mr. Bobby, I echo the sentiments about our producer, Bobby Klatt, wins the warm-up award. I mean, this guy, he looks like a dressage horse out there. And like I said, the win between the tails also gets a horse fairly revved up, but he's warming up beautifully. If you like Mr. Bobby, I think he is ready to fire a big shot here. But guys, I'm going to take my shot, and I like the price on number 1, Tonka Flower. We'll see how he does, as he's likely to be on the engine.
Maggie going with Tonka Flower. We're looking at Mr. Bobby, even to the untrained eye. You can see how good he looks, how full of himself he is, Mr. Bobby.
He looks terrific, and he just looks like an athlete, much like our producer.
Yes, he did a lot of love for Bobby Klatt on the show, Mr. Bobby. Jonathan, what are you gonna pester you about something, Mig?
Yeah, this is my favorite part about knowing Mig. I get to ask him all these annoying jockey questions, so I don't have to keep guessing. What happens on the backside when there is a headwind? When you're running in, do you try to get covered like you're in a turf race regardless? What's it? Is it a big difference, or am I making something out of nothing?
No, absolutely, Jonathan. You try if you can, get cover. Let someone else break the wind for you. Draft in behind them. And if you're on a horse that's a front runner and you don't have that opportunity, you need to get as low as possible, as aerodynamically possible on your horse. You want to be in behind their neck, their head. You want your elbows in, your knees in. You know, you think about downhill skiers, the way they'll curl up and try to cut through the wind. It's the same premise, but you're on a horse.
Really picking up. We are indoor. We can hear it from in here, and there are bags flying everywhere. Again, this is why the post times were accelerated. 25 minutes in between races, supposed to get much colder, much windier as the afternoon goes on.
Well, I'm going to get a couple of those big cinder blocks I saw outside here at Aqueduct to weight my car down to get over the bridge. I do drive a Prius, okay?
Hold on. Hold on in that Prius. Mr. Bobby J.K. selection. Trevor McCarthy aboard here. Final thoughts as they get set to load.
Trevor McCarthy has been riding well, very acutely aware of the track, and Jimmy Bond and his sons, who are his assistants, do a great job.
Terrific
Horse
job.
looks terrific.
At the gate, post time, 6th race, John Embrial with the call, 6th race, live, Aqueduct.
And Brilliant Brooks. Field is in the gate. And they're off. Cause of action joined by Step to the Bank, and down at the rail it is Tonka Flower. Step to the Bank has the lead. Tonka Flower runs in second, and Much Trouble has now moved into third. 2.5 lengths, the Cause of Action in fourth. Brilliant Brooks moves through now down at the rail, and the trailer is Mr. Bobby in sixth. The leader here is long shot Step to the Bank, who steps away to lead by 3. Tonka Flower is second by 3.5, and Much Trouble is in third. The quarter went in 23 seconds. Brilliant Brooks is racing in fourth, about 7 lengths from the front. Then Cause of Action and Mr. Bobby. Up front, Step to the Bank continues to lead. The lead is 2 lengths. Tonka Flower runs in second. Brilliant Brooks is down at the rail. On the outside is Much Trouble, who's gaining ground. Mr. Bobby is now moving up and looking to come through in between horses. Cause of Action is down at the rail. Brilliant Brooks has now come away with the lead. Brilliant Brooks is in front. Mr. Bobby on the outside, now up to challenge. It's Brilliant Brooks and Mr. Bobby. Mr. Bobby and Brilliant Brooks. Mr. Bobby takes the lead, then Brilliant Brooks and Cause of Action. Mr. Bobby by a head. Brilliant Brooks was second. Cause of Action finished third.
Mr. Bobby, J.K. selection, in honor of producer Bobby Klatt, comes through with a victory in the 6th race at Aqueduct.
And got a beautifully timed ride from Trevor McCarthy, who just has been making so many of the right moves all winter long. Your runner-up, Brilliant Brooks, got a good trip, saved ground, came through. They basically both got the same trip, and they came inside of your stopping leader, who we knew would be a big pace player there, Step to the Bank. But a good horse race and a good trip from the winner. And like I said, Jimmy Bond and his sons do a good job.
Terrific work, Maggie. Now, yeah, brave ride there. Trevor McCarthy slipping through with Mr. Bobby.
Yeah, and Trevor has pulled off some brave rides as well, and kudos to Manny Franco too. These guys were race riding a bit. I mean, I watched it live, and within the 16th pole, they rushed together a bit, and it kind of implored actually Mr. Bobby to re-engage and kind of get his feet back underneath of him. And I think, you know, that kind of made him more competitive, where Brilliant Brooks he ran well, but it kind of got him a little bit more leg weary in the end. So big effort. Cause of Action, the 7-1 long shot, actually ran well because he had to kind of step on the brakes a bit when these two snuck up on the inside and just took his path for a second. So an exciting horse race is what we come to the races for, Lafitte.
Exciting finish. You know, our Bobby's going to be just completely intolerable now, right?
Nah, he's a humble guy. He'll be good.
Humble. Mr. Bobby at 3-1, 6-7, 5-1 in the 6th at Aqueduct. Results when we come back, and then the 4th at Oaklawn. Mr. Bobby comes through a winner in 6th at the Big A.
For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord.
Plans to prosper you and not to harm you.
Plans to give you hope and a future.
It's our hope that we'll soon be together again.
Because together, life is good.
Life is good. Really, really, really good.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com. For a time, as many as 350 Major League players converged in Hot Springs, Arkansas each spring to prepare for the upcoming season.
Ownership felt they needed to boil out the alcoholic microbes. Hot Springs was known as a place that had therapeutic waters, and they came for that reason. And then the ball players turned out to love it because they really not only did get in shape, but they had a great time.
By the 1930s, nearly half of all Major League teams had, at some point, used Hot Springs as their spring training base. Plus, about half of all prominent ball players visited Hot Springs individually. Babe Ruth used to visit Hot Springs to work his way into shape, a place to prepare for spring training. In fact, the Babe even used the hot healing waters to recover from influenza. This wall at the Gangsters Museum of America in Hot Springs represents the long list of Hall of Fame baseball greats who trained here. This winter is a reminder of why baseball eventually migrated away from Hot Springs. The rain proved to be a disruption, and sometimes even the cold and snow wiped out valuable practice time. Although by the 1930s, most teams moved to Florida and Arizona, Hot Springs would continue to be a destination for players to work out before joining their Major League squads for decades to come.
Great town. Hot Springs, it's a lot of fun now. It's been a lot of fun for decades.
Just such a rich history there, and baseball, and certainly
Babe Ruth.
Yeah, Babe Ruth there, and now still got the Lukas pizza.
and the Gangsters Museum of America.
Yeah, been there.
Do not forget, you've been there?
Been there. Went on the tour.
That has to go on the bucket list next time we visit Hot Springs. Yesterday we had the Rebel Day, terrific day of thoroughbred racing, the 5 stakes races. The Sunday program rolls on. We have the starter allowance event here. Fillies and mares, 3 and up, mile and a 16th. Saw the field and updated odds. Jonathan, while the favorite is currently 6-5 in Glamour Girl, you like Miss Moon Pie a little bit here to price, number 2 at 5-1.
Yeah, Miss Moon Pie, named after, I'm just kidding, Miss Moon Pie is not named after anybody. Here's the thing. The favorite to me, the problem I'm having is that those two big speed figures in the last two races came on a racetrack that had moisture in it. And I'm not saying that necessarily means she's not going to run better today, but at 6-5, at least there's a question mark. I'm going to go somewhere else. I landed on the 2 Miss Moon Pie. This is a horse that was involved in the pace last time after leaving Linda Rice's barn. Maybe Chris Hartman figured something out. Maybe they learned something about Miss Moon Pie in that run, and maybe she'll run better this time. And at 5-1, I'm okay asking a question I don't know the answer to. At 6-5, I don't like asking questions I don't know the answer to. Another horse that I'll mention, just because our friend Greg Wolf said that there is a drinking game, Lemonade, of course, on this show when I say 10 strike, the 7 tonal vision. I don't even trust 10 strike claiming off of Michael Maker.
That was 3 right there. That was 3 right there, Richie.
Is he sure he's Lemonade serious?
Tonal vision there. We are all set. Vic Stauffer standing by with the call post time. 4th race live from Oaklawn.
They're at the post. They're off. Miss Moon Pie and Shakadelic. These two out for the front. Miss Moon Pie, loose reined and to the lead. Shakadelic away in second. Then Glamour Girl, hashtag winner, and a 3-wide tonal vision. Malibu Marley is second to last, and the early trailer is Better with Age. A lot of speed onto the backstretch with Miss Moon Pie to set the fractions. From Shakadelic in second, Miss Moon Pie and Kenny Tohill 1.5 lengths in front. Shakadelic is second 3/4 of a length to Glamour Girl, who sits in third, now 2.5 off the front. Tonal vision just outside of her. Hashtag winner has 5 lengths to make up. She's a length in front of Malibu Marley, and Better with Age is 7 lengths behind. Single file up the backstretch. 4.5 furlongs from the money, and Miss Moon Pie gets there first. It is Miss Moon Pie to the far turn with 1.5 lengths in front of Shakadelic in second. Malibu Marley is back in sixth, but Glamour Girl, her ex-stablemate, has moved up into third now and 2.5 from the front. Then Tonal Vision and hashtag winner. Better with Age is unwinding now for Florent Giroux, and here's Better with Age at the rail. Many chances around the far turn. Miss Moon Pie has the lead. Now she's put to a full-out drive at the quarter-mile marker from Shakadelic in second. Tonal Vision is third. Better with Age and Glamour Girl are next, and here's Shakadelic outside of Miss Moon Pie. These two even at the top of the stretch. Shakadelic puts her blue blinkers in front. Miss Moon Pie is back in second. Then to the outside in Tonal Vision, followed by hashtag winner, Glamour Girl not today, and Shakadelic is clear. Shakadelic comes to the final 16 with a 3-length lead. Tonal Vision, hashtag winner. It is Shakadelic. In front, Shakadelic won 1.25 lengths. Tonal Vision was second. Hashtag winner third. Glamour Girl finished fourth.
By 2011 Preakness winner Shackle Ferd, that's Shakadelic. Second win in the afternoon for John Kenton Court, fourth at Oaklawn.
Yeah, just John Court just keeps on going. I mean, it's pretty remarkable what he's been able to do. And, you know, this is an athlete that's 60 years old, and he keeps on winning races.
A couple of weeks ago, he was riding in a stakes race, and it was I want to say the 35 or 36 year anniversary of like his first stakes win at Oaklawn. He's still riding at a high level.
Yeah, no, it's incredible, and my hat's off to him. I mean, you know, I honestly, I was done at 44, and I couldn't even imagine, but, you know, they keep themselves in good shape. God bless them.
The distinction of the oldest rider to have ever ridden in a Kentucky Derby. Won a couple of stakes races at the meet. John Court here with Shakadelic in the fourth at Oaklawn. Results when we come back. Also, the Derby preps continue. Mandaloun, morning line favorite for the Louisiana Derby with $1 million purse next Saturday.
On December 28, 2014, just days after Christmas, a then 2-year-old Run Happy won his juvenile debut, setting the stage for a record-breaking 3-year-old campaign as Eclipse champion sprinter. Now his progeny are mounting a year-end rally similar to their sire. Recent top runners include Runway Magic and Nikki the Vest.
By 3.5 lengths.
The Run Happy rally has begun. Price for success at $10,000. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Come back to America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. 14-1 on Shackadelic. John Court, second win in the afternoon. Shackadelic here pulling off the upset in fourth at Oaklawn.
A filly that's usually most successful when she dictates the pace. John Court was very quiet on her, allowed her to just run along in second while the two, Miss Moon Pie, carved out those fractions. And the win, he's got Father Time beat right now.
John Court there. Shackadelic 4-7-3. 31.20 for your would-be $2 investment on Shackadelic. That's Oaklawn's fourth. Yesterday we had the Rebel final local prep for the Arkansas Derby. Next week the big point races begin. The 100-point to the winner races in the Louisiana Derby at the Preakness distance of 1 mile and 3/16. The field was drawn yesterday. And there you see it. Anticipated morning line favorite will be Mandaloun, winner of the Risen Star. And it's been these horses knocking heads going back to Lecomte. And then we saw it in the Risen Star. Proxy, Mandaloun, Midnight Bourbon. On this particular evening, it was Mandaloun's night.
Yeah, and it just seemed to me like Mandaloun took a big step forward from a focus standpoint. He seemed like mentally he really starting to put it together. A horse that needed some racing to really figure it all out. And from what I see, I don't think he'll have any issue with the 1 mile and 3/16 distance whatsoever. And that hot combination, Brad Cox and Florent Giroux, and this one for Juddmonte Farm.
And that, any reason to think Proxy or Midnight Bourbon can turn the tables on Mandaloun based on what you saw in the Risen Star?
I just didn't really see any excuses. And it doesn't mean that they can't take a step forward. Again, they're young athletes. They're changing. Some horses develop at different times. This is a time of year when you see 3-year-olds coming to hand. Think Charismatic years ago. He started the season in a high-priced claiming race, but he got good through the spring. So, I don't really think they'll beat Mandaloun, but horses can take a step forward.
And for Florent Giroux, yesterday rode Caddo River, at one point discussing what a difficult decision that might be, and you don't want to make those decisions as a rider until as late as possible. Now, with Mandaloun, we'll see how that works out next weekend in the Louisiana Derby. This is where we'll see the real separation, Richie, over the next few weeks in the final major prep races leading up to the Run for the Roses.
Yeah, and this is where it's getting down to nitty-gritty. You'd like to have some points, in your back pocket already, so there's not as much pressure. Because at the end of the day, these are still prep races. And if you have a race move you forward, not necessarily win, but move you forward, the main goal is Kentucky Derby.
Which the point system has really worked, Richie, in that that racing luck doesn't play the role it used to in the Derby because of this system.
Well, absolutely. It doesn't reward sprinters, horses winning shorter races that would help them get into the Kentucky Derby, and it would clutter up the field with horses that wanted no part of the 1.25 miles. They'd go way too fast a pace for the distance, and then they'd be that log jam leaving the half-mile pole when the pretenders, or the horses that were really sprinters, not routers, would start stopping, creating a lot of traffic problems.
Less than 7 weeks out till the 147th Kentucky Derby, Louisiana Derby. Exciting race next Saturday at Fairgrounds. Fairgrounds marquee event. Here at Aqueduct, we still have the feature event coming up a little bit later on. First things first, though, horses in the paddock for the 7th at Aqueduct. We check in with Maggie.
And we'll take a look at Rudy Rodriguez's charge in here. That is What Do You Think Now, who is going to try the mile yet again. And for me, he's a horse that I've just never thought as though longer is really the answer. I mean, he broke his maiden going the 6 furlongs. I know he won at the 7, but Two, on the flip side, he was kind of against it last time as he was 2 to 3 wide the entire way on a gold rail. And the horse that won, which was Rudy's other horse, Yankee Division, wired the field that day and came back a few races ago and ran credibly in a tough A other than finishing second. But again, I mean, I love this horse. He's beautiful. He's everything I want in a horse. Got that chrome, beautiful white blaze, beautiful head on him, well-muscled, stout, carries his weight well, great disposition, but he's built like a sprinter. He is a son of Fast Anna. Moving on to number 8. Danebury, as he comes second off a layoff. And I mean, Danebury is just a fine example of the work that Charlie Baker does. He is able to bring horses back off these extended layoffs, and I'm talking about going back to 2018 and 2019, and have success with them. And again, he's trying to do it with him here, as he is second off of a near layoff once again. Looks great. He's well muscled. You feel as though that 6 furlongs was obviously just a prep, get a race into him. He comes back in here. He's fit. He's well defined. He's feeling good. He's fresh here in the paddock. And a mile is what he wants to, is the distance he wants to cover. Now, he is wearing that bar shoe once again. But hey, Whitmore wore 2 bar shoes and he finished second yesterday in the hot spring. So if it's something that helps a horse that they're used to, that they've had it on in the past, I don't tend to shy away from it too much. And Lafitte, it is on his left front that he sports that bar shoe.
He can still win with a bar shoe. We'll see about Danebury off that last race here in the 7th race at Aqueduct. Jonathan, what did you come up with here? You did manage to find the winner in the 6th race at Aqueduct.
Yeah, I was going to tell you the things I liked about the 8, but literally Maggie said
Anything
all
left?
of them, and I completely agree. So I'll move on. I'll just go to the 6. I think the 8, everything that Maggie said, ditto. The 6 is interesting to me. What do you think now? Because if you look at the past performances of what do you think now, prior to the last race, this horse was always within 1 length of the lead in his races. Now, he's in there with his stablemate, Yankee Division, and suddenly he's 5 lengths off the lead. That's okay. I don't have a problem with that. Why would a trainer want his horses ding-donging against each other on the front end? I think he'll be ridden more aggressively this time. I think we'll see the real what do you think now, and I think this horse could be tough in this spot. He's my top pick, and I love the price at 7-2.
Do we see the real what do you think now? Richie, JK selection?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot to like. I do question how much he really wants the mile, too, particularly when I think there are other speeds around him. Not that Brady is a speed horse to 3. Even the outside horse, Danebury, can show speed. Does he get caught in that kind of precarious position in between 2 other speeds? If there was less speed or if he was drawn completely outside the other speeds, I would elevate his chances.
Just noticed any track tendencies as the afternoon has continued here?
I still feel like the track's on the fair side, but if you go quick early, particularly into that headwind down the backstretch, it seems like you're paying the price the last 1/8 of a mile.
Not quite as windy as it was about 20 minutes here. Again, those of you just joining us, that's why the races have been closer together. 25 minutes in between races here, a heavy wind throughout the rest of the afternoon and evening. Post-parade, there's a vintage Hollywood at 14-1.
Ran extremely well, 2 back with Dylan Davis. Gets Dylan Davis back aboard today.
4-time winner, one of those here at Aqueduct, just right, pictured.
Yeah, a horse that was claimed by Horatio De Paz, bred by Barry Schwartz and Andrew Rosen. Hard knocker.
Not that Brady. 2 lifetime wins both here at the Big A.
Yeah, they were very high on this horse early on, so much so he was on the Derby trail. Never really panned out and does have speed, though. Daddy
Knows is out, Key Scratch. Cold Hard Cash, pictured.
Yeah, got an absolutely perfect trip last time, and also owned and bred by Barry Schwartz. Can't imagine he can get a better trip than he got last time. It was absolutely picture perfect.
What do you think now, JK selection?
If this horse can settle and not get too engaged, I just wonder how this race is going to pan out as far as tactics for him.
For the Elkstone group, what do you think now? Number 7 here, Microscope.
Microscope, his best running has come on off racetracks. He gets a fast track today.
And Danebury, bar shoe on. Maggie liked what she saw in the paddock there.
Yeah, and from a trainer, Charlie Baker, who does a terrific job. And Maggie made a great point about bar shoes. When a horse is used to it and shows they're able to run with it, it's not a big deal. Years ago, a real hard-knocking horse here, Royal Haven, used to run with 2 bar shoes. He only won 5 or 6 stakes.
And the reason for a bar shoe is?
Well, they have a foot injury, and they need to kind of protect it. It's a pad, it's a straight bar. And what tends to happen is if a horse not used to it, they won't get as much traction as they may get with, regular shoes with more of a turn down on it.
See how it all unfolds here. And, of course, always a great time to get involved and sign up with us here at NYRABets.com to earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members use promo code MATCH200 when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match after the first deposit. With any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NYRABets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. About a minute out here, we're looking at Vintage Hollywood. The 6-year-old gelding, currently 13-1. Vintage Hollywood just right. This is back on the 21st of January, Mig. Vintage Hollywood, bang up third place finisher here at a big price.
Yeah, big price. And he's a horse that, we would refer to as a bicycle kind of horse. If the rider's not pedaling, he's not running. Everything you've got to ask him for it constantly. Get his attention, remind him of his job, keep him to task. I think Dylan knows him well, and he gets back aboard today. He's going to have to run one of his better races. Here's the other problem with Vintage Hollywood. 4 wins, 8 seconds. I don't like when you start seeing double the amount of seconds and you do wins. Makes me question their desire at crunch time.
When push comes to shove.
I call them polite horses. They go, oh, no, after you.
Right. Go right ahead. How challenging were those types of horses? You mentioned the bicycle horses. If you're not encouraging, they're not necessarily responding.
Well, as long as you knew that going in and you knew how you had to approach it, and you tried to wind them up a little bit in the post spray to try to help you a little bit. And at this level, guys that are riding every day, they're fit. So they have the ability. If they have to ride one for a mile, they can. Now, it's not the most fun thing to do, but they're not all push button. You have to earn your money.
And something for new followers and fans of the sport, typically when you see a rider really encouraging a horse early on in a race, it's not usually the best sign. In this case, that's just how that particular horse needs to be ridden.
Yeah, most horses you would see that and go, oh, this doesn't have much horse under him. He's fighting to hold his position. This particular horse, if you're not asking him, he's just going to continue to drop back. Think about it like people. Some people have very short attention spans. I think horses like this have short attention spans.
What do you say? Stay Thirsty is one that comes to mind. Go back and watch his Travers. And how early Javier Castellano had to get to work. Drosselmeyer, another one, a Belmont winner, a Breeders' Cup Classic winner that Mike Smith would have to really start encouraging.
Who was the horse that won the Breeders' Cup Turf under Ray Sabile years ago?
Great communicator.
That's a perfect example. If you weren't riding, he wasn't running.
Oh, what a great addition of the turf that was with the Indian Skimmer and Sunshine Forever. The Iron Lady Triptyque.
Yeah.
In that Breeders' Cup Turf, the first at Churchill Downs back at the 1988.
She pulled too hard.
Triptyque. Yeah, so did Indian Skimmer. Indian Skimmer really pulled hard as well. Ray Sabile, great communicator, that Ackle. Here at Aqueduct, they had a Breeders' Cup here in 85, and we have the 7th race right now. John Embrial with the load and call post time for the 7th from the Big A.
They're all in. And they're off. Daneberry from the extreme outside. What do you think now? Moves up, down at the rail. It's Vintage Hollywood up the chute. Daneberry is the leader. What do you think now? Runs in second. Vintage Hollywood is down at the rail. Microscope's on the outside. Just Right is in between horses. Then it's a length and a half to Cold Hard Cash. And Not That Brady trails the field in 7th. As they move up the backstretch, it is Daneberry in front here by a length. Ran the quarter in 24 and 2/5 seconds. Daneberry in front. What do you think now? Down at the rail, runs in second. And then it's a little more than a length to the trio of Just Right. On the outside is a Microscope, and at the rail is Vintage Hollywood. Then comes a Cold Hard Cash, who is drawn within 3.5 lengths of the lead. Half dozen lengths back to Not That Brady, who trails. The half mile went in 49 and 1. What do you think now? On the outside is Daneberry. What do you think now is come on through to take that narrow lead over Daneberry. Then it's a break of a length and a half. Vintage Hollywood is down at the rail, Just Right on the outside, followed by Microscope and Cold Hard Cash. They're moving for the quarter pole. What do you think now has the lead? Daneberry's in between horses, passed by Vintage Hollywood, just right on the outside, then Cold Hard Cash as they pass the 3/16 pole. What do you think now has a 3-length lead? Just right on the outside, moving into second, and Vintage Hollywood in third, a 16th out. What do you think now? Holding on to the lead, and it is What do you think now to win here by 2.5 lengths. Looked like Vintage Hollywood did get second over Just Right, then a huge break back to Microscope in fourth.
The real What do you think now did show up. Back-to-back wins for JK here at Aqueduct. What do you think now for Rudy Rodriguez, leading trainer, Trevor McCarthy, the winning pilot?
Got a real nice ride from Trevor, too. Used him enough to hold his position, didn't allow the 8 Daneberry to drop over on him and take that inside position away from him, and nursed him along as he could, and he kicked on nicely. You want to see a rider earn their money. You know, we're so result-oriented. We always talk about the winner. Watch Dylan Davis on the 1 Vintage Hollywood. We talk about a horse that's a bicycle horse. He was all in on this horse from the half-mile pole and battled back to get second money. If you hit the exacta, you owe a thank you to Dylan Davis. And honestly, Orlando Noda, the Noda brothers, they should pay him double for that ride.
So that was 6-1-2 here, Maggie. What do you think now? Earning a 3rd lifetime win, all of them here at Aqueduct.
Yeah, he's a pretty cool horse. He answered the mile test, and his job got a lot easier when Jorge Vargas, who was clear with Daneberry. Now, Daneberry, I mean, he just finished, so maybe there wasn't anything left, or there isn't anything left in the tank with him. But there was a point he could have cleared, and he could have kicked dirt in the face of What do you think now? I don't know if the results would have been different, but I thought it was an interesting, slightly detrimental decision not to go off and clear with Daneberry when he broke so alertly. But Meg, I think Orlando Noda was riding Vintage Hollywood as well here, because he was certainly rooting him home. So maybe he urged his horse on a little bit more too with his shouting.
He's enthusiastic, no doubt about that.
Very enthusiastic. What do you think now? 6-1-2-7 in the 7th race from Aqueduct. He's on this every other pattern here, Richie. Wins a race, maybe comes up a little short, comes back with another good effort, and responds well on this afternoon for his 3rd lifetime win.
And he is a beautiful horse, and maybe a horse that just puts so much into his races that they take a little bit out of him.
What do you think now? JK locked in. 2-1 at post time. The actual favorite, 6-1-2-7 in this 7th race at Aqueduct. Still have the Damon runion, the feature coming up a little bit later on. Much more from Oaklawn, and we've been talking about the 3-year-olds all afternoon. The Rebel yesterday concert tour. Another significant race we saw over the course of the week. Wasn't a stakes race, but Prevalence coming back at Gulfstream Park here for Godolphin. Godolphin with so many good horses, so many good 3-year-olds. Prevalence here at Gulfstream, had to scratch a couple of weeks ago when he was supposed to race. Resurfaces and puts forth this effort. Richie, how impressed were you by the performance and by Prevalence overall?
I'm very impressed with him. You know, first time he was down on the inside. He showed a bit more speed. This time he had the luxury of being outside to relax and wait for Tyler Gaffleone to ask him. Horse has got an incredible pedigree. And that's the toughest step a horse is going to take. Going from winning against maidens to running against winners, because now you're facing horses that are accomplished as well. I thought he passed that test with flying colors.
Is he fast enough to compete with the best 3-year-olds moving forward?
Well, he probably needs to take another step forward, but I don't see why he can't take that step forward. I mean, he's 2 for 2. He's answered every question, and he's done it pretty easily. Like, if Tyler Gaffleone needed more from him, there's probably more there.
Godolphin with 12 starts, all time in the Derby. The next one to hit the board would be the first, but I don't know that they've ever been in this type of situation. The combination of essential quality, the undefeated champion, he's bound for the Bluegrass. Makes sense as good as he's been at Keeneland. And then Prevalence, well, we'll see what he does in that first Grade 1 test in his next start.
Yeah, and it's going to be a big test, and it's asking a lot in a short period of time. But, you know, it feels as though Godolphin, it's only a question of time before they actually win the Derby. They've just put too much into the game and got the right kind of horses that eventually it has to happen.
Frosted, I think, the best finish, a 4th behind eventual Triple Crown winner American Pharoah in 2015. The Wood Memorial here at Aqueduct in a few weeks. As always, a key Kentucky Derby prep race. So exciting this time of year. And we get a Kentucky Derby on the first Saturday in May this year as opposed to September a season ago. What do you think now? Enters the winner's circle 2-1 at post time, 6-1-2 in the 7th, Richie.
Yeah, and a logical result. What do you think now? Nice ride by Trevor McCarthy, who's fit in nicely at this jockey colony. But again, you know, if we can look past the results, vintage Hollywood, well, he got a vintage ride from Dylan Davis.
A very good ride to outfinish just right for second. In the 7th race at Aqueduct, we had to be featured the Damon Runion for New York bred 3-year-olds. Back at Oaklawn, $30,000 maiden claimer in the 5th race here. Aztec Empire, the favorite at 5-2, field of 9, about 8 minutes out. And the day after the Rebel, and kind of a preview of some of the bigger events we'll see later at Oaklawn and the Racing Festival of the South and the Grade 1 Apple Blossom, Oaklawn Handicap, and of course the signature event, the Arkansas Derby for 3-year-olds. Post-parade, there's Aztec Empire. Ricardo Santana had a big afternoon yesterday.
And a lot to like here. Horse taking a significant drop in class for good connections in Ron Marquette and Ricardo Santana.
Power Burst, Alex Conchari.
One race sprinting stretches out. Well, he have the foundation for it.
Won the Temperance Hill yesterday on Carlos L without a whip. Number 3, Tis the Journey.
Tis the Journey, 13th try is the Baker's dozen try, the one that gets it home. Getting some money at 8-1.
For the Hall of Famer, 2-time Kentucky Derby winner Nick Zito. Number 4, Englander at 7-2.
Horse has some speed. Speed's always to be respected.
Good rider David Cabrera having a big first season at Oaklawn.
Really good rider, handled by Jose Santos Jr., doing a great job for him.
Leading rider at Remington during the winter. Here's Ace Guilford. Would be a surprise.
Yeah, it would be a bit of a surprise. Horse really just has not shown that much.
Wick for the coach. Hall of Famer Dwayne Lukas by former Breeders' Cup Classic winner. Awesome again.
Also taking that significant drop in class. You have to respect it. Going from maiden allowance to maiden 30 is a huge drop in class.
Captain Fantastic off the board in his first 2, but in a claiming event for the first time.
And another one taking that drop in class. Would have liked to see maybe just a bit more life in those maiden allowance races.
Speaking of riders having big first meets at Oaklawn, Francisco Arrieta on an unidentified man.
Yeah, horse that's been spending most of his time on the turf. His one dirt try was okay.
Super Wise on the outside for Jerry Hollendorfer.
Hall of Famer Jerry Hollendorfer, outside post. Horse has speed, should be a part of the pace.
$30,000 maiden claimers, mile and a 16th. 3-year-olds and older. Aztec Empire, trained by Ron Marquette. Just missed yesterday with Whitmore trying for that 5th win in the Hot Springs. It was Whitmore time yesterday. And for Ron Marquette, literally, owner and trainer's backyard of Whitmore is right there. That's where he lives. That's where he watches the races from. Diagnosed with sarcoidosis in 2018. It's a autoimmune disease. Marquette has been doing the social distance and mask thing for years, but he's made it work. He steps out the back door right along the Oaklawn backstretch, sees his horses warm up, gives instructions to jockeys. Richie, I imagine you've never received instruction from a trainer from his backyard pre-race while you're horseback.
No, I can't say that I have, but I like that setup. I mean, if you're going to do it, that's the way to do it. Open your back door, and there's the horses. Years ago, Lafitte, I used to rent a house backed up to the Oklahoma track, the second one off of the back gate. And I would always ride a horse down that horse path because my kids would be playing in the backyard, so they get to see Dad on horse. But that's a pretty sweet setup. I like that.
It's just seeing the communication between riders and he watching the races from home, the pride he has with Whitmore, the work he's done with Whitmore, and again, losing nothing in defeat yesterday. And as Ron Marquette mentioned after the race, maybe this is a budding rivalry we're starting to see with Whitmore and ZZ Rocket.
Always good for the game. But you know what they say about instructions, though? And I'm not talking about the morning. Good riders don't need them. Bad riders can't follow them. So,
Ron Marquette, JK, and looking for a win here with Aztec Empire, the favorite in the 5th.
Look, I've watched a race from the backside a couple times, and you see him run by you. But then I've always wondered, how do you know who won? Maybe, I mean, do you think he's sitting in his back fence, watches him run by, and then sprints in the house to watch it on TV? He's got a delay that probably could work for him. Look, I think the horse towards the inside, Aztec Empire, is one you'd want to use if you're playing multi-race bets here. The problem is it's hard to take a short price on a horse with this style drawn on the inside. This horse is going to take back. Doesn't have a lot of early speed from the inside, so you know for sure this horse is going to have to either get very lucky splitting horses inside or circling extremely wide. And now it's a trip that I don't trust. For me, I prefer in this spot the 4 Englander. This horse has a little bit more speed. drawn right there in the middle of the field, switches to the Carl Broberg barn. Broberg is ice cold at the meet, 7%. That's very out of character for him. But there's another stat: when horses switch to his barn in his career, he's 26%. It's impressive to be 26% no matter what, but to be 26% when it's a new horse in your barn for the first time is even more impressive. I'm going to err on the side of the 26% versus the ice-cold 7% for the meet. Give me the 4 here, but I'm going to use the 1 and the 4 in multi-race bets.
Aztec Empire favored. Englander, the stats, yeah, I say look out in terms of Broberg and first after the claim. Englander, go back to his most recent effort. February 4th right here at Oaklawn on a wet, fast track. Richie, Englander up front and going to get picked off right in the shadow of the wire.
Yeah, that's one of those heartbreaking kind of losses where you're in front every stride but the one they pay you for, and that's right on the winning post. He gets gunned down. Those are the worst. Couldn't sleep at night after losses like that.
Are you thinking to yourself, is there anything I could have done? When the margin of victory or defeat is that slight, I can imagine that, especially in the bigger races, that you rerun them, in your head over and over and over again.
The shorter the margin of defeat, the more second guessing you do. You just can't live with it. You figure you could have made up 6 inches, 8 inches, 10 inches somewhere, and it will eat you alive. You have to learn how to process it to help you improve, but not let it debilitate you.
You won a Breeders' Cup race. You're the all-time leading jockey in the history of Aqueduct, which is amazing. Is there one? If you could have one ride back, one, during the course of your career, does anything come to mind?
It would be the Jim Dandy on a horse for Rick Violet, for Mr. Evans. The names escape me at the moment. Congaree was in front with our colleague Gary Stevens. He was a big favorite. I'm directly in behind him. Gary kept taking a peek under his shoulder at the 3/8 pole. I said, next time he takes a peek, when he straightens his head, I'm going to try to bum rush him. It turned out.
I hope Gary's listening.
Yeah, the horse name was Free at Home that I rode. Or Free at Last, Free at Home. Anyway, it turned out Congaree had nothing that day. And I didn't need to surprise him. Well, I had 5 at the 8th pole and got nailed by Scorpion. So I know that if I had but I'm thinking, well, I got to beat this horse. Well, there was a thought process behind it. It turned out to be the wrong decision.
I mean, at the time, I understand the logic is what I should say.
Yeah, I thought I could kind of pull the rug on him and maybe, take him off the bridle. He had no response at all. I think he was basically eased, and I got caught. And that was when the Jim Dandy was a grade 1. So, it was downgraded later on. So that one, if I could have that one back, I would do it completely different. But Gary should have kept looking around. He led me to believe he had horse.
What is that? Does that tell you when you're watching a rider on the lead and you're seeing them look behind them? What does that tell you?
Well, generally speaking, and obviously it wasn't the case this time, that they feel like they have a lot of horse underneath them. And so they're just, kind of measuring what's around them because you don't want to, go in too soon and, let your horse out incrementally. As it turns out, I think maybe Gary got surprised he had no horse, and I certainly was surprised he had no horse.
If you're mentoring a young rider and a young rider's asking you for advice, is that something you'll tell them typically not to do too much of, peeking in the rearview mirror?
Well, see, I never was very good at that. I was never that comfortable with it. I don't have great mobility in my neck anyway.
So if a rider's good at it, you don't have an issue with it?
I don't like when they throw their body weight off to do it. If you can do it, very casually and quietly, that's fine. Now they all look in the infield board.
There's the massive board, high def.
Yeah.
Don't need to look behind you as much anymore. At the gate for this 5th race at Oaklawn Park, Aztec Empire favored last we checked. $30,000 maiden claimers, mile and a 16th. Fixed offer with the call.
Unidentified man. Last to load, Superwise. They're at the post. They're off. Englander and Ace Guilford, Power Burst and a hard scent. Captain Fantastic. Rocco's after him early. Then to the outside and Super Wise, but it will be Englander who rides the rail to a short lead from Ace Guilford and a 3-wide Captain Fantastic. And these 3 go very fast. Power Burst is in 4th. Then it's 2.5 back to Unidentified Man and Wick, followed by Super Wise. And at the back of the pack are Aztec Empire and 'Tis the Journey. To the backstretch they run, and Ace Guilford and Englander continue to go a breakneck pace. Ace Guilford ahead in front. Englander alongside in second. Captain Fantastic is in the clear in third. No brown dirt on him as he races in third and 2.5 from the front. Then comes At the Rail and Power Durst. 2.5 lengths further back, 2. Unidentified Man and Wick. They've got about 5 lengths to make up. And then at the back of the pack are Aztec Empire, who is beginning to move. Here's Aztec Empire, and he's in the green with forward momentum. 'Tis the Journey. And now the trailer is Super Wise, and the leader is Englander. Englander around the far turn, a half length in front of Ace Guilford. Aztec Empire continues to catch the eye. If he finds a way through, he's fourth now. He just found a seam, and here he comes. Aztec Empire with a big middle move is all the way up to challenge Englander. So Englander is confronted by Aztec Empire with all of the momentum, and here's Aztec Empire to go right by. Aztec Empire now a length in front of Englander in second. Power Burst is third, then Ace Guilford and Wick, but it's Aztec Empire now clear of 16th out. Englander is running good, but second best to Aztec Empire, a last to first winner. Aztec Empire won by 3. Englander was second. Very close for third. Maybe 'tis the Journey.
Team Whitmore, Ron Moquette, Ricardo Santana, Aztec Empire in the 5th at Oaklawn.
Yes, what a confident ride from Ricardo Santana. This horse dropped out of the race, was well back, and he just started picking his way through the field, leaving the half-mile pole, and he was best, but he got a terrific ride from Ricardo Santana, who has emerged as one of the young guns. He's just a terrific young rider.
15th time he had ridden Whitmore yesterday. He had ridden Whitmore in 3 of the Hot Springs wins. Ricardo Santana guided Whitmore home in his first grade 1 at Forgo at Saratoga, and then at one point had to make a decision. It was Matoli, it was Whitmore. He made the right decision, and for Steve Asmussen, but good to see Santana back aboard Whitmore yesterday, even in a losing effort.
No doubt. And listen, he understands riding first call for Steve Asmussen is a privilege, and you are going to win a lot of races being his go-to guy.
That was yesterday's Hot Springs. Mig and I are saying goodbye. Before we go, Damon Runyon coming up, feature Aqueduct. Who do you like?
I'm leaving to the 3 Perfect Munnings, who got run off his feet by Nicky the Vest last time. I think he can rebound.
That's coming up, the Damon Runyon here at Aqueduct. Also continued coverage from Oaklawn. Much more on America's Day at the Race with Greg Wolf, Andy Serling. It's next.
Ironicus. This graded stakes winning millionaire defeated over 20 Grade 1 winners, a Grade 2 winner and course record setter at Saratoga. He won 3 graded stakes and was runner-up in multiple Grade 1 events. Top first crop runners include stakes winner Helium.
Helium a stakes winner today by 4 lengths.
The leading money earner at stud for emerging Sire of Sires Distorted Humor, Ironicus, standing at Claiborne Farm.
For 3 generations, the Bond Racing Stable has held to a simple philosophy. If you take care of the horses, they will take care of you. That guiding principle drives every aspect of operations at the family's Songhill Farm and Racing Stables. From breeding to breaking, racing and retiring, our commitment to our horses is reflected in everything we do. Now you can join our Grade 1 winning team with racing partnerships starting as low as $3,000. Bond Racing Stables, 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling stepping in to take you the rest of the way this afternoon with live action from Aqueduct, Oaklawn, and from Fairgrounds. Post-parade, race 6 here in New York. And we kick things off with a long time ago.
Beat a horse last time, who came back with a nice effort yesterday, and it was a solid effort first time out. Tough field, but not a bad horse.
You know the next line of that song? I'm going to test you later. Perfect Munnings, 5-2.
Yes, I do. They say it was written in Saratoga. It wasn't, but they say it was. I think this horse is the main threat to the favorite. His race 2 back, Perfect Trip or Not, was fast enough. Not the best of trips last time.
Echoes of Destiny at 35-1.
Blew up the tote board first time out against Weaker with an absolutely perfect trip and setup.
4-5, excellent timing. Chad Brown, and a devastating win last start to break the maiden to end the 2-year-old campaign.
Private purchase after his last win, a very, very facile win for trainer Charlie Baker in Chad Brown's barn. Now the horse to beat.
It's gravy, 14-1. Dylan Davis for Kelly Breen.
This is a horse that's gotten 5 starts, 5 perfect trips with 1 win. Good luck.
Reggae Music Man, 27-1 for Pat Kelly.
You know, I miss the Jamaicans that are such frequent visitors to Aqueduct, and this horse can run for them. Did have a gold rail trip last time, but not a bad runner.
Another son of McLean's Music, as is, of course, the rail runner. Here's the 8 at 24-1, the King Cheek.
Potential speed threat early, but that's about the best you can say.
And this horse, undefeated sprinting, but it's on turf. This is going to be the dirt debut coming up for It's a Gamble.
They're getting closer to getting it right, Greg. They keep trying this turf sprinter long on the turf, and now they're going at least short on the dirt. But I don't blame him for taking a shot in this race. He is a very good closing sprinter. The problem is, even if he likes the dirt, this is not a track that's been particularly conducive to closers.
See how he fares his first attempt over the surface. Good to see you. That's Andy. I'm Greg. We're with you the rest of the way. This Damon Runyon, our feature today here in New York. I promised myself after doing a little research on Damon Runyon that I'm going to read some of the short stories.
I got plenty of books.
One of them, All Horse Players Die Broke. I need to read that one.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree. I think that's very unfair of him to say. But, of course, as many people know, he wrote Guys and Dolls.
Yeah.
And many great. I have tons of books at home. If I can find them among the big morass of books in my bedroom, I will bring you a nice book of his short stories. Great stuff.
Yeah, wrote about gamblers, hustlers, actors, gangsters, and horse players. So that's right up our alley.
Tremendous stuff.
Especially the gangster stuff for you. With more on our Damon Runyon coming up, let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
And what better to have a race of young New York breds here, named for Damon Runyon, as we'll take a look at your favorite. That is number 5, Excellent Timing, who will go off that trainer change and private purchase for Mike Duh, Maddox Stables et al. And he looks the most fit that I've seen him now in his 3rd career start, despite that break in racing. He's a quick type of horse. I don't mind what I'm seeing, though I thought there were some interesting alternatives. And taking a look at number 1 a long time ago, when I can still remember, I didn't actually see this horse first time out, but I like what I'm seeing today. He's very fit, and I love the effort that he put in. He did have an ideal type of setup. He was down on the rail for most of the running there, but split horses and really put in professional display. I like the extra bit of ground that he gets to cover from the 6 to the 7. He's a long leggy horse that I think will relish more ground. Number 3, Perfect Munnings, adds the blinkers. Thought he ran in spots in his last start. I think the blinkers are a perfect addition. I like Perfect Munnings.
Well done, Maggie, on American Pie. She got that next line for us here. Excellent Timing, odds-on favorite for Chad Brown, son of Not This Time, the 5. It's our feature from Aqueduct. John Imbrial with the call here on Fox Sports 2.
They're all in the gate. And they're off. From the outside, it's the King Cheek. But Excellent Timing quickly moves up to challenge for the lead. And it is Excellent Timing who has the lead. It's Gravy, and on the outside, the King Cheek. They are heads apart, 2nd and 3rd. Perfect Munnings is racing in 4th. And then it is a length and a half to It's a Gamble down towards the inside a long time ago, followed by Echoes of a Destiny and a slow-starting Reggae Music Man who trails the field in 8th. The quarter went in 24 and 2. It's the odds-on favorite, Excellent Timing, who leads here by 3/4 of a length. It's Gravy is next in 2nd. Perfect Munnings just in behind the front 2 and 3rd. A long time ago has moved off the rail and is now moving up on the outside. A long time ago takes 3rd. Perfect Munnings on the inside runs in 4th. The King Cheek has tailed off. Then It's a Gamble followed by Reggae Music Man and Echoes of Destiny. The half in 49 seconds. Excellent timing in front here by 2 at the top of the stretch. It is Excellent Timing, the leader. Then It's Gravy. And on the outside is Perfect Munnings. Excellent Timing has opened up on the field. Excellent Timing in front by 5. Perfect Munnings has moved into second. We've got the horse right here in the Damon Runion, and it's Excellent Timing. Much the best here. Excellent Timing eased up at the end. Won by a half dozen lengths. 7 furlongs in 1 minute, 28 seconds.
Excellent Timing. Not the quickest time.
I was going to say. I feel like you were looking at that.
Impressive against this field nonetheless here to get the second win of his career.
It's gotten a little windy. The track times have been gotten much slower as the days progressed. And John Embrial looking to try out for Guys and Dolls. I saw Nathan Lane in it. Maybe John Embrial could replace him as Nathan Detroit down the stretch. He was with the racetrack. He was able to control the whole way, but what can you say? You can get everything to go the right way and still run impressively. He was a dominating winner of this race. An expensive purchase, but a horse who looks like he's already paying dividends. The second place horse ran fine, but he was not in the league of Excellent Timing.
Well done, John Embrial, weaving a little Damon Runion into the call of this race here. Excellent Timing, impressive against this group. Moving to the Chad Brown barn, owned by Michael Dubb, Matacat Stables, and Manny Franco. We saw him take a few looks back, and if he wanted to see the next closest pursuer, he would have had to do a 180.
I was going to say, he was looking back, and he probably was saying, I don't see anybody. And maybe he looked again, and he's saying, I don't hear anybody, I don't see anybody. Not sure what man he was looking for. They weren't close.
They were not. 3-5 in the end on Excellent Timing, a son of Not This Time, who is second right now among second crop sires. He's actually tied for first in wins. I believe this puts him in first.
Okay, the inquiry must be about the start or something, right? It can't be. I know Excellent Timing didn't foul anybody in the stretch. I don't know a lot, Greg, but I'm confident of that.
We'll go back to the beginning here momentarily and see if there's anything to glean from when the gates opened.
Excellent Timing is looking at the time and going, the track must be very slow.
All right, let's see if we can find anything here at the start.
Somebody get left.
Yeah, 7 maybe could be declared a non-starter.
I didn't see anything there, but then again, why don't we take another look at that? You know, understand that if a horse deemed is being held in the gate, they'll refund the money, and we're going to always do that, and we're very good about this at NYRA. But then again, if that horse wasn't being held, I don't think that horse was being held. Greg, do you?
I have the sun directly on my screen. It's tough to see for me here.
Greg, you're a professional.
I don't want to make that call. I do not want to make that call. But yeah,
yes,
there's a good
correct.
chance. We'll see what happens. 5-3-6-9 looks like nothing to do with your winner. And it's going to involve that 7 horse there. Look at this, just well clear.
Yeah.
So Excellent Timing, now 2 for 3. Wow, he took a huge move forward in his second start, didn't he?
Yeah, he was highly touted for his first start. I think you probably remember. I believe you were on the air with me that day. And he just got run down by a first-time starter, got a good trip. He didn't break that sharply. He was very impressive second time out, privately purchased since that race. In fact, Chad Brown told me that they had purchased him fairly recent, quickly after that race. And he was excited about buying this horse and thought he really had a nice prospect and no reason not to feel even more strongly after that effort.
Odds-on favorite, inquiry still happening, but your 3-5 winner, and it was the 7 who was declared a non-starter. That was the issue there. So we're going to see this go official here any moment now.
All right, so anyone who used the 7 will have those bets refunded. Any bets involving the 7, I couldn't see it, but then again, guess you're right with the wind.
All right, once again, post 7, Reggae Music Man, and if you had a win wager here, you're going to get your money back. Declared a non-starter, held up in the gate.
Yeah, well, okay.
All right, there it
How
is.
to protect the public, I guess. Hard for me to tell.
Excellent Timing. 3-year-old debut, impressive as could be in terms of margin. And Michael Dubb, Matacat have a talented 3-year-old New York bred here.
Yes, this was a very nice debut, and I'm sure that they're all pretty happy. It's hard to know. This track seems to be slowing down. He did come the last 8th and 13 and 2, which is encouraging. It was obviously a pretty slow pace. Pretty slow pace, but
back at Oaklawn Aztec Empire was 9-2 morning line. Got pounded down to 3-2 at post time and gets the win.
You so rarely see that getting the job done. Ricardo Santana.
For Ron Moquette.
That makes up for Whitmore.
Yeah, tough beat yesterday. We're going to see better from him, though, you think?
I thought he ran great yesterday, and I don't think you're saying he didn't. He just lost. Sometimes you run really well and you win. Sometimes you run really well and you lose.
And he was short on works coming in as well. Back to New York. Manny Franco, Michael Dubb collecting a little hardware for the win in the Damon runion. And Maggie Wolfendale standing by. She's going to get the winning connections here in a moment. How do you think Michael Dubb's running out of room to put all this stuff?
You find room.
Build a new one.
Sometimes in different houses in different places around the country.
Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, here with Mike Dubb as part owner of Excellent Timing. And Mike, this horse ran a huge race in breaking his maiden last time out. You decided, pick up the phone, let's see if we can buy him. Talk about the process and what really caught your eye to purchase him.
Well, it's a team effort. We really relied on Chad. We relied on him to look at the horse, see what his thoughts were. And it was, Chad who said, go ahead and make this deal if you can.
Really paid off immediately as far as taking this Damon runion. I mean, I know times are affected greatly by the wins that have picked up, but you couldn't have won with more ease than what he did. Ears pricked the whole way. You have to be excited about the future.
Yeah, you said immediate, but we really bought the horse, several months ago and decided to take our time to let him grow in, sent him to Florida. He was training down at Payson and, have a fresh horse for the 3-year-old season, not to rush the horse. So, as usual, it's been managed expertly by Chad.
Obviously, you'll have to meet with Chad, but do you think after this win, do you go down that 3-year-old line of the Big Apple kind of race, or do you test open company waters?
That's a fair question, and once again, I will take the advice of Chad. But we know we have a horse that will be very, very solid in state-bred company. We'll see how the horse comes out of the race. We'll obviously talk to Chad, and we'll decide from there where we go. But nothing's out of the realm of possibility.
That's a great thing about our sport. It's always exciting when you have a win like this. Mike, congratulations with Excellent Timing today.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And, well, Greg, the Mike Lee is coming up. We'll see how that goes, and we'll see how far this horse eventually wants to go. But a very easy and dominant victory in this Damon runion for his new connections.
It was dominant for sure. Our Winner's Circle lead-in. It's brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Gulfstream sale, the nation's premier 2-year-olds in training sale, March 31st after the Florida Derby. Where will you be? Excellent Timing. 3-year-old debut, impressive as he takes the Damon runion, now a stakes winner and now 2 for 3 in his career.
Bayshore maybe on Memorial Day at 7 furlongs? Seems like a reasonable spot for him. And I think if you want to get ambitious, I mean, obviously you say Mike Lee in races, Peter Pan at Belmont, race like that.
They're going to wait to see what the numbers came back, right?
Sure.
Who's going to line up for that race?
Sure.
But why not be aggressive? That was impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends where you want to go with them. You can always go back and go into races like the Albany at Saratoga. We'll see. As you say, wait for the numbers.
Oaklawn coming up next. We're going to set the stage for race 6. Start of the Big 4 when we come back. Stay with us. That's Hayden's Havoc, one of the players in the 6 coming up. Stay with us.
Climax Stallions is coming to New York with Mr. Monomoy. At 3, Mr. Monomoy dominated the Grade 2 Risen Star Stakes at Fairgrounds, going wire to wire.
Mr. Monomoy leads them home in the first division of the Risen Star Stakes.
He's also a half-brother to 2-time Breeders' Cup Distaff winner, Monomoy Girl. Mr. Monomoy, standing in New York at Waldorf Farm for $5,000. For more information, visit climaxstallions.com.
Looking at Lee will surely make his mark in New York. The precocious Looking at Lee earned his first black-type win in the Ellis Park Juvenile.
But Looking at Lee is lunging on the outside.
He finished second to Not This Time in the Grade 3 Iroquois and to Classic Empire in the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. In the Kentucky Derby, he would finish a clear second to Always Dreaming while turning the tables on Classic Empire and beating Practical Joke to the wire. Looking at Lee stands at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions for $6,500, ihdvstallions.com/Looking at Lee.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Good to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon. You can play all the action we're showing you by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Go to NairaBets.com. You can also download the Naira Bets app. The code to use at sign up for that promotion, Match 200, and you can earn up to a $200 deposit match at sign up as we head to Oaklawn. Late pick 4 ahead. Horses who've not won 2 lifetime. The condition here traveling 3/4 of a mile. War Detonator, Andy. Heavy favorite outside. He's 8-5 right now.
Well, whether you agree or not, speed figures make the prices, and speed figures matter. And whatever speed figures you look at, obviously this horse did not run well off the claim last time, off about a 2.5-month freshening. But before that, he had run 2 low to mid-70s buyer figures. Everybody else in here is struggling to run a 60 buyer figure. So in general, he's a horse that's shown he can lay over the field. He drops down in class. Now, he didn't run well, Greg, last time out. So that has to be a bit of a concern.
See how he fares. Second off the bench. Can forgive him that one. Certainly probably needed it. And money often tells the story. He's taking a lot of it right now. We're going to start our post parade in a moment here with Love My Ride, who broke through. It took him 5 starts to break his maiden at Remington Park, and then his first try against winners, it came in the mud at Oaklawn, and he struggled.
He did struggle. And I think, since it wasn't a fast track, you're not really sure if it was just getting tougher competition. Coming to Oaklawn Park was a wet track. I'm going to side with tougher competition.
And, there's a couple in here, even though this 8 is taking all this money. We're going to go back to the 2 because I know you wanted to talk to him about him a little bit, but he has faced just tons tougher than anybody in this field the last couple of starts.
Yeah, I mean, the more speed figures take the most of the money, now sometimes you look at class a little bit, right? Because sometimes you get value with it.
Well, there's the one. We just talked about him. 11-1, Jareth Ludbury will be aboard. Meanwhile, Lawlessness, huge class dropper, as we said, for Ingrid Mason. He's at 8-1.
Yeah, obviously his last 2 races have been despicably bad, but it is an interesting drop, and he's not the worst long shot to use.
Hayden's Havoc getting away from an off track is intriguing.
I totally agree, and he's the other horse besides the 8 that has figures fast enough to win this race quite easily. But they were mostly with Peter Miller. That concerns me that he doesn't do as well since then.
Rise Up Red Hawk. He was actually the morning line favorite. He broke his maiden in Remington Park.
He was the morning line favorite. Okay, he has speed. He should be forward, right?
Yes.
But the 3 and 8 both have enough speed to be close, so I don't think he has a big edge.
I agree. Here's Shanghai's Dream, Steve Asmus and Ricardo Santana Jr.
Broke his maiden, his 12th start at Lone Star at 2-5, likely moving up in company.
6 horse at 17-1 is hard to park.
You're waiting for him, Greg. He's trying to park. No, wasn't that funny? Okay, I tried. His best form is at Canterbury.
And 9-5 favorite on the outside, Elvin Gonzalez aboard War Detonator.
Is it me, or is that a very aggressive name, War Detonator? I think he's the horse to beat, but you do have to be a bit concerned that his race off the claim, tougher horses or not, was not good.
All right, Jason Barkley, second time in that barn and has the benefit of maybe that bad one getting it out of his system there, second off the bench. Let's check in for the first time this afternoon with Nancy Holthus.
Thanks so much, Greg. Well, speaking of War Detonator, I reached out to Jason Barkley to ask about that last race. Very unusual for him as he is so hot first off the claim, and said, you know, did you change anything? Maybe change of bit, any equipment? He says, well, change of rider. Nothing against David Cabrera, but he's just a little aggressive for this particular horse's running style. Elvin Gonzalez, he said, would probably just break with him and be able to keep them outside. So definitely that outside post is a big plus for this particular horse. He would just like to break, settle, and send along the outside, which is exactly today's game plan. So with a nice, easy break, Elvin can just track along the early speed and hopefully get the job done, especially with just the slightest bit of class relief today. So Jason Barkley very confident in this young rider who is definitely making a name for himself here at the current meeting. So, yeah, War Detonator might be a bit of an aggressive name, but, you know, it'll get the job done, hopefully, here in the 6th for Jason Barkley. Guys?
Nancy, thanks. Yeah, Elvin Gonzalez getting the opportunity here for Jason Barkley Barn. 8-5 favorite. The Maiden breaker. Came 2 starts back. End of his 4-year-old campaign, and that's the race he was claimed out of, that 40 maiden claiming race that we're going to show to you right now.
He is a horse that took a long time to break his maiden, and a couple of the starts, a few of them, he was a pretty short price. But in doing so, he was running races that are faster than these. On the other hand, anytime I see a horse claimed, and I don't mean it as a knock on the current trainer, because it's not as though Jason Barkley has fine numbers. As you know, I don't think his numbers are any worse than Ben Colebrook's, but it has to concern you when he comes back. I mean, he was 9-5 last time, and he was bad. So that has to bother you a little bit, and especially coming back at a short price. Now, in some ways, he's the horse to beat, but I'm bothered by his last race, and that's why the 3 is dangerous.
And it's not like it was some 6 or 7 or 8 month layoff.
No, it was 2 months. It's barely a layoff in today's world. In a few weeks, you know, maybe they were waiting for Oaklawn, right?
Meanwhile, here's Hayden's Havoc, and he's all the way down to 2-1. We mentioned his last 2 starts have been on off tracks. The last race you look at on a fast track, he ran very good.
I don't disagree, and I think that is an important note, that perhaps he's a horse that's much better in a fast track. It worries me a little. That's the only good race he has run since being trained away from Peter Miller. Having said that, maybe the wet tracks are a legitimate excuse.
Let's bring in Jonathan Kinchin, get his thoughts here on this 6 from Oaklawn. JK, help us out.
Yeah, I'm on the 3 Hayden's Havoc as well. Like you guys mentioned, the race 3 back on a dry track was good. I think the race last time on a sloppy racetrack was sneaky good. I know Andy looks at Timeform US, and Timeform US has a lot of influence with it when it comes to pace. And looking at this horse's race last time was attending red fractions, and on Timeform US, that's suggesting that the pace was quick. He was around that quick pace. Today's race suggests that a horse on or near the lead has a little bit of an edge. So give me the speed of the speed, and for me, it's the 3 Hayden's Havoc. I don't love the inside draw, but I think he's fast enough to be able to not get himself into a tight spot. I like this horse a lot more than the favorite. And Wolfie, I made a joke earlier about how you set me up for the lemonade drinking game, 10 strike, 10 strike, 10 strike, outside on the 8. I'm still going with the 3.
Got to get everybody drunk before this race even goes off.
Jonathan's picking against a 10-strike horse? Have you been drinking? Jonathan, what's going on here? There's a story.
Everyone's got to take a shot when he mentions 10 strike. That's the game.
You'll be drunk by the second race. What are you talking about? He doesn't even, Mark says you have any horses in, Jonathan. You'll be talking about 10 strike. You don't even know. You subliminally say it.
Well, he's going with.
I'm Andy. I'm saving my comeback for you when we get up north to Saratoga, and I got one for you.
He's waiting 5 months. Hey, bring it on, my friend.
Everyone waiting by the television to see when that comes.
Well, that'll keep people glued to the show for the next four to 5 months.
What do you think?
Good
This
boy, Jonathan.
do you believe this one, as Jonathan said, is the speed of the speed here?
The 3, 4, and 8 are potential speeds. Jonathan is very good at figuring out which one's going to be the speed. And I mean this honestly. He is very good. I mean, the 4 seems like a dead send to me. That's the only thing I would say. But I'm not going to argue with Jonathan because the 3 is fast enough to keep up with the 4.
And I would imagine that Andy would have a problem with. I don't like the fact that the 4 made his first start in October as a 4-year-old and then gets a long break again. To me, that feels like a horse that he's got probably some issues if it's taken him this long to get to the races and then even this long to get into his 5-year-old year.
I hear you on that. I think he could have speed. I think his biggest issue in here is he is simply not fast enough to win this race. But you're probably right. I mean, obviously you don't sit around. He's working the party circuit until he's that late. I just don't think he's good enough. Do you? I think he may be fast enough
I
to
don't
be
think
in front,
he's good enough,
but not good enough to win.
Right, and I think the 8-1 on the board is an indicator of that as well. I mean, I do think it's interesting the 8's taking all this money because, like you said, the horse ran pretty bad last time. And there wasn't an in-racing excuse. Now, we heard Nancy say there's maybe a rider change, and that's a thing that could really be something that matters. But at 9-5, I'm not interested in finding out if it does.
And Jonathan is going from a rider who's winning at around 13% or so to a rider who's winning at 14%. You know, it's one thing if the rider changes from a guy who's winning at 7 or 8% to Ricardo Santana, you know, to a top rider. That's when the money shows. It's hard to imagine this is a rider change that anybody's paid any attention to that's betting more than $1 a show.
I'm trying to think if I know anyone who bets $1 a show.
You got to come back on that one too, or you're waiting?
No. I've done. I think I've done that before, maybe on accident.
2 minutes to post, by the way, to Aqueduct for the nightcap. We'll get back here as soon as we run this 6th here at Oaklawn. Start of the late pick 4. Favorite on the outside, War Detonator. Jason Barkley second off the claim. Vic Stauffer with the call.
Last to load, War Detonator. They're at the post. They're off. War Detonator and Lawlessness shows speed. Hayden's Havoc and Rise Up Red Hawk in the mix. Love My Ride at the rail. Shanghai's Dream is next, and the early trailer is Hard to Park. It's War Detonator quickest up the backstretch, a half length in front of Love My Ride in second. Hayden's Havoc is third and less than 2 from the front, with Rise Up Red Hawk just outside of him. Then comes Lawlessness, fifth with about 4 lengths to make up, 2.5 in front of Shanghai's Dream. Hard to Park is the trailer, and the clear-cut leader now is War Detonator. War Detonator around the far turn with a 2.5 length lead over Rise Up Red Hawk and Hayden's Havoc. Lawlessness has taken 4th now and about 5 from the front. Then comes Love My Ride, top of the stretch. War Detonator now only leads by 1.5 lengths. Hayden's Havoc and Rise Up Red Hawk bounced off each other chasing War Detonator. Then comes Lawlessness and War Detonator's back in front by 3. War Detonator is the leader to the 16th pole, and he's clear with Hayden's Havoc, Rise Up Red Hawk, and Lawlessness chasing him to the wire. War Detonator all the way to win. War Detonator won by 4 1/4. Hayden's Havoc was second, Shanghai's Dream third, Lawlessness finished 4th.
Well, that lead was diminishing as they came out of the turn, and then he sort of re-engaged and pulled away.
Yeah, the rider on the 4 Rise Up Red Hawk was not letting Hayden's Havoc make that outside run. Didn't make any difference. Best 2 horses ran 1-2, and in this case, the new rider, new plan, aggressive. Nobody really seemed to want the lead, which is odd. Well, Elvis Gonzalez wanted the lead, and he got the lead, and he dominated. Nice win for Jason Barkley. Congratulations.
As the favorite, we'll have those prices for you coming up. It's back to New York. Nightcap coming up. About to load here momentarily. 40 maiden claiming sprint at 6 furlongs. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, and taking all the money right now is number 8, Level Playing Field for Chad Brown. Obviously, Chad Brown in a maiden claimer. Why not? For this daughter of Twirling Candy. She's very much of that Twirling Candy frame. They're usually lighter framed. with the fillies, they don't carry their weight well. I wish she looked stronger. She was acting a little bit green too out on the racetrack. I'm not in love, to be honest. She can win based on connections, but I just thought there were some interesting horses, including some taking a little bit of a drop here and taking a look at number 1, despite all odds, with Dylan Davis. She was the one who looked best to me. She was carrying her weight well. She's dappled. She's always the one that does tend to look good, and that's typical of Mike Maselli's horses, but I like what I saw from her as number 3, Becca's Wish. I still think she could be quicker. Now, I noticed they took all the equipment off of her head in the fact that she's not wearing a noseband, she's just wearing a rubber D-bit, nothing on her face with just a tongue tie. So hinting at maybe the fact that she's resentful of that equipment or that she has maybe a compromised airway, and a lot of times when you just minimize things, it lets them breathe a little bit easier. So I'd like to see her show some early speed. I think she's a little bit interesting. Greg?
Greg, I like the inside 2 horses, the 1 and 2, by the way, in case anybody cares.
Mike Maselli with a 1.
Yeah.
Bill Mott, Lightfoot missed the 2.
I used the 8 protectively in exactas. I'm worried the 5 will wire the field. The rail's gotten good again, but I'm going to try the 1-2 and protect it with the 8 in exactas.
All right, Chad Brown, first-time starter on the outside, the 8th, the favorite, level playing field. John Imbriel, and there is the firster, Philly by Twirling Candy. John Imbriel with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Number 8, level playing field. Jumped up at the start, trails the field. Up 74, out for the lead, along with Despite All Odds. Up 74 is in front, Despite All Odds running in second. It's a length and a half to Bastet, who's on the outside of Becca's Wish. Then it's a break of 4, level playing field. After that awkward start, is now racing in 5th. Farther back is Rome Carpe in 6th, followed by Odem Golden Slippers. And the trailer is a Lightfoot Miss. The quarter went in 24 seconds. Up 74, leads here by a half length. Bastet on the outside in second. Despite All Odds down at the rail in third. Level playing field continues to gain ground on the outside. Becca's Wish in 5th. Big break back to Roma Carpe as they come for the top of the stretch. Up 74 and Bastet. And they are 1-2 into the lane. Despite All Odds runs in third. And then level playing field. They're coming down for the 8th pole. Up 74, closest to the rail. On the outside, it is Bastet. Up 74 and Bastet. They are heads apart. Up 74 is prevailing as they come on for the finish, and it will be up 74 by a length. Bastet was second, then Despite All Odds and level playing field.
Up 74, got to the front, kept on rolling with the meets leading rider Kendrick Carmouche for Rob Atras.
Yeah, Rob Atras' freight train is really incredible. He won 4 races yesterday. This horse did absolutely no running in either of his 2 starts. Got the lead in the rail, and we've continued to see this rail bias dramatically affecting our results throughout the majority of the last 5 weeks, and it clearly played a role here, and a better rider in the situation. Kendrick was smart, went the lead, and up 74 just didn't get there.
Bastet and Andre Worry tried to make her work, but in the end, Jonathan up 74, 3rd time the charm here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the drop obviously helped quite a bit to make the difference here because the horse hadn't done a ton of running. But getting to the rail, Kendrick being aggressive, the drop in here with what we like to call their friends made the difference. It looked like Bastet was going to run by for basically the entire stretch until the last 16th. It started to get a little bit dicey, and Kendrick held on with up 74.
7-1.
Well, he ran with Claimer's first time out. She did, and she was awful that day. But you know, this is a barn who's just firing all cylinders. When they get loose on the rail on this racetrack, it's sort of game over. Riders really made a difference here.
Kendrick aggressive, having a tremendous meet, leading the way. 6-5-1. You get 7-1 to close out this card here at Aqueduct. Well, the prices when we come back. More on the way from Oaklawn and from the fairgrounds out of New Orleans. We'll have that for you when we return on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us.
Taproot, sold for $1.2 million as a yearling at Saratoga. Taproot's victories include the Grade 1 Belmont Stakes. The Belmont Stakes! In his first 2 years at stud, he bred over 240 mares. Now his first weanlings have arrived.
And Show Barn, 100,000.
One of the best bred sons of Sires Tappet to ever enter stud. Classic winner and stakes record setter Tappet, standing at Gainesway.
I think that Collected has all the ingredients to be a phenomenal stallion.
Collected travelling by far the better. Accelerate only plodding home, but Collected giving his rivals an absolute drubbing in the precisionist.
Arrogate now is plugging away on the outside, but Collected won the Pacific Classic.
We have a couple of phenomenal yearlings by him. He's got pedigree, he had the race record, he has the looks. I think that's a great recipe for success for Collected.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back on America's Day at the Races, our program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We promised. So here we go to the fairgrounds out of New Orleans. Going to be on the turf here in the 7th, sprinting, 5.5 furlongs, $30,000 maiden claiming group, and here is Clearly Mad for Phil Bauer,
Yeah, Clearly Mad's going to turn back in distance after trying 2 turf races going long. Don't usually love these plays, but not impossible, I suppose.
Skip the small talk sent out by Christopher Davis.
Would have to improve even off the races. Another horse turning back in distance.
I thought you'd like him on the turnback. Favored here suggested for Mike Cassie.
I like turnbacks in the dirt, not on the turf. Now, this one has gone shorter and is probably one of the players in this race.
Keep an eye on Mike at 9-1.
This horse has tried to sprint, and actually the sprint was against better horse in the turf, though she didn't do much running, or he did.
Summer Tune, 6-1 Miguel Mena.
This is my top choice in the race. Finally gets back to sprinting. I took a tough beat at 31-1 in this horse's debut sprinting. His sprints in the turf are clearly better than his routes.
Breezy Money, 7-1.
Tries the turf for the first time, a first foal. The dam was 0 for 3 on the turf.
Wow, this one looks good here. On the muscle, 0 for 11, though.
Oh, he's named on from the muscle. Shouldn't he be on the muscle, Greg?
He is today. Bornasian, Chris Hartman sends out, getting on turf for the first time.
He's a 0.5-1 turf winner. It was a full, actually, but not much horse.
And 5-2 on the also eligible that gets into the race, who's 0 for 10 and 0 for 5 on turf.
Right, but the turf races this horse ran would drown this field. The problem is, I don't know if this is still the same
among
horse.
them.
Yeah, this is maybe not still the same horse, because dropping for $12,000 off the claim for Carl Broberg. I like the number 5 horse in this race, Summer Tune, and box with the 3 suggested, the 10 Vehemnin.
Well, there is the 10, 5-2, and yeah, the turf races this one has been in, the Son of Warfront. That is some tough company this one has had to face. Jonathan, more on Vehement, the Son of Warfront. What do you think?
Yeah, they had a pick 5 carryover at Fairgrounds. So, in full disclosure, I spread in this race. I used a 3, 4, 5, 6, and 10. But for a selection, I think the 10's interesting. Like Andy said, the turf sprints that this horse has run swallow this field up. And the horse hasn't had a chance to run at this level turf sprinting. Carl Broberg comes in, claims the horse for 12-5, brings him back to the turf to sprint like Bill Mott did. This horse has, not that at this point of his career, not that his pedigree matters, but he's got an interesting pedigree, a Claiborne homebred. So obviously there's some nice stuff running around in there. But I just feel like the outside draw, if this horse picks back up, getting back to the turf. Usually when you're out there, you don't get stopped. You might lose some ground. I like the 10 in here the most, but I do think this is a wide open race.
The problem I have with the 10 is why drop this horse in for 12.5 in 2 starts at Fairgrounds, knowing the kind of form this horse has in turf sprints, right? I mean, they never even tried to run in a turf sprint. They never even tried to run a maiden claim or on the turf. So it feels like they kind of sucked somebody in, even though he can win.
He was off, from March 2020 to February 2021. Something obviously went amiss.
Yeah, I mean, but he's clearly a much better turf horse. Why give him? I mean, they're begging somebody to claim him, and Carl Broberg obliged, though I imagine he wasn't the only one that dipped in. He can win, but I just don't trust this horse.
Skip the small talk, the 2 about to load in as well.
Summer Tune. What's wrong with Summer Tune's 2 turf sprints? I think they're both fine. I don't like this horse's form has dissipated a little bit since he had a barn switch from John Stevens, who I think is very good. But I thought he was very interesting. I just think he's a better sprinter.
Summer Tune, the 5 for Jerry Hollendorfer. They've tried time and time again, at least recently, to go longer with him. Now it's back to sprinting where his 2 sprints, they've been very good on the grass. Both against better company.
I'm still in tears about his debut at 31-1.
Missed by a neck.
Like Gin, too.
And Belmont for 40, maiden claiming.
They used the 3rd, 4th, and 5th horses in the exacta. Ooh. You know that story. You've never heard that from a horse player before, right? No one's ever said that.
I think Damon Runyon wrote a story about that, a short story. John Dooley with the call. Start of a pick 4. Here's the 7th from the Fairgrounds.
And it's for Carl Broberg. Again, good afternoon to all from the Fairgrounds. They're in the gate. And they're off, and Summer Tune broke slow. Fast start for Keep an Eye on Mike. Right there is Clearly Mad, who comes dashing up from the rail now for Gabriel Saez to take the lead from Keep an Eye on Mike, who's right there with the leader. Then on the outside is Vehement, who's just in 3rd, first run since Kentucky Downs for Suggested, who holds the rail. And outside that is Vehement to join 3rd as they went past the half-mile pole. Then toward the inside is Skip the Small Talk in 5th, and took an awkward step there, did Skip the Small Talk, and that scattered Breezy Money, and also Bornasian was hampered and bolted to the outside. On the muscle and toward the inside, Summer Tune. Bornasian is a long-looking last. They head for home. The quarter was 22.04 seconds. Keep an Eye on Mike just leans. Vehement's charging. Suggested spies a gap. Clearly Mad drops back. Charging on the outside is On the Muscle, and in between horses looking to stay on. Skip the Small Talk. They come past the 16th. It's Vehement in front close to home from On the Muscle. Then Skip the Small Talk with Kobe Hernandez. It's Vehement, and Vehement to win it from On the Muscle. And Skip the Small Talk held Summer Tune for 3rd.
The Claiborne-bred son of Warfront, Vehement, getting back on the grass and getting the win.
It was just as simple as running him the races he could win. I mean, I was scared because the guy didn't run on the dirt before. It turns out it was just a mistake. He should have been running on the turf all along. I mean, I don't think he ran back to his good races in New York at Saratoga and Belmont, but I think he ran close enough that he was just better than these. I wish my horse hadn't gotten left the 5. He did make a run to 3rd or 4th at the end. He was just too far back. But he got left. What are you going to do?
On the Muscle winds up 2nd, but no doubt about it. Son of Warfront, Vehement, the best in here. 11th timeout, finally breaks his maiden.
Yeah, I mean, listen, as we said before, his turf races on paper were an hour better than these horses. You just have to ask yourself if you trusted him or not.
And Jonathan, at this point, it looked like On the Muscle might make a little run at him here, but in the end, Vehement too good.
Oh, I started doing that horse player lean in your chair where you start leaning back, looking for the wire. I think the key to this situation, like Andy mentioned, obviously getting back to the turf is important and wondering why Tommy Drury didn't try that. And I'm not familiar with the Fairgrounds book, but I'm not sure how cheap the turf sprints get there. And maybe he just didn't feel like what he had seen from this horse could win for 30, and they got sneaky running for 12.5, and no one took the first time. So maybe they thought they could get sneaky again and come back and try it again. And obviously that, I don't know if it necessarily backfired. Maybe they wanted to lose the horse, but like you said, Carl Broberg picked the horse up and got the win.
For End Zone Athletics, Vehement, the victory. As we kick off another hour of action here in the program. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Jonathan Kinchin with you here for the rest of the program coming up. We have a lot more from Oaklawn and from out at the Fairgrounds as well. We're going to recap an impressive performance yesterday in the Rebel. Another Bob Baffert runner wins it for the 8th time, the Rebel with Concert Tour.
Think we'll have time to fit it in?
We may.
I'm
we'll
looking
try.
forward to it. And I've got a great trainer stat in the 8th race at Fairgrounds.
Okay.
I'll bet even JK hasn't seen this yet.
Save it for us.
I'm going to save it.
We look forward to that.
I'm going to hide it.
We got some really competitive races, though, coming up, too, at Oaklawn. That 8th race going to be really fun to watch. A couple of Steve Asmussen runners in there, and, of course, our colleague Tom Amos going to stretch Charming Lady back out as well. That's a good one we still have ahead. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. More coming up here on Fox Sports 2 as we continue along. More live coverage from Hot Springs and New Orleans. Stay with us.
This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires, with Grade 1 winners on dirt and turf and star performers both at home and abroad. Warfront's success as an international super sire is unmatched. Recent stars include War of Will, a classic winner on dirt and a Grade 1 winner on turf, Halliday, and Civil Union. In the auction ring, his progeny continued to command top dollar. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
For a time, as many as 350 Major League players converged in Hot Springs, Arkansas each spring to prepare for the upcoming season.
Ownership felt they needed to boil out the alcoholic microbes. Hot Springs was known as a place that had therapeutic waters, and they came for that reason. And then the ball players turned out to love it because they really not only did get in shape, but they had a great time.
By the 1930s, nearly half of all Major League teams had, at some point, used Hot Springs as their spring training base. Plus, about half of all prominent ball players visited Hot Springs individually. Babe Ruth used to visit Hot Springs to work his way into shape, a place to prepare for spring training. In fact, the Babe even used the hot healing waters to recover from influenza. This wall at the Gangsters Museum of America in Hot Springs represents the long list of Hall of Fame baseball greats who trained here. This winter is a reminder of why baseball eventually migrated away from Hot Springs. The rain proved to be a disruption, and sometimes even the cold and snow wiped out valuable practice time. Although by the 1930s, most teams moved to Florida and Arizona, Hot Springs would continue to be a destination for players to work out before joining their Major League squads for decades to come. So now we know Babe Ruth's secret. Little visit to Hot Springs, Arkansas, and those medicinal waters.
He liked medicinal waters from what I heard, what I've read.
In Hot Springs?
Everywhere. I think that's what it was.
That's where we go now. He was incredible. How fun would that have been to see him in action?
There's so many places you'd like to go in a time machine, right? One would be nice to see like a game with him or something, right? Imagine. Field of Dreams.
Just this racetrack, too, is on the list.
Why wasn't he in Field of Dreams, by the way? I feel a little, babe.
I'd have to... I'll ask Kevin Costner and get back to you.
I think it's a valid question.
9-5 favorite in this 7th at Oaklawn for Kenny McPeak, an American Pharoah filly. Second time on the dirt. The dirt debut was second after sitting close to the pace. Go ahead.
No, they love those Gulfstream horses, don't they? It's like they come from Gulfstream and they're somehow better than their figs.
Yeah, I don't know.
This is a strange favorite, right?
It is. Smarmy on the inside is going to send away, right?
It's a great name. Yes, you would think Smarmy and Seeking Honor would be forward in this race. I thought that Smarmy and Trumpet Lily were the horses to beat. Has lost his short prices, Smarmy, though. It's a great name.
Intriguing first-time starter as well, and it's Ricardo Santana Jr. who shows up rider change on the 4. Bold Tactics. The Dam actually was a Grade 2 winner.
No, the Dam was okay. She was a nice sprinter.
I'm sorry, produced a Grade 2 winner.
Well, it's weird that it's weird that this horse is going long first time. For what it's worth, the trainer Wayne Catalano's 0 for 8 with only 2 hitting the board, with first-time starters going long in the dirt.
Produced Airstrike, who won the Triple Bend.
That's who I was thinking. Airstrike. It's a good sprinter. California horse, right?
Mm-hmm. We'll get to that one in a minute. We're going to start with Smarmy. The speed inside has sprint speed and then stretched out. I actually thought that distant second stretching out to a mile was not bad at all because Willful Woman, they probably thought fairly highly of who went by her that day. They put her in the Honeybee next.
Yeah, I will say she disappointed badly in her
She
subsequent start. And I don't know how strong that race was overall, but I thought this horse was one of the logical players in here.
Miss Tulsa, start number 2, Donnie Von Hemel.
Well, you have to hope this horse is going to improve a lot stretching out. Took no money first time out.
Honor Code Philly, Seeking Honor, start number 2.
This would be an upset. Did absolutely no running first time out.
67-1 in the debut. Christian Torres rides. Here's the first-time starter, Daughter of Union Rags, for Wayne Catalano.
Yeah, I'm not thrilled with taking first-time starters going long, and this isn't a bad field.
And I'm fairly certain that is Ricardo Santana Jr. in that rider change there.
Okay.
Trumpet Lily, Cipriano Contreras.
She is likely to be favored by post time based on the Will Pays, and I think that's very fair. She's run some good races. But another horse like the one that's had her chances, she's never been a short price, though, so this is probably the best spot she's been in.
And the filly coming in from Gulfstream for Kenny McPeak, Daughter of American Pharoah. Here she is at 2-1.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of her chances. The Dale Romans horse who beat her last time, Bobo Girl, is not that good. And the third finisher is a pretty mediocre runner for Todd Pletcher. I'm against.
She is the 9-5 favorite, however. We're 5 minutes to post here in the 7th from Oaklawn. Let's check in with Nancy Holthus.
Thanks so much. Cipriano Contreras does send out the number 5. That is Trumpet Lily, Francisco Arrieta in the irons. A lot of people might not be familiar with Cipriano Contreras, but he does have a lot of street cred. He came up under a prominent trainer on the Chicago circuit. That is Mike Rivas. Now, Cipriano Contreras is a phenomenal horseman in his own right, a really good eye for claiming horses. He claimed this horse in the debut for $20,000 and has hit the board for maiden allowance in the last 3 starts. I like the fact that she does have that 2-turn experience, and those 2 turns have been here, or last time was here at Oaklawn to run second when stretching out to a mile and a 16th. I don't think shortening up to that short stretch of a mile is going to be a problem for her today. She was a little anxious in the paddock today. She did have handlers on both sides, and I asked Sippy, was this the norm for her? And he says, actually, she was a lot better today. He was going to school yesterday, but obviously was a little bit too busy on the Rebel card. He's just going to let her break away and just relax and just see how it all goes from there. But Trumpet Lily certainly gets the 2-turn nod and hopes to get the picture taken today. Guys?
Nancy, thanks. Right now, 3-1 on Trumpet Lily, and Francisco Arrieta right now trailing only Ricardo Santana Jr. at the meet.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Really coming together.
Let's check in with Jonathan Kinch and JK. Your thoughts here on the 7th?
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning against the favorite. Kenny McPeak obviously won very impressively yesterday with Swiss Skydiver, but he's not had a good start to the year. Last I checked, he was like 5% on the year, 3 wins. Not typical for Kenny McPeak, so I just can't take a short price. Towards the inside, Smarmy, this horse ran well on debut, sprinting. Then they come back, first start as a 3-year-old. They bet her like she was meant to win, but she caught a racetrack that was sealed, was sloppy, and maybe she just didn't handle that. She got the mile she wanted then. Now she's going to get it again. She's tactical enough to get away from the inside, to not get herself into a tough position. So I like her the most in this spot, and I like the price considering the others. And as far as the 4 bold tactics, like Andy mentioned, Wayne Catalano not great with horses starting long. This horse has been training pretty consistently since January. Something tells me they maybe wanted to try this distance. Maybe they didn't want to sprint the horse. I mean, I'm not sure that Wayne has his stats written up on the whiteboard in his office, but at the same time, to do something that he's not good at, you feel like there's got to be a reason for it, or maybe the horse is just slow. I don't know, but a very interesting horse in here. But I like the one the most in this spot on the inside, the one Smarmy.
Yeah, it looks like she's going to run away from there and have a tactical advantage in this spot. Right now, 2-1 on the inside runner.
Just so you know, you don't want somebody to tell you you're smarmy. Just letting Jonathan know.
It's not a compliment,
it's
Jonathan.
Not a compliment.
People have said that about you over the years.
Right, Jonathan. Somebody said you were smarmy, and I said that's really unfair to Jonathan.
Well, let's take a look at it's. Go ahead, JK.
I can promise you I won't call you that at Saratoga.
I don't think you could promise that.
At least to your face.
Right. When you're out with Greg. Greg's going to tell you if you do it.
Start number 2, when she stretched out. This was this muddy racetrack at Oaklawn. She did get to the front, and it was only Willful Woman that finished ahead of her.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have a lot to say about this race that isn't apparent. I mean, people at home looking at past performances can see on buyer speed figures the 1 and 5 are faster than these. It concerns me a little bit that the 1 ran better than the 5 last time. I kind of prefer the 1 today. I'd like to see him just sort of go and try to control the race. To me, they just like the best 2 horses. I'm not a big fan of Sallet, who I think will drift up a little bit and ultimately be the 3rd choice.
Yeah, you see favoritism back down to the 1 right now, who we just showed you, Rigney Racing, daughter of Liam's Map.
I wish that there was some sort of alternative. I mean, Jonathan, did you see anything to like about the 2 Miss Tulsa stretching out, other than maybe on the pedigree as a Broy's Cause? I didn't see anything.
No, I mean, I think I always can kind of get a little bit interested in horses that spent a lot of time, especially young horses, stuck down on the inside. And but she's going to end up getting the same trip here. But if I was trying to make an excuse for her last race, she was 81-1 that day.
Right.
That means that no one in America thought she had a chance. It's not a good sign.
Miss Tulsa did, actually. Whoever she is. Yeah, no, I agree. The odds first time out it is tricky. And she just, I mean, she ran enough. You know, you look at her running line, it's one of those running lines where you feel like maybe she's running, you watch the race, you say, unless she was spinning her wheels being inside, she just never did any running. There was no forward movement at all. It was more a function of the old passing tired horses, or tired horses passing her the wrong way.
And the one that Nancy was talking about, and JK, if you want, jump in here. There's the 5. That's Trumpet Lily. At least 3rd off the bench today, and she did take a little move forward in that 2nd start of her 3-year-old campaign.
And couldn't you argue, like the 1, that she probably happier being back on a fast track like she got last time out?
And the other thing is geometry comes into play here as well. Trumpet Lily lost a lot of ground last time. She was wide around both turns. So, essentially she's traveling further than everyone else. It's why in track and field they have those staggered starts. We don't have that in racing. She lost ground, and that makes a difference.
And isn't it surprising that the 1 is 6-5 right now and she's 5-2? I mean, just from a value standpoint, wouldn't you, if somebody said you have to bet one of them, wouldn't you just take 5-2 and the 5's just better value?
Maybe. Ask me in about a minute. Ask me in a minute and 40 seconds. I'll tell you.
No, you're right.
It depends where they cross.
Okay, I'm taking the 5, Jonathan, for a drink. You want the 1? I'll give you the best of it.
Deal.
Smarmy, favorite inside, now down to 6-5 on the filly, who should be leading the way from that inside post. Vic Stoffer with the call. Here's race 7 from Oaklawn.
Honor and Sallet. They're at the post. They're off. Good start. Trumpet Lily and Smarmy for the front. Smarmy a neck in front. Trumpet Lily is second, and Arietta is race riding Talamo early, and he gets over in front as Smarmy had to check on heels. So Trumpet Lily is the leader. Now Smarmy will attack from the outside in second, a length and a half to Miss Tulsa, Seeking Honor and Salet, and the early trailer is the first-time starter Bold Tactics. To the backstretch they run with Trumpet Lily and Smarmy 1-2. Trumpet Lily 3/4 of a length. Smarmy races in second, in the clear now from Miss Tulsa, who's a close third. Seeking Honor is fourth, and she's got about 2.5 lengths to make up. At the back of the pack are Bold Tactics and Salad. 5 lengths first to last, 4.5 furlongs left to run. The finish line is the 16th pole, and Trumpet Lily is the leader. It is Trumpet Lily from Smarmy in a second. Now, Bold Tactics is going to move through at the rail and take third. Meanwhile, Salad is looking for a way through, and it's not easy. She's going to try to squeeze through at the back of the pack, and now on the front end, Smarmy is after Trumpet Lily. These two are matching strides. Trumpet Lily half ahead in front of Smarmy in second. Bold Tactics is third. Salad has dropped out. Salad is 5 from the lead, top of the stretch, and it's a match race right now. Trumpet Lily inside, Smarmy outside. 2.5 to Bold Tactics, trying to join those two. She could very well do it. Final 16th, Smarmy and Trumpet Lily, and Trumpet Lily is now a length in front. Smarmy is second. Bold Tactics to the outside, going to move into second and try to get Trumpet Lily. Trumpet Lily, Bold Tactics, Trumpet Lily. Trumpet Lily beat Bold Tactics a half length. Smarmy was third, Miss Tulsa fourth.
Trumpet Lily, in credit, Francisco Arietta took the lead away from Smarmy from the outset.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we talked about it a little bit in the Rebel with Joel Rosario's decisive move early. Not that it ultimately may not have mattered. This was the winning move, right? I mean, this is it. Once Arietta, who's clearly showing why he's up to being close to leading rider, he really won this race, taking the race away from Joe Talamo early.
And hangs on, gate to wire for the win. Nice run from the first-time starter, Bold Tactics, who winds up second in here. But JK from the outset again. Francisco Arietta, he's having a tremendous meet, and he makes a decisive winning move early here.
Yeah, if the Rebel yesterday and this race today doesn't tell you that the first turn is very, very important in two-turn races, I don't know what will. And we're going to have to find some place that has like half-off drinks or something, because I can't get him a full-price drink.
Jonathan, I have 3 words. Hamlet and Ghost.
That one's a little expensive.
Toga JK, you can afford it. Trumpet Lily with the win. 5th time out gets the victory. Daughter of Carpe Diem, Cipriano Contreras. Francisco Arietta, number 2 rider at the meet, chasing Ricardo Santana Jr. with the victory here in the 7th. All right, well, the price is coming up. We go back to the fairgrounds. 8th race coming up. You get another look there at Trumpet Lily, heading back to get her picture taken.
Are you ready for the big stat? You've been waiting.
It comes in this race at Fairgrounds?
8th race at Fairgrounds. Had the best stat ever. We missed it. It's the one horse.
All right, we'll get back to it. Of course, we did 6 furlongs here in this race in a state-bred allowance group as we look at Taylor Avenue, blinkers on.
One of, I think, 4 horses coming out of the same race in there, and is the one that probably did the least running, just sort of mildly coming up the rail late.
The truth is the truth, the 3.
I thought this horse had a perfect trip last time and simply wasn't good enough.
Half Cuckoo, speed, and could not last on the dirt last start.
What was the excuse last time? Yeah, ran the best of the 4 that ran there, but the winner had a tougher trip and just ran her down.
Tom Amoss with more speed and a horse coming off a maiden win, shades of truth.
Tom Amoss does not have good numbers off of maiden wins, but this horse is clearly fast enough to win, and the one I'll be using exactas.
12-1 outside. Here's Half Glamorous.
Yes, Half Glamorous had a bit of a trip in that race, but just ran so badly I can't use her. Can we discuss the trainer stat in the 1 Platinum Sky? You ready for this?
Yes.
Source broke her maiden last time out, going a mile and a 16th, or mile and 70 yards. Today she's running 6 furlongs. Dallas Stewart, over the last 5 years, is 3 for 3 cutting back from a route to a sprint off a maiden win with a $14.79 ROI.
This is the stat you wanted to wow us with?
3 for 3 with a $15 ROI? Jonathan's excited by this stat. You may not be, but Jonathan Kinchin, my man, is.
Will he make it the market mover, JK?
No, I'm not excited about it. I singled Tom Amos in here, so I'm not excited about your stat, Andy, although I think it is a relevant one. The 2, Taylor Avenue's going to be the market mover. This horse is taking money. Was 4-1 morning line. If you look at the doubles, is kind of right there in the mix. I'm guessing this horse is taking money because the horse is always taking money. If you look down at the past performances, 2-1, 5-2, he's been almost even money. This horse just takes money every time. He's had a lot of opportunities. I'm going to look elsewhere. This horse doesn't really have an identity from a style standpoint. I'm going to go with our man Tom Amos, the 5 Shades of Truth. And speaking of Shades of Truth, I singled this horse in my pick 5, so hopefully it's still alive after this. But this is a horse that it's not typical of Tom to bring horses back this quickly. This horse is coming back pretty fast, ran February 26th, and is back a little bit quicker than normal. But I love the way this horse ran last time, showed speed, did it the right way, stalking on the outside, doesn't have to get to the front, but would take the front if it's there. This is the one that I want in this spot. It's a competitive race, but you had to narrow somewhere. It was a tough sequence.
All right, Jonathan, if you want to bet the market mover, anybody else in this upcoming race, you can do so by downloading the TwinSpires app. You can also go to twinspires.com, use the code GET200, and that's how you start your $200 new player bonus right away.
Jonathan's right that Shades of Truth on paper, based on 2 of her 3 buyer speed figures on the dirt, were 60s, in the mid-60s. Nobody in here is fast enough to beat her. I looked up some stats on Tom Amos as well. Off of maiden wins and dirt sprints, and this is Tom Amos, who wins at a pretty high percentage. He's 16 for 82, 20%, with a 95-cent ROI, which says to me they're underachieving. At Fairgrounds, he's 3 for 15, once again 20%, 70-cent ROI. So that says to me that Tom Amos's horse is as good as trainer as Tom is, and all kidding aside, I have a world of respect for him. His horses frequently do not come back off their maiden wins and run to expectations in dirt sprints.
All right,
so that's why I thought she might be vulnerable.
Okay, 6-5.
But the horse to beat, no argument on paper.
Daughter of Exaggerator, she was easily the best as the favorite last time out, breaking her maiden career start, number 4. And public backing her here this afternoon, and she does not have to have the lead to win either. That's a good thing about it. Next door, Calf Cuckoo, this one appears to will need the lead if she wants to win.
Yeah, I mean, she should be outside of her. We'll see how much speed the 6 little adieu shows. Half Cuckoo, as we said, is one of 4 coming out of the same maiden race. And to me, clearly, of the 4, ran the best race, not just because she finished ahead of the Truth, who I thought had a dream trip on the inside, angling out in the stretch. My problem is that Half Cuckoo should have won last time. And it's kind of, for me, a last time was the time horse at 7-1. Now, if you like her, she's 9-2, so that's a good price. My question is, why is everybody betting the 2 Taylor Avenue? Is it because she has good back races? Because she was bad last time.
Equipment change this afternoon for Sharp Barn. Stakes placed as well, although that came in the mud. And she is 7-2 on the board right now. That is good for second choice on the board. Even money now on this Tom Amos filly, by the way.
Yeah, I'm not going to. I believe she's the horse to beat. I'm not surprised if she wins, but I think she's vulnerable. I'm concerned that she will not come back to that race. And as Jonathan pointed out, she comes back reasonably quickly, just 16 days since that start, right?
Fairly quick, but if, trainer who, in some ways, it might be a positive sign. And she's obviously doing good to bring her back, right?
I guess the race came up as well. And sometimes you have to go in the races that come up. And this race comes available to run in a $61,000 LA-bred filly race. You don't know when they're going to run this race again, right? She doesn't run here. Maybe she doesn't get to start for six weeks or something. So you might as well look. She's even money. So Tom, win or lose, Tom's right to be running this horse here. You're running even money shots in $60,000 races at this level. You did the right thing.
No question.
Yeah, I mean, that's, you don't ever have to apologize even if you lose. You have to run in these spots.
That's why he's in the Fairgrounds Hall of Fame.
I think an argument, I know Tom has, not won the big races. Obviously he has won the Kentucky Oaks and stuff. He hasn't won at that higher echelon. But he, he's not a Hall of Fame worthy, but he's close. Well, he's one very good horse away from starting the conversation. And we're a little biased. He's our friend.
He had won some big ones last year, no question. And, Kentucky Oaks is about as close to the big ones as it gets.
Yeah.
So
you need a Triple Crowns. You know what I mean? In general, you need that kind of stuff. Breeders' Cups and such. But obviously, as you said, the Kentucky Oaks, one of the biggest races in the country.
And he had a horse who was a fan favorite of a lot of people, of course, who had a pretty incredible year last year as well. Serengeti Empress was sensational at Saratoga last summer. So Jonathan, short price, holding on the Shades of Truth for Tom Amoss at 6-5.
Yeah, I thought we should take a little time to talk a little bit about Andy's stat on the one Platinum Sky, because it feels like to me it's interesting because this horse feels like a sprinter. He's sprinted 4 times in her career. And then the maiden race came up going 2 turns, and Dallas entered, and she aired in there. Now, it was a sloppy racetrack, so being out on the front end is definitely not a bad thing when you have speed. What kind of trip do you think she's going to get, Andy, in here? She doesn't seem particularly quick from the inside.
She doesn't have the speed to keep up. She's going to have to hope that you get some sort of pace between the 4, 5, and 6, that at least 2 of them engage. And sometimes when you have 3, that could potentially mean the pace will at least be a little better than honest. But I agree with you. She's going to fall back. Listen, Jonathan, she's not fast enough to win on paper. I don't think we have to fool around and pretend that she is. I found that stat fascinating, and I looked at this race and said, either Tom Amoss is going to win or anyone's going to win, because I don't like the horses that come out of that 7th race on February 21st at Fairgrounds. And so I was looking for alternative. And, there's some stats, especially at prices, I can't resist.
See how it plays out here. John Dooley with the call. Shades of Truth for Tom Amoss, the 5, the heavy favorite.
Pick 5, 6-5, Shades of Truth favorite. And the gate. They're off. Shades of Truth broke sharp. Half Glamorous, Half Cuckoo taken back to last, and there's Platinum Sky from the rail now. It's Platinum Sky who's just in front for Colby Hernandez. James Graham has the favorite, Shades of Truth. Royal Blue and Lime Sash right there with an early bid to vie for this lead with Platinum Sky. And it's Shades of Truth narrowly as Half Cuckoo has made a bold move here, was last out to the gate and is now ranged up into 3rd. Taylor Avenue 4th at the rail. The Truth is the Truth. It's racing a wide 5th. Half Glamorous is 2nd to last. And at long odds, Lilo Du trails the 3-year-old filly sprint. The quarter 22.15 seconds inside 3 furlongs to go. It's Shades of Truth out in front. Tracked by Half Cuckoo. Platinum Sky with the red cap. The Truth is the Truth is now gearing up for Shawbridge Mahanla far outside as Shades of Truth leads for the quarter pole. Taylor Avenue was angled out. Half Glamorous is raced wide and Lil Do is trailed. The half mile for Shades of Truth. 45.67 seconds into this final Fairgrounds furlong they come. It's Shades of Truth as Platinum Sky has 2 lengths to raise and a 16 to do so. Half Glamorous, then the Truth is the Truth. Shades of Truth, tenuous lead. Platinum Sky descends for Colby Hernandez. Platinum Sky to get and beat Shades of Truth. Half Glamorous was 3rd. 4th photo between Taylor Avenue with the Truth is the Truth.
You were waiting to give us that stat, and now Dallas Stewart 4 for 4 with this maneuver, right?
That really is unbelievable. And it's funny because I'm not a guy who's looking to bet on stats just blindly, but you just couldn't ignore it. And what's interesting about Platinum Sky, and I think Jonathan would agree with this, she tipped her hand right away. I mean, we were talking before the race, and it's very hard to look at your past performances and see her as anywhere near the pace. And she actually won this race by making the 5 have to run a little faster early. She acted almost as her own rabbit. Jonathan, this was exciting.
Yeah, no, she popped away from there, and there was an oh dear moment when she broke so sharp because, like you said, that's what I wasn't expecting her to do that. I was expecting her to kind of get taken back and hope that the pace wasn't going to be too quick, and her being involved early was a little bit concerning. But then, Tom started to get away a little bit with Shades of Truth, and she started to open up in the stretch, and at about the 16th pole, I started doing the lean again, the old trusty lean back, and unfortunately the wire was not quick enough.
You could see that Colby Hernandez was trying to get this horse outside. He didn't rush. He didn't try to go up the inside. He waited until they separated enough, and once he got this horse outside is when she rallied. And what a stat for Dallas Stewart, huh?
Tell us the stat again.
Now it's 4 for 4. Turning back from a route to sprint on dirt off a maiden win. And the ROI goes up. This horse is 10-1. The ROI had been $14.79. Now it's over $16.
Platinum Sky made Shades of Truth have to work, get a little uncomfortable early, and then rallies from off the pace when dropping back. Colby Hernandez, sharp ride here for Dallas Stewart takes this 8th here at the Fairgrounds. We'll have the prices for you when we come back, and we're going to talk Distaff division when we return. Kentucky Oaks winner from last year, She Dares the Devil. Impressive in her 4-year-old return to the races, potentially on a collision course. Of course, with her stablemate in a pretty good one out west, who came back in Swiss Skydiver, the 3-year-old champion filly for Kenny McPeak. Stay with us. We'll be back.
Smiling Tiger is now the #1 fourth crop sire in America. You heard that right. Smiling Tiger, standing at Harris Farms for a special discount of just $5,500, is the #1 fourth crop sire in America. His progeny scored 4 stakes wins in just 6 weeks, including Smiling Shirley, Grinning Tiger, and Tiger Dad. The #1 fourth crop sire in the nation is Smiling Tiger, standing at Harris Farms for a discounted rate of just $5,500.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
Back on America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. Our program brought to you in part by the Champion Sprinter, a one-of-a-kind run happy among the leading second crop sires going right now, having a outstanding second year at stud. From legendary stall #1 over there at Claiborne Farm. Platinum Sky, Andy gave us the stat he was looking forward to give us all afternoon long, and it pays dividends here. Dallas Stewart cutting back off a maiden win going long to a sprint. 4 for 4 now.
How about $81 for the exacta with a 6-5 shot finishing second, right? 3.5 times the win price on this horse. The greatest value in racing, heavy favorite second, right?
Yeah.
Tremendous value. Great ride by Colby Hernandez. And Dallas, your next ice cream cone in Saratoga is on Jonathan.
Feature next at Oaklawn, this 8th race. Steve Asmussen, he has a couple of runners in this allowance optional claiming 2-turn mile in a 16th event. Jilted Bride is the favorite. Ricardo Santana Jr. winds up there. Tom Amos has a runner in here, Charming Later. The other Steve Asmussen runner, Alta's Award, she just missed against She Dares the Devil in the Honeybee at this racetrack last year.
I'm going to tell you, I look at this board, I don't know why every horse is roughly the same price.
Meanwhile, speaking of the Kentucky Oaks winner from last year, she returned, 4-year-old debut. It came yesterday, grade 2 Azeri, and she went to the front and did not look back.
Listen, she's obviously a horse that's qualification. She hadn't had the consistency that Swiss Skydiver did, you know, and some of the others, but she at times, especially the Oaks, ran a huge race. My question here is, what the heck was Joel Rosario doing, rating Latrushka? I mean, her weapon is her speed. Not only did he rate her at a fairly moderate pace and allowed the winner to walk up the front end. To me, and I didn't bet here, I'm just shocked. Were you shocked by those tactics?
She needs to be in front. It seems like it's her only way to go. Yeah, that was a little strange, but Florent, She Dares the Devil were aggressive early. Yeah, and this was impressive.
No, listen, she comes off a layoff, and, you think that she's headed, you would have to imagine, to a showdown. I mean, would Brad Cox separate her and Monomoy Girl?
He is going to.
He is. He'll point to La Troyenne, I would assume, because Monomoy Girl's going. Listen, one thing we root for, whether you like these horses or not, more good horses. The more good races you see from the older horses, and Oaklawn has a terrific program for the older horses in the winter, males and females, the better off we are. So if this horse can keep it going with Monomoy Girl and Swiss Skydiver yesterday, she looked like she was as good, if not better, than ever.
Yeah, let's talk Beholder Mile out on the West Coast at Santa Anita for the 3-year-old champion filly. Swiss Skydiver coming back in a Grade 1 off that disappointing effort in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, and she was she was special.
If you haven't been won over by Swiss Skydiver, then there's something wrong with you. I mean, even guys like me, and I had my doubts about her and was just incorrect as the season wore on. But when you think of the campaign that Ken McPeak has put her on, it doesn't matter where the race is, he just shows up. It doesn't matter who she's running against, he just shows up. And you know what? So does she.
Every single time. No, doesn't matter where, what distance, who she's running against, her own division or males. And they may tackle males again at some point this year. They've talked about that. He believes Kenny McPeak, her best distance, 1.25 miles. So if she does face the boys, probably going to come at that type of distance.
Yeah, I don't know. I watched this race, and I think she's just good at every distance. I wouldn't pigeonhole her. I think the thing that's good about her is
best,
she can. I don't know. She can win at any distance. I mean, it's fair what he says. Her 1 mile and 3/16 in the Preakness, her best race. The Alabama was a terrific race. She's just remarkable, and she's one of only 2 horses that ever finished ahead of Authentic.
When you beat the eventual Breeders' Cup Classic winner,
and Horse of the Year,
yeah, I would say that's probably in your wheelhouse as one of your best distance in 1 mile and 3/16.
But I'm saying she's also only, her 2 fastest by her speed figures, I believe, are there. But I think she shows in this race that it doesn't. I just think I don't want to pigeonhole her. I just think she's good. You know what I mean? I don't think it matters what the distance is. She's just good.
So obviously the big 2, we're waiting for them to get on that collision course. Probably not going to come to the Breeders' Cup. We'll see. Monomoy Girl, of course, and Skydiver, who we're talking about. But She Dares the Devil from the same stable as Monomoy Girl, showing that she may be a player of the division now for Brad Cox as well.
The more the merrier.
It's going to be fun to watch this group do their thing all year long. And we'll see. Don't count out Latruska if she can run. I think next time we're going to see her do what she does best.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the connections wanted to see if she could rate and win the race. It is, listen, you want to win these races? It was a prep for the Apple Blossom, so maybe they were looking at tactics. And it's not like she ran badly.
Not at all. Back to Oaklawn. Apple Blossom, the big target for those in that division, prepping towards the big one at the meet. This race here at 7 minutes away, and 7-5 favorite is Jilted Bride for Steve Asmussen, and he also has the outside horse. This horse comes in off a win last start, somewhat lightly raced, and She Dares the Devil as well. She was 3rd behind her in a race where She Dares the Devil ran 2nd, and Bonnie South was the winner.
I think she has races that absolutely make her a contender, and I think she's going synthetic and turf to dirt. She's going back to the right surface.
Who are you talking about?
The horse you're talking about, Alta's Reward on the outside.
I was talking about Jilted Bride.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think Jilted Bride's way overbet.
Okay, I agree with you. Here's the 2, Oh Serafina, 2 back. She was a winner at Fairgrounds.
This is a horse that looked at Oakland Park last winter like she could be a player moving forward. Her form really has not come together, but her last dry track race was good enough to give her a chance.
Queen Bridget, 15-1 goes by. Here's the favorite for Steve Asmussen.
I guess she's okay, but she beat a weaker field last time by a length. I think she's a bet against
that was her 4-year-old debut. She's 7-5. Here's Singita Dreams, Phil Bauer.
She feels like a long shot in here. She's not good enough in the dirt, I don't think.
Martine Garcia rides at 16-1. She was 3-1 morning line for what that's worth. Charming Lady, Tom Amos, stretching her back out. She's run decent when she's gone longer before.
She has, and Oh Serafina, the 2, and the 7 have some speed, but I'm curious what Jonathan thinks. I think she could be the clear speed here, and Tom will want to go.
Not WW Fitzy, huh?
Well, it's close. I mean, these two horses both have speed. She's off the claim, WW Fitzy. You know, she ran a big number last time. She duplicates that number, but that was on a sloppy track or a muddy track.
She's run a big one, too, in the past at Gulfstream. And then here's the other Asmussen runner, Joe Talamo aboard Alta's Award.
You like this horse, Greg?
I do.
I'm betting this horse, too. I like the turf and synthetic. This horse is all dirtied up, and I think this is an interesting play at a price. With
more on Alta's Award for the Hall of Fame barn, let's go back to Nancy Holthus.
Thanks so much. Alta's Award might be able to sneak in and get some action. You know, they're already hammering down the main contender in here, that being Jilted Bride. But if you take a closer look at Alta's Award, she oozes back class. She was runner-up to She Dares the Devil, eventual Kentucky Oaks winner, who, by the way, won here yesterday. Got to get that plug in. But second in the Honeybee last year. And if you look, she was fourth in the Fantasy to Swiss Skydiver, who was the eventual Preakness winner. She's been running against older horses very well. She exits a race on the Fairgrounds turf, a fourth-place finish when she did return to the Asmussen barn. But it's that race 3 starts back. The last time she did race on dirt, also the first time versus older, a really good second at today's distance against much tougher optional 80, 3 other than allowance. She looks exceptional in the paddock. And actually, Steve's main assistant, Darren Fleming, had this filly in the paddock himself. So looks good on the track and in person, and she was absolutely cool as a cucumber. And sometimes it's those soft entries that jump up to get the picture. Guys?
Nancy, thanks. Yes, 7-1 here on Alta's Award, but all the money right now on Jilted Bride, who is making her second start of her 4-year-old campaign. She did get an 80 buyer and get up for the win on this racetrack in that 3-year-old debut. Her 4-year-old debut,
She's fine, but I think she will ask to improve off her win to potentially beat these, especially take her at a short price. She can win. She's an underlay.
Jonathan, what are your thoughts here on this feature?
And I like the 3 at 15-1. You talk about dirty form, like Andy mentioned earlier. If you look at Queen Bridget, you look at her past performances, she ran fine in the Honeybee against eventual Kentucky Oaks winner She Dares the Devil. Then she ran well, showing a lot of speed in the allowance race at Oaklawn, where she ran into Daphne Moon, another nice, talented horse. Then she runs into Gamine in the allowance race. And then they switch her to the turf. That doesn't go well. She completely misses the break in the Delaware Oaks. Then she takes her last 2 starts on the synthetic racetrack. She's getting back on the dirt, and she's 14-1. Do I think that am I going to cut in line to bet her to win? Maybe a little bit, but I do think she's very live to get involved, to hit the board, whether it be exactas or trifectas, in a little bit with her on top. I think she's interesting with a past performance that doesn't look nearly as good as I think she might be.
So we've made a case for quite a few in this race. I even thought Serafina has some races to go back to. The 2 at 17-1 that are competitive here.
Yeah, no, she does. I'm not going to argue with that. I mean, you look at her form. But here's one for you. I mean, you look at her form as a 3-year-old, and then you look at Jilted Bride's form as a 3-year-old. You could argue she ran some faster races than Jilted Bride. I mean, she was second to Taraz, who had an unfortunate accident, but she was considered one of the top 3-year-olds in the country for Judd Mutt and Brad Cox last year. You know, obviously it hasn't worked out, but she was in the slop last time. Her race 2 back is fast enough to be close to a player at $1,000,000 to 1.
Meanwhile, this one remains the favorite, Jilted Bride. Let's show you that 4-year-old debut for her here at Oaklawn, in which she got up to win by a length as a 3-5 favorite that day.
Yeah. I mean, it was a relatively unimpressive win in a 6-horse field against lesser foes. I mean, she can win off that. She could take another step forward. She's got some okay races. But I don't understand why she's a heavy favorite, Greg. Do you?
This was just an A other than, by the way.
Yeah, there are conditions, the way thoroughbreds. You break your maiden if you're not a claimer. You go in a non-winners of 1. It means you haven't won a race other than maiden, claiming, or starter. If you get that condition, the non-winners of 2. they don't get a little tougher. They get significantly tougher because the non-winners of 2 are filled with horses that won that number 1 condition and just aren't good enough necessarily to win the 2 condition, but that doesn't mean they aren't good horses. They're better horses. The non-winners of 1 are filled with a lot of horses who have had their chances to get through that condition. It is not an easy thing for a horse to run their conditions, as they say. You know, win the maiden, win the non-winners of 1, win the non-winners of 2. And I'm not saying she can't do it, but I don't believe that she's anywhere close to good value at this kind of price.
Yeah, that's the thing. The price is short.
Yeah.
It was the starting point for this 4-year-old campaign. You would expect her to move forward, especially coming out of this Hall of Fame barn. She's got to deal with a stablemate, though, as well to the outside, who, if you take out the last couple of races, turf, synthetic, go back to dirt, she is very competitive.
Yeah, I mean, look at Alta's reward, right? She wins a non-winners of 1. She buries Charming Lady. She comes back and runs second to that bum She Dares a Devil in the Honeybee, right? They try the Fantasy. She doesn't even run that badly behind Swiss Skydiver, finishing 4th. And that field was scattered 100 miles apart. Obviously, things went wrong. They try those other races. Things went wrong. They laid her up. She comes back. She blows the break at Keeneland. She doesn't really run that badly. Then they run her. She runs fine. She runs a 78 buyer and finishes second at 3-1. Runs fine. Then they go synthetic. And then they go on turf. Now she's back doing what she's supposed to be doing. Is she absolutely going to win? No, but what makes her significantly less likely, if less likely at all, to win than the other Aspen?
And that's going back to something that you talked about in a race we saw back in the 7th at the Fairgrounds with Vehement, getting back to doing and running on the surface that he wants to run on.
The secret to success in racing isn't as complicated. It's running them where they belong, on the right surface, at the right distance. Now, I wonder if one of the reasons there's this big price discrepancy is that Carlos Santana is riding the 4 and Talamo on the 8. But that doesn't mean 100% of the time, you know, the Santana one's always going to win.
Could be part of it, you would think, why you're seeing 8-5 on Jilted Bride. And we're not saying by any stretch that she absolutely is not a major player and can't win this race, but the value certainly is not there.
Right. I mean, the idea, we talked about it in the previous race with the 1 and 5. The 5 just seemed like a better bet than the 1 at 2-1. It's not necessarily you were convinced the 5 was a better horse, but do you ever notice a horse player, when you make a decision based on price, you seem to get rewarded more often than not?
It's amazing. Meanwhile, there's W.W. Fitzy, the 7. We know she's quick. She wants to go to the front. Obviously, Charming Lady next to her has the same intentions, but she ran a huge effort off the bench last start.
She did, and, you know, she's got, as you say, other fast figures on dry tracks, so it's not just the wet track. She's interesting. Not great numbers. For what it's worth, off the claim on the dirt for Cipriano Contreras, he's just 15 for 149, 10% with a 90-cent ROI, and 2 for 62 in routes.
JK, what do you think about her at a mile and a 16th?
Yeah. I mean, look, I don't know for sure. She ran fine back last spring. She wasn't terrible. She was hitting the board in those spots. My biggest concern is she's never run in a stake race before. Her and Charming Lady are the only ones that haven't run in stakes races. The rest of these fillies have all run in stakes races. I don't think that there's too many times you see a horse that's with a bunch of stakes type horses that's taking this money. This is an effect we see all over the country. In the Midwest, you see it with Steve Asmussen and Brad Cox, where horses are arguably overbet. They do win a lot, so that maybe it's not overbet. You see it on the West Coast with Bob Baffert, and you see it on the East Coast with Chad Brown. All 4 of those guys win a heck of a lot of races and probably deserve the attention they get, but a lot of times horses like this that don't completely make sense take money that I can't always justify.
Yeah, Jonathan, they're talking about Jilted Bride, the 4, who's the 8-5 favorite. Meanwhile, second choice back to W.W. Fitzy. We'll see if Francisco Arrieta can again be aggressive, get to the front, and last on the lead. We'll see. Charming Lady, obviously, Florent Giroux wants to be quick as well. There is the 7 about to load. 4-horse remains the favorite. Has been favored throughout. Dotero Wicked Strong, 1 of 2 in the race for Steve Asmussen. There's his other one, the outside runner of the 8, Alta's Award. The better price of the 2. Vic Stauffer with the call. Here's race 8 from Hot Springs, Arkansas.
They're at the post. They're off. W.W. Fitzy was knocked around a bit between horses. She will not lead early. That'll go to O Serafina, who takes the lead from Charming Lady, and now recovering W.W. Fitzy 3 deep. Then comes Singita Dreams and Queen Bridget, followed by, at the back of the pack, Alta's Award and stablemate Jilted Bride. To the backstretch they run, and O Serafina has the lead, but here's W.W. Fitzy, and she looks like she wants to go all the way up and challenge for and take the lead, and she does. W.W. Fitzy puts her blue blinkers just in front. O Serafina is alongside in second. These two now quicken away, 2.5 to Charming Lady and Queen Bridget. Then comes Singita Dreams. She's fifth with about 6 lengths to make up, and then a big gap back to the 2 trailers, the Asmussen trainees of Alta's Award and Jilted Bride, as they run past the half-mile pole. W.W. Fitzy is now clear, and she'll take the lead into the far turn from O Serafina, who's trying to come back at her through from the inside. W.W. Fitzy, 3/4. O Serafina is a second. Charmed Lady is third. Then between horses, Queen Bridget. Now the back markers are moving as a team and closing in. Both Jilted Bride and Alta's Award within 4 lengths of the lead, which is held clearly by W.W. Fitzy. She still's got a lot of work to do. Final 3/16. W.W. Fitzy is 2.5 lengths in front. To the outside, Alta's Award is moving. So is Jilted Bride between horses. They're coming as a team after W.W. Fitzy. W.W. Fitzy is trying desperately to hold on. Jilted Bride between horses. Alta's Award in the center, and here they come. Jilted Bride, Alta's Award. They're going to go by Jilted Bride. Asmussen 1-2. Jilted Bride beat Alta's Award. W.W. Fitzy was third. Singita Dreams finished fourth.
The 2 Asmussen runners who were last and second to last. It's a photo finish between them. Jilted Bride gets it.
Yeah, the 7-horse ran some race here. That was a fast pace, and these horses both came very well. They both got good rides. But because the 4, Jilted Bride, was inside of Alta's Award, she was able to save more ground the turn. And I got to imagine that half ahead, that was the difference there. And listen, Jilted Bride, terrific ride by Ricardo Santana to get the money there. We bet the right horse at 5-1, Greg. We lost to a horse that was 9-5 and didn't run a particularly better race. Sometimes you lose the coin flips, but I want 5-1 in those coin flips every day of the week, and I know you do too.
Yeah, long run, it's going to pay off. Right. In here, in the end, J.K. Steve Asmussen runs 1-2.
Yeah, this race is a perfect example about how I have to find a better phrase than overbet, because I say it all the time about Chad Brown. I say it about Bob Baffert, Brad Cox, and Steve Asmussen, and then this thing happens to me all the time. They're overbet because they win a lot of races. And Jilted Bride won this one. The money was right.
And again, but back to what you were saying, Andy, tail of trips here from the 2 from the same barn.
Now, to be fair, Ricardo was for second, could have been in a tough spot. If that hole closes he's trying to go through, it's all she wrote, and she gets nothing, and Ricardo walks back and he feels like a dope. He took a chance, it worked out, so good for him, but it didn't have to work out. At least our horse is out in the clear.
4-8-7 finish as we look at the odds for the Fairgrounds. 9th race, 5.5 furlongs on the turf, an allowance optional claiming field. Oak Hill, Al Stahl cuts back in distance.
Yeah, he's also a first-time gelding, I believe. We have seen Al win with a cut back on the turf so far.
Here is Oak Hill, 3-1.
Yeah, there's not a lot of speed in here, so as a turn back, that concerns me.
Kingpin, blinkers go on. Mike Stidham.
You love the movie?
Great
I love
movie.
the horse going wire to wire here. Go to the front, Sean. Never look back.
Irish Hokey at 8-1.
Feels like an
What
underlay
is it,
at 8-1. Back to the turf, a better turf horse, but not good enough on paper to me.
9-1 on 7 cents. Blinkers on. Carl Broberg.
First does have a very fast turf race in the last races. Carl looked to win his second turf sprint in the card.
38-1 on the 6. How do we pronounce this?
Runchy Front? The Rank Outsider. This horse's name is the Rank Outsider.
Yeah, has some speed, getting back on turf. Wiley E. Peyote. Chris Block trains at 6-1.
Yes, that would be Wiley Coyote on Peyote. We'll see. He did run a good second last time. He had a very good trip behind Star of Kodiak.
And bad beat Brian Mike Maker, 1 back-to-back starts.
Yeah, he's way overbet at 3-1. I am sorry. He's a nice horse. Named after the late Brian Morgan. Many of us are familiar with here at NYRA. This horse is taking a gigantic leap up in class. I think 3-1 is a dramatic underlay. I don't get it at all.
He's favored slightly. There's 3 on the board at 3-1. Jonathan Kingpin, tell us more.
Yeah, I like the 3 in here as well. If you look at the past performances, the 3 last time ran in the Pulse Power down at Houston, $100,000 stake. And there's some nice horses in there. Fast Boat, a nice horse. Fast Boat ran a race a couple of years ago. Maybe it was a year ago. I feel like last year we lost, but he ran a fast race. Those are like a Breeders' Cup turf sprint type of number. He's a talented horse, and Kingpin was right in the mix with that race. There's no speed for a turf sprint. I was going to say there's no speed. I mean, there's some speed in here, but for a turf sprint, there's not a lot of speed in here at all. Kingpin should be out on the front end, like Andy said. The blinkers on shouldn't be a problem with that. And I think that he's the classiest one with the fastest number last time. There's a lot of things to like, especially in turf sprints. When you can get a horse out on the front end, it seems to work out more often than not.
Yeah, John, I know, Jonathan, you saw Kingpin, and you know what it's like to get Munson, but when you've had a bad day at the track, a losing day, we call it getting kinchened.
Hey, I've been getting kinchened all weekend, so who do I call to complain about that?
My concern with the 3, and I agree with Jonathan, and I like the 3 here, and I boxed 2-3 and bet a 3-2 exacta, is that the 3 Kingpin is going to be favored by Posta.
Want to remind everyone, if you want to bet the market mover in this race coming up, or just play with Twin Spires. I don't think we had a market mover. Get 200 is your code to use. $200 new player bonus. Use it right away. Go to twinspires.com, or you can download the app as well. Official betting partner, of course, of the Kentucky Derby.
Should I be the one to say it, Greg?
What?
Run, Chief, run.
I love it.
Or run, Chief, run.
I couldn't even make a guess.
Either.
You said run, Chief, run. Yeah, it's run, Chief, run. Thank you, Eric Donovan, for helping us with that. Wow, that was bad.
Thank you for allowing us to sort of extrapolate on how embarrassingly stupid we are.
That was terrible. Oak Hill, meanwhile, getting a look at the 2 there for Al Stall. This is going to be the 4-year-old debut. We saw this horse break the maiden at Saratoga, and I thought he was going to turn out to be a really good horse.
Yeah, he's really only won, though, and he's been able to control races. I mean, I think one thing Al Stall's looking at is maybe he's not necessarily worse going shorter, because that maiden race, Duplicity was a heavy favorite in there, and the horse that he beat for second, Born Great, is a Brendan Walsh horse that I believe is like 5 for 6 now on the turf, and I think he shows up in the PPs as somebody here. He's a pretty strong runner. He's 4 or 5 for in turf sprints, so he's pretty good, Born Great.
Meanwhile, 5-1 Star Kodiak moving in line. Last time on the turf, it was a win for this horse. 4 for 9 record on the grass. Jimmy Graham on board. John Dooley with the call. Race 9 here from the fairgrounds.
Coming up, Marcelo Pedroza with Wiley E. Peyote. Mitch Moore with Arashoki drew 4. Stand by. 1 more. Gabriel Saez with Bad Beat Brian. About 5.5 furlongs. They're in the gate. The Rolfin sprinting, even start. And right there is Irish Hokie, who strikes out along with 7 cents. An early bid. Run, Chief, run is quick to join. It's Irish Hokie narrowly. So Irish Hokie just leads up the inside for Mitchell Murrell, bidding for a 4th win on the card. 7 cents, keeping that pace pressure up on Irish Hokie, and Run, Chief, run just off them. Toward the inside is Wiley Peyote through into 4th. Kingpin is 5th as they went past the half-mile pole. Startup Kodiak is in behind horses to 3 furlongs out. Bad Beat Brian is posted wide, and Oak Hill trails in back of a quarter in 22.41 seconds. These leaders coming toward the quarter pole. It's still Irish Hokie narrowly who leads out the turn in. A couple of furlongs to go. Irish Hokie leads for home from Run, Chief, run. 7 cents being driven hard to keep this pace between horses. Star of Kodiak comes rallying up the rail for outside Kingpin. Bad Beat Brian, they fan across the course. Oak Hill finishing with energy toward the inside and looks to move up toward the rail. They come past the 16th. Here's Bad Beat Brian. Bad Beat Brian for Gabriel Saez, the son of Jack Milton. Bad Beat Brian to win it from Star of Kodiak. Then Kingpin, Oak Hill, Run, Chief, run. Irish Hokie flattened in the home run. Wiley E. Peyote and 7 cents.
Bad Beat Brian, make it 3 in a row, sprinting on the turf for him.
I'm flabbergasted. Mike Maker may be the greatest trainer in the history of the game, that he got this horse to just win. And I guess at the end of the day, maybe he probably should have been sprinting all along. But man, this was a gigantic move up in company for this horse. Got out in the clear on the outside and just mowed him down. He was best. I'm shocked.
Well, he is one of the best trainers in the country. He's showing why here again. This horse now 5 for 11 on the turf, widest of all, up for the victory.
Yeah, well, it was there were 3 going. I mean, I don't know why Sean. I didn't see the break that cleanly. I have to see it again. I don't know why Sean wasn't much closer with Kingpin, who on paper was the absolute clear speed, and he was nowhere near the front. He just wasn't as effective trying to close. He wants to be forward, so he hung. These sprints, the field, they sort of, he saves ground on the turn. He's in the 2 path, and they angle out. He just got that clean run, but yeah, what can I say? Listen, when you're wrong, and I didn't like this horse at all.
This one's just going good right now. Mike Maker's got him in a good way, sprinting on the grass. 3 straight for the son of Jack Milton, Paradise Farms Corp. Gabriel Saez, just as he did last start, guides him first across the wire. Last I saw was 3-1. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. And we're going to talk a little Rebel once again. Bob Baffert, Concert Tour, runs 1-2, and he might have a little issue now in the Derby. We'll talk about that when we come back.
For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord.
Plans to prosper you and not to harm you.
Plans to give you hope and a future.
It's our hope that we'll soon be together again.
Because together, life is good.
Life is good. Really, really, really good.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Smiling Tiger is now the #1 fourth crop sire in America. You heard that right. Smiling Tiger, standing at Harris Farms for a special discount of just $5,500, is the #1 fourth crop sire in America. His progeny scored 4 stakes wins in just 6 weeks, including Smiling Shirley, Grinning Tiger, and Tiger Dad. The #1 fourth crop sire in the nation is Smiling Tiger, standing at Harris Farms for a discounted rate of just $5,500.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, who took the Sub-Barton Stakes at Pimlico in his first start at 3.
King for a Day, who'll rule supreme in the Sub-Barton.
And the only horse to outrun 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Maximum Security has been defeated. King for a Day by a length.
Sire Maker Extraordinaire Uncle Mo's King for a Day. Visit IHDVStallions.com to book your mare today.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 on this Sunday afternoon. Our program is brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Is this Bob Baffert's new theme song? Rebel, Rebel? Rebel Yell? I don't know. He's got a couple of choices. One wins it for the 8th time now in his career. And Concert Tour, he runs 1-2, by the way, but Concert Tour outquicks Caddo River to the front and never looks back.
Yeah, I mean, that was the plan. Bob Baffert is an aggressive trainer. He wants his horse to be forward. He's won a lot of races. He's won races on the lead with the likes of Arrogate and West Coast, and the Travers at Saratoga, with horses that you don't even think of as speeds. Bob knows that speed kills on the dirt, and he uses it and wants his riders to as well.
Concert Tour, Caddo River, these were the 2 big guns in the Rebel on Saturday. Caddo River, the inside post, Concert Tour towards the outside, and in the end, it was just no contest.
Right. I mean, Bob's horses break sharp, and they go, and Joel Rosario said, if you want to go with me, Florent, you're going to be moving. Florent said, I don't want to. And listen, I know there's a lot of chatter out there that, oh, Florent Giroux cost Caddo River the race by not going. So I want to ask those people, do you really think that if he had gunned inside into a faster pace with Concert Tour breathing down his neck, he would have somehow won this race, as opposed to a more moderate pace when he got to the outside and stalked. I think Brad Cox would have said, boy, I wish I drew an outside post so I could stalk Concert Tour. Caddo River, as it turned out, simply wasn't good enough, and Concert Tour was.
Meanwhile, Baffert gets second as well with an 18-1 shot in Hosier, who was coming off a maiden win, but this performance, devastating. 4 1/4 length win. Horse who is owned by Gary and Mary West, and of course they had that Derby DQ with Maximum Security. They bred this horse as well. They also bred Life is Good, but they let him get away.
Well, that's the game sometimes. I mean, I'm sure that they wish they didn't sell Life is Good, but you know, if you're going to sell horses, sometimes you're going to sell a horse turns out to be good. They've got a nice win in Concert Tour. Now, this race didn't come up super fast. Okay. It came up and puts him as one of the contenders, but they're still all below Life is Good.
94 buyer speed figure, and for Baffert, his top 2 in his Derby brigade, there's no question. It's Life is Good. It's Concert Tour, the top 2. Both horses, Andy, that want to be in front, want to go to the lead. What does that mean for them on Derby Day?
Well, I think that's a very, very valid point, Greg. I wasn't sure what you were getting at, but that's a valid point. You know, are they 2 need-the-lead types? And let me ask you a question. He's got the Arkansas Derby, I assume, for Concert Tour. He's got the Santa Anita Derby for Life is Good. Do you want to risk losing by perhaps seeing if one or both of them can rate? Or do you just want to let them run to their strengths in those races, hope it's good enough, and then go on to the Derby and find out there? I don't know. That's a decision that Bob Baffert has to make. Fortunately, he's the best dirt trainer, in my opinion, of all time, and I'm just some jerk who talks about racing on television. It's a real question. They're prep races. You want to win them, but at some point, Bob's going to have to find out if one or both of them can rate.
That's a great point. They're both, with those victories, they're both in.
Yeah.
You could use their next prep, their final prep, to see if that's something that they could do, or you could wait and find out on Kentucky Derby Day. It's going to be fun to watch, yeah. So Life is Good. Arkansas, as you mentioned, Santa Anita Derby next for him, and it will be the Arkansas Derby for Concert Tour. Meanwhile,
I just want to say one more thing. I think one thing about this prep, there were a lot of possible Derby contenders in this race. And the only one that comes out of the race as a real Derby contender is the winner, Concert Tour. The rest of them, to me, are not real contenders. And this is the first prep, I think, where we've learned a negative aspect of a number of possible contenders. Is that fair?
Sure, yeah. I think Caddo River, you think he's... You don't think he can bounce back from this?
Good luck to him. I mean, you can always bounce back, but he was bad.
Yeah. Louisiana Derby still to come. Mandaloun, Brad Cox, Midnight Bourbon, Steve Asmussen, 2 of the bigger names we're going to see in that race coming up next weekend.
And a mile and 3/16, by the way, the Preakness distance. So these horses will get even closer, that 1.25 miles of the Derby.
Yeah, Mandaloun disappointed in LeComp. He rebounded with an equipment change and looked sensational in the Risen Star.
He did, but he didn't run as badly as Caddo River did. Caddo River was very disappointing.
Happens next Saturday from the fairgrounds. Louisiana Derby, as Andy mentioned, 1 mile and 3/16, that Preakness distance. We'll be back. More coming up from Oaklawn when we return.
Looking at Lee will surely make his mark in New York. The precocious Looking at Lee earned his first black-type win in the Ellis Park Juvenile.
But Looking at Lee is lunging on the outside.
He finished second to Not This Time in the Grade 3 Iroquois and to Classic Empire in the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. In the Kentucky Derby, he would finish a clear second to Always Dreaming while turning the tables on Classic Empire and beating Practical Joke to the wire. Looking at Lee stands at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions for $6,500. IHDVStallions.com/Looking at Lee.
Back on America's Day at the Races program, it's brought to you by Naira Bets. You can go to NairaBets.com, get sign up started, play along with all the races we show you each and every day on the program. You can also download the app. Use that promo code MATCH200 at sign up to take advantage of that 100% deposit match bonus of up to $200. Don't forget, it's the Naira Bets last race cash back today at Oaklawn. Bet a $10 win bet in the last race. It's coming up here at Oaklawn. If your selection finishes second, you get your $10 back. Little insurance on the final race on the card. Go to NairaBets.com for all the details. So if you're going to make your cash back play, Andy, in this last race at Oaklawn, where's your money going?
Well, I think the one, if you want a safer horse, the 110 Buds, who looks like the controlling speed and what should be a pretty fair pace, looks like the horse to beat. My play is a 1-2-4 exacta box and key the 1 and some exactas over the 2 and 4. I think Mrs. Beans is a long shot is live.
We'll talk more about it in a minute. You know what time it is?
Time for Jonathan.
King for a Day.
Oh, my favorite part of the day.
King for a Day. It's brought to you by the talented son of Uncle Mo. What do you think about Excellent Timing's performance in the Damon run?
I thought it was terrific. I mean, obviously, he was very much with the racetrack. He was able to control on the front end, but he's a very promising horse, and the water is going to get deeper for him going forward. I mean, you know, they've paid a reasonable amount of money for this horse. You have expectations beyond, and not to knock the New York bred races, and they're great to have, but you have to try them. And so it'll be interesting to see if they're looking at a race like the Bayshore at 7 furlongs in 4 weeks on Wood Memorial. It's only 3 weeks on Wood Memorial Day, so that may be a little soon.
King for a Day stands at Irish Hill and Duchess Views Stallions in New York. Congrats to Excellent Timing. Michael Dubb, Mataket Stables, Chad Brown, and Manny Franco, your winning connections in that Damon Runion with that talented New York bred 3-year-old. We'll have the nightcap still to come from Oaklawn when we return. Stay with us.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, record setter, and undefeated in sprint competition. Now his runners are winning from coast to coast.
And Hernandez Jr. Run Classic out to the maiden ranks at second, asking 1 by 4.
She's a happy girl, a 7-1 winner. She won by 2.5. Happy Champ is 3-5, and he's long gone. Happy Champ, the son of Run Happy.
Eclipse champion sprinter Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Be a part of the racing action Saturdays at Aqueduct with live money contests available online through Naira Bets. A $300 buy-in adds $200 to your contest account, while the other $100 funds the cash prize pool paid through 10th place. Follow along with the races on America's Day at the Races while keeping track of your leaderboard standings on Naira Bets. After the contest, your bankroll and prize winnings are shifted back into your Naira Bets account to start betting or withdraw. Register to play today at nairabets.com/contests.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Good to have you with us here on Fox Sports 2 as we continue along on America's Day at the Races. Nightcap coming up from Oaklawn, your last race cash back opportunity on the Naira Bets app. And fairly wide open race here in this finale. I agree with you, 10 Buds on the rail. The speed of the race could be long gone. We'll see. He did get caught for 10 non-winners of 2, and now he's stepping up to 20.
No, I agree. He's supposed to just come gunning out of the gate. I don't know who keeps up with him, but I don't think it's a slow field. I mean, there could be surprises. This horse could have to run hard for the lead. He's a horse to beat, but the pace could be contested, or at least, I'm not saying contested, it could be fast.
He's the 5-2 favorite from the inside post for Tim Martin, and here he is. Son of Laurie's Rocket, missed by a head last start. trying to wire the field.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a logical horse. He took the drop last time. The thing is, don't you feel like he kind of should have got it done last time? But still, he's a horse to beat.
And he was well clear of the third-place finisher. Mrs. Beans, long shot you like a little?
I love a turn back. And not only is it a turn back in distance, but this horse broke from the far outside post last time and chased a wicked pace going long. Don't love coming back in a week, but at a price, I'll take a shot.
40-1, Amazing Song. Can you make any kind of case?
No. I liked his sire, Amazing Destiny, though. Wayne Lukas ran for West Rock Stables.
East Moon Lake, I liked a little in here. This horse, some good efforts to go back to. If you take out those last couple on the slop, go back to when he sprinted on the main track. He has some good ones.
I agree. What's wrong with his race 2 back? I agree. I think this horse is a player in here.
9-2 from a 12-1 morning line. The 5 in here, gotta love Ike. A lot of seconds from him.
I don't think you have to love him. I don't.
You don't.
And I think he's going to end up in a chasing position as well.
In 4 starts at Oaklawn, he's never hit the board. Smelling Candy for Aiden Green.
Just 1 for 21 that really kind of bothers me. And, what was the excuse last time out? It was a little wide, but, no answer for 10 buds.
I would have liked Bankman. He just can't get out of the gate. He dwells time and time again.
Yeah, you see that, and you have to ask yourself, sort of like, why are racetracks letting him run? It's not fair to the public. And watch the 7 Bankman, see if he breaks with the field.
African Warrior, he could definitely improve second off a lengthy layoff. And here's Boo, Be Right.
Yeah, I didn't think he was impossible off the claim. And the trainer actually has very good numbers off the claim, Villafranco.
Bravura Creek, 11-1, second off a short layoff.
Thought she'd have to improve a little bit.
That's the one who was behind 10 buds last start. And then Young Bull on the outside, 7-2. Carl Broberg just claimed this 5-year-old.
And we saw Carl Broberg win off the claim at Fairgrounds. We'll see if he can get it done. He has, okay numbers off the claim in situation. Moving up, though, off the claim.
All right, I want to remind you one more time. There it is. This is it. Last race cash back. Bet $10 to win. Your selection runs second. You get that $10 back. A little bit of insurance for you in the nightcap here at Oaklawn on the Naira Bets app. Good luck, everybody. All right, so let's talk speed on the rail. 10 buds. Third off a lengthy layoff today. Maybe will help that speed last a little longer. It's an easy proposition what you do from the inside post here with his running style.
Right. I mean, Mojica, who's obviously struggling at the meet, his only job is to make sure you break. And you break, you go. If you go, and you break and you go, and you lose, that's just the way the cookie crumbles. But that's his job, and he knows it.
So February 25th, he had the rail. He did break, and he got to the front. He could not last, though. He could not hold off Bronco.
Who I want to say was 54-1. I feel like the winner in here was a giant price. And this is a tough beat. I mean, you look at him, right? He's digging down. He's holding him off the whole field. And suddenly, on the far outside, right, here comes the one. Like out of nowhere. He held off all the stalkers, all the chasers. They all came to him. Nobody else comes close. And here he comes, and bang. That's a tough beat.
Well clear of third again, though, who was Bravura Creek. I do like the fact that, look, he easily handled the rest of that field and did all that dirty work.
Yeah, no, I think he's the worst to beat. I don't have a knock on him as a 5-2 favorite.
Meanwhile, outside, here's the 12, Young Bull. Just claimed, as we mentioned, from Carl Broberg. 1 for 14 lifetime. He was in that race. He was fourth that day that we just showed you.
I know. And like, why is it going to be easier for him breaking from post 12 to deal with the one, as opposed to last time he was mid-pack? I guess if you have him, you're counting on Carl Broberg to improve him, which isn't unfair, but his numbers off the claim are just okay. First time off the claim on the dirt at Oaklawn. He's 32 for 200, 16% with a $1.67 ROI. They're not bad numbers. He's basically losing the takeout, right? In sprints, he's also 16% with a slightly higher ROI. So he's a little better, but nothing to suggest that he's working any kind of magic off the claim. Can we talk about Mrs. Beans, please?
Can we pause for 1 minute? Check in with Jonathan first.
100%.
Jonathan, it's our last race, cashback race, but we want to win here.
Well, Andy didn't even want to talk to me. He was so excited about Mrs. Beans, he just forgot I was here. I mean, what about your friend J.K., Andy? Jeepers. I'm just kidding. I like the 4 East Moon Lake a little bit here. I agree with Andy. The 1 on the rail, 10 buds, is the most likely winner. This is the horse that I think will win the race, the most likely winner. But I think an interesting horse is the 4 East Moon Lake. A lot of these horses are kind of up in class, running for 10,000 previously. This horse has been running at this level. And East Moon Lake did not run well last time on a sloppy racetrack. but ran pretty good the time before that, considering. I'm just going to draw a line through that last race because the price is better and hope that East Moon Lake could get involved. 4-1, I actually expected a little bit better than that, but I do think East Moon Lake is interesting, but I do think the rail is where you want to go with 10 buds for the most likely winner.
Jonathan, I would also argue, and you're absolutely correct, but this horse's drop is even more significant. This race is restricted to Arkansas breds. This horse is not only coming out of a higher level claiming race, East Moon Lake, but they were against opens. So in theory, they were tougher races all around. Isn't that fair?
Absolutely. And the other thing about this horse that's interesting, Andy, is I'm sure you've got some obscure story about the half-brother Catholic Cowboy for Nick Zito. This horse is a half to Catholic Cowboy. How about that guy?
I do not have an obscure story. I'm Jewish, so I wouldn't have a story about that horse. I boxed 1, 2, 4, so you and I are on the same page. I just think Mrs. Beans is a little interesting. And you're right, I was so excited about her, I completely blew you off. You're 100% right. I didn't really care what you had to say, but since you said something that I agree with, it was fine. I think Mrs. Beans, I don't know how good she is really, and obviously her win was in a muddy track. But what chance did she have chasing from the 10 post in a 2-turn race in a suicidal fast pace last time out? Now she's claimed by somebody who's got okay numbers off the claim, cuts back in distance and draws inside. I thought she's a little sneaky. He is, excuse me.
We did have Catholic Guilt, by the way, win the opener at Oaklawn, Jonathan.
See,
I don't have that either.
I know Andy and Nick Zito are close. I thought he and Catholic Cowboy did some running in New York, so Andy's got one of those memories like a steel trap. I just thought he would tell us what price Catholic Cowboy was at some point.
I feel like he won a 2-turn race, Catholic Cowboy, at Gulfstream Park in the winter of '16 when I was there with Luis Saez at about 6 or 8 to 5. Does that ring a bell?
He did.
I think it was on President's Day.
He was 17.
No, he won a big price
December
once.
14th.
2016.
Yeah, let's see.
Fascinating as this conversation is.
Am I right?
I'm gonna step in here, guys, because I am riveted.
I want to talk about Jonathan's shirt. I think that's coming next. We're on for a little while longer.
JK, you said most likely winner you believe is this guy right here. That doesn't concern you that he got caught last time for easier?
No, because he's faster than these other horses. He's got faster, earlier pace figures, which projects he'll be clear. He's got a faster final number than the rest of them. If he breaks, clears, and doesn't have any adversity within the race, he's supposed to win. But as you've seen from the 15 races we've watched today, adversity can be a great equalizer.
And meanwhile, I thought the 8 at 22 to 1. If you're looking for value in a race like this nature of this kind of condition, you don't have a lot of consistency. African Warrior, second off a lengthy layoff. Couldn't he improve?
Yeah, I guess. He comes out of a pretty weak spot. That's my concern with him.
He does.
And my problem is his only, you want to go back to races, Louisiana Downs. I didn't like him. I don't want to knock a 20 to 1 shot. If somebody likes the 8, bet him. I don't like him.
Meanwhile,
I'm all in. 1, 2, 4 to the hoop. Mrs. Beans getting a piece.
And there's he is, excuse me.
Well, it's
in,
not fair when you get that
Mrs.
one wrong,
Beans.
because that's just not right.
Trying to get us again, JK. 5 to 2 on 10 buds. The speed of the race from the rail. We'll try and last this time. Gates to wire with Orlando Mojica. We're set for the nightcap from Oaklawn. Vic Stauffer. Send us home.
Gotta love Ike. Bankman. 2 more now. Bravura Creek and Young Bull. They're at the post. They're off. 2 terrible starts. Gotta love Ike threw his head in the air. Bankman did what he always does and broke 10 lengths last. 10 Buds goes to the front from Amazing a Song and Booby Right. These three are quickest. Then comes Smellin' Candy into the outside Bravura Creek. Next, it's Young Bull, Mrs. Beans at the Rail, and East Moon Lake, followed by African Warrior. Then it's a long way back to Gotta Love Ike, and even further back to Bankman. 10 Buds leaves the backstretch, and he's got the lead by a length over Booby Right, who's moving nicely. And here comes Booby Right now to take over the lead. Booby Right aggressive around the far turn. Then comes Bravura Creek and Smellin' Candy. Down at the rail, East Moon Lake is only 2.5 off the lead. It's another 4 back now to Mrs. Beans and African Warrior. Top of the stretch, Booby Right is the leader. Booby Right just in front of Bravura Creek in the center. These two are matching strides. Then comes Mrs. Beans. African Warrior's on the move in the center. And here comes African Warrior with a chance. He's a closing third. Booby Right, Bravura Creek, African Warrior to the outside. These three come to the wire. Bravura Creek, African Warrior, Booby Right, Bravura Creek. Bravura Creek beat Booby Right. African Warrior was third, close for fourth, Mrs. Beans and 10 Buds.
Bravura Creek with the win. Second start off the bench for him.
No factor, but improved second time off a layoff, second off a 6-month layoff. You can call it all the sour grapes you want, and I don't care. Mrs. Bean should have won this race. Anybody watching her, and you can watch the replay, and I'm sure Jonathan will agree, she was completely eliminated on the backstretch heading into the turn on the inside when East Moon Lake probably put her in tight, and comes back and finishes fourth here with a clean trip. Mrs. Beans would have run this entire field down. In my opinion, there's absolutely no doubt about it.
In the end, 11, looks like 9-8, and then 2 for your superfectas. We head back to the fairgrounds for their nightcap. This 10th race on the card, 6 furlongs. State-bred claiming race. 4-year-olds up who have never won 2 or 3-year-olds, the condition.
When you thought about your week going in, didn't you say to yourself, I would like to end my week with an Arkansas state-bred race and a Louisiana-bred state-bred race? Well, Greg, here it is.
My African Warrior ran good there, got second at 22.
That was a great pick by you. Tremendous call. No question.
Shackle the Gold, the 3 here, 10-1. Gabriel Saez rides.
Yeah, he's in the mix. He's one of the ones. The one is doors to beat. Perfect Paragee, the favorite.
We're all over the place right now to the 7 here. This is Midnight Spirit at 9-2. Sean Bridgman aboard.
Yeah, where are we on this one?
Secret Circle.
Ooh, they're going fast. Secret Circle, winner of the Breeders' Cup Sprint in 2013.
20-1 on the 4. Love You and Proud of You. Just 1 for 15 lifetime. Here's the 5. Calling in the Night. Struggled against a few that he's going to have to deal with again here today, last out.
And isn't this sire now? Didn't he win the first Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf at Monmouth in 2007?
Yeah, I think you may be right about that. Makati Phil, Shane Wilson trains.
Boy, they're all over the place here. Ran all right 2 back. Second off a little bit of fresh. Not really, no.
Harper's Delight has been off since March of 2020.
That's a long layoff. But has races, has some speed.
And here we come to get you. 5-2 on the board from the outside here.
I'm not arguing with the favorites. I thought it was all 1s and 10s here.
Distant second last start. So that's a look at the field. Loading up here for the finale on the card here at the fairgrounds. We'll wind up our week here on America's Day at the Races as well. Can we go on a winner? You thought 110?
Yes, I think the favorites are way the 2 horses in here. You got an opinion?
1 looks like a mile the horse to beat. Coming out of an allowance non-winners at 2 race. But sometimes when they drop like this, it's a red flag.
I agree. I don't disagree with that. Court Vision, another Breeders' Cup winner at a huge price at Churchill Downs 2011.
We got to say goodbye to some of the regionals who unfortunately are going to leave us in about a minute or so. So you can head to our YouTube page, see this play out. You can also head to NYRABets.com and see it. John Dooley with the call.
Here in New Orleans, in the gate. And they're off. Fast starts for Perfect Paragee, G Don't Know, and Love You and Proud of You is going for an early attack, but it's Perfect Paragee, the final favorite, who's out to a flying start here for Colby Hernandez. Leans suppressing Love You and Proud of You. With Makati Phil, a wide third. G Don't Know holds the rail. Then moving up is Shackle the Gold in the orange cap with Here We Come to Get You, fanned wide in 6th as they go past the half-mile pole. Calling in the Night in the Black Silks. Harper's Delight is second to last, and Midnight Spirit trails here in the Sunday finale. The quarter was 22.07 seconds. They roll to 3 furlongs from home. Steady pace pressure for Perfect Para G. Love You and Proud of You has forged to a short lead. Perfect Para G looks to rally on from the rail. McConty Phil there at the point of attack. Toward the inside is G Don't Know, who's spying a gap and angles out in front of the Shackle the Gold toward the rail. For outside, Here We Come to Get You looks to unwind. Half mile, 45.90 seconds. Perfect Para G charging G Don't Know. Love You and Proud of You now flattens. Here We Come to Get You needs the lift late toward the inside. Shackle the Gold, and down at the rail is Calling in the Night. They're close to home. It's G Don't Know for Miguel Mena. Takes the lead from Perfect Para G. G Don't Know 19-1. Perfect Para G was second. Shackle the Gold third. Then Calling in the Night with Midnight Spirit.
G Don't Know closes out the card of the Fairgrounds. 2-1-3 finish.
G Don't Know making a slight drop. Perfect trip. Nice ride by Maiden. Gets the money.
Yeah, by the way, correction at Oaklawn. It was actually 11.98. Booby Wright getting second there. It was African Warrior getting third in that race.
And Mrs. Beans getting fourth. Just want to say that one more time, Greg.
Nice call.
It's all about Mrs. Beans. Great call with African Warrior. I thought you were going to win for a second.
Yeah, 2-1-3 there at the Fairgrounds, and then 11.98 there it is, Bravura Creek. $32 winner to close out the card. It was a lot of chalk late at the Oaklawn card, but sneaky in the last. There's the big price, 15-1.
Yep. Congrats if you had that horse. Second off a layoff.
50-cent pick 5, just over, what, $900?
That would be correct. Just a little under $1,000, really. $20 under $1,000.
That's going to wrap up our week. Impressive performance. What'd you think overall of Concert Tour and the Rebel?
I thought he was solid. I wouldn't say I think he's got to improve to be a Derby horse, but he's very much on the trail. I mean, he delivered. The others didn't.
Next weekend, Louisiana Derby and Mandaloun, Bourbon Whiskey.
Nice to be Brad Cox and have a chance for redemption a week later after the disappointment with Caddo River.
Yeah.
Back next week with him.
And he's got a pretty good one, too, an undefeated Central
Yes,
quality as well. Good to be Baffert, good to be Brad Cox. We're going to see what happens next weekend on the Triple Crown Trail, trying to get to that Kentucky Derby. We are back, no show on Saturday. We are back on Sunday, March 21st, so that is the next time we will see you. We'll hope you join us on Fox Sports 2. He was our king for a day and our winner of the Damon Runion. Excellent timing for Chad Brown, Michael Dubb, Madacat Stables, and Manny Franco. Your winner of the feature on this Sunday card here at the Big A, and he destroyed this field in his 3-year-old debut. The son of Not This Time gets it done with style. We will see you next Sunday afternoon. Enjoy your week, and we'll see you then. For Andy Serling, I'm Greg Wolf. Take care.